If you receive this magazine on digital cartridge, please remember it must be returned. Magazine cartridges containing only weekly publications must be returned within 3 weeks of receiving them. All others must be returned within 7 weeks. Simply reverse the address card and mail the cartridge back in the red plastic container, which has magazine in print and braille on the top. Analog Science Fiction and Fact. Astounding. September-October 2020. Copyright 2020 by Dell Magazines, a division of Crosstown Publications. Read by Maggie Stacy and Doug Tisdale, Jr. This magazine contains 200 pages. Approximate reading time, 14 hours, 30 minutes. This magazine contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, the table of contents and articles, and at Level 2, the sections. This recorded edition contains the entire text of the print edition, except for advertising. This magazine was produced for the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, Library of Congress. Contents. Guest editorial. And the Mome Raths Outgrabe. Sheila Williams. Page 4, 13 minutes. 90th Anniversary Retrospective Reprint. MIMSY Were the Borogoves. Louis Padgett. Page 7, 75 minutes. Poetry. After National Geographic. Jason Collar. Page 24, 1 minute. Novelette. MINERVA Girls. James Van Pelt. Page 25, 59 minutes. Science Fact. The Science Behind the House of Sticks. Derek Kunsken. Page 36, 32 minutes. Poetry. Yes, antimatter is real. Holly Lynn Walrath. Page 43, 1 minute. Novelette. Where There's Life. John J. Vester. Page 44, 59 minutes. Short stories. The Chrysalis Pool. Sean McMullen. Page 58, 37 minutes. A Sky Full of Wings. Aimee Ogden. Page 67, 37 minutes. Going Small. Jacob C. Cockcroft. Page 75, 14 minutes. True Colors. Beth Goder. Page 79, 7 minutes. The Alternate View. John G. Kramer. Page 81, 17 minutes. Short stories. Drive Safely. Stephen S. Power. Page 84, 3 minutes. Casualties of the Quake. Wang Yuan. Translated by Andy Dudak. Page 85, 27 minutes. The Home of the King. Dan Reade. Page 91, 40 minutes. In Times to Come. Page 100, 2 minutes. Short story. City. Joel Richards. Page 101, 29 minutes. Novelette. Seeding the Mountain. M. L. Clark. Page 108, 89 minutes. Short stories. The Writhing Tentacles of History. J. Werkheiser. Page 128, 34 minutes. The Treasure of the LUGAR MORTO. Alan Dean Foster. Page 136, 20 minutes. Guest Alternate View. Richard A. Lovett. Page 141, 15 minutes. Short stories. Schools of Thought. James Sallis. Page 144, 7 minutes. The Boy Who Went to Mars. Mary Soo Lee. Page 146, 31 minutes. Novelette. I, Bigfoot. Sarina Dorie. Page 153, 51 minutes. Novella. DRAIKEN Dies. Adam Troy Castro. Page 165, 120 minutes. The Reference Library. Don Sakers. Page 192, 30 minutes. Brass Tacks. Page 198, 8 minutes. Upcoming Events. Anthony Lewis. Page 200, 5 minutes. Terror at the Crossroads. Tales of Horror, Delusion, and the Unknown. Now available. a new anthology of horror from your favorite science fiction and mystery magazines, featuring Kit Reade, Zondra Renwick, Alec Navala-Lee, Tara Laskowski, David Brin, Louis Byard, Will McIntosh, Stephen Ross, and many others. From the pages of Alfred Hitchcock's mystery magazine, Analog Science Fiction and Fact, Asimov's Science Fiction, and Ellery Queen's mystery magazine. Edited by Emily Hockaday and Jackie Sherbo. Available digitally from your favorite ebook retailers. For details, please visit analogsf.com, asimovs.com.
Anniversary Retrospective Editorial. And the Mome Wraths Outgrabe. Sheila Williams. Reading time, 13 minutes. Sheila Williams is the editor of Asimov's Science Fiction. She was Analog's executive editor from 1998 to 2004. Although I was my parents' eldest child, I was just 4 years and 4 months old when my third sibling was born, so I don't remember any of them as infants or toddlers. I was nearly 10, however, when my sister Dorie, my fourth and final sibling, was born. I have vivid memories of holding her in my arms, washing and folding her diapers, and tiptoeing so as not to disturb her sleep. I remember playing with her, listening to her baby talk, and being amused by the brilliant insights that can only come from small children. I first read MIMSY Were the Borogoves in my early teens, and it wasn't hard to imagine that Dorie, given a little assistance from the future, could follow the Jabberwocky and Scott and Emma Paradine into another dimension. Alas, and I'm sure to my parents' relief, without a box of toys from the future, I could never prove this theory. As an avid science fiction reader, I ran into some trouble in high school. My senior year English teacher looked down on science fiction. Indeed, she referred to Ray Bradbury as an 8th-rate writer. She announced that we would have to write several papers, but that none of them could be on science fiction or current fantasy. Through stubborn tenacity, I was able to circumvent her restriction somewhat by getting permission to write a paper on Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. Although I knew she would never let me get away with making textual comparisons, I think I was secretly on the hunt for more clues to Unthe Horsten's realm. Ultimately, MIMSY Were the Borogoves accomplished something that the teacher couldn't do on her own. The story was a gateway to a deeper appreciation of all sorts of literature. MIMSY was probably my first encounter with Louis Padgett, a pseudonym for Henry Kuttner and C.L. Moore. Barry Malzberg calls this married team the greatest collaborative writers in the history of collaboration. Like Gilbert and Sullivan, Fraser and Ali, the 1978 Red Sox and Yankees, they brought out the best in one another. SF historians all appear to agree that Kuttner and Moore wrote together seamlessly. In Paratext's Introductions to Science Fiction and Fantasy, James Gunn calls them the most famous husband and wife collaborators in science fiction history. Kuttner especially used various aliases, and as a teen I didn't pay as much attention to authors' names as I should have. This means I'm not sure when I first discovered their individual work, but I've enjoyed so many of the tales that they wrote independently and together. Catherine Lucille Moore was born in January 1911. Her first story to be published in astounding science fiction was The Bright Illusion, October 1934. Henry Kuttner, who was born in April 1915, broke into astounding with The Graveyard Rats in March 1936. Both authors were well published in Weird Tales, before they made their sales to Astounding. Catherine Moore, like many women of her era, wrote under a gender-ambiguous pseudonym, although SF historians tend to insist that women of that time did not have to write under male or neutral pen names in order to sell tales of fantastic literature. The choice to do so lent them a veil of anonymity. Even Hank Kuttner thought he was writing to a man when he sent Moore a fan letter in 1936. The writers met in person in 1938 and were married in 1940. They wrote numerous works of fiction together under a few pseudonyms, all male, after their marriage. Neither Kuttner nor Moore had scientific training, and they were not known for hard science fiction. The pair sold a total of 10 collaborative and solo stories to John W. Campbell's Unknown from 1939 until its demise in 1943. Moore published a few tales in Astounding before her marriage, but the writers didn't begin selling to Campbell's Astounding in earnest until 1942. Though Kuttner served in the Armed Medical Corps in Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, from 1942 to 1945, a heart murmur kept him out of active duty. According to Mike Ashley in The Time Machines, the story of the science fiction pulp magazines from the beginning to 1950, World War II's scientific censorship, and the loss of authors like Isaac Asimov and Robert Heinlein to war work meant that Campbell had to turn more to writers who wrote from a different perspective and were less restrained by past developments in science fiction. Moore and Kuttner are two of the 5 authors Ashley credits with reshaping SF in the mid-40s, and because their background was less technological, they started to develop a softer, more human approach. Above all, the incidents in their stories were not necessarily explicable in scientific terms. Thus was created a more mystical, or as Alexei Panshin has termed it, more transcendent science fiction. Ashley adds that Campbell wanted Kuttner and Moore to write the scientific equivalent of the unknown story, a brilliant story merging the wonders of the unknown with its horrors. The children receive a box of toys that appears out of nowhere. They can see marvels and wonders within, whilst their parents see nothing. The children persist with the toys, from which the parents gradually realize the children are forming some alternative method of learning beyond our Euclidean world. The Kuttners are encouraging us to take a different viewpoint. Their first astounding collaboration, Deadlock, appeared in the August 1942 issue. 2 other collaborations, including The Twonky, were published in the September and December issues. While the authors were well represented in 1942, their 1943 contributions are truly astonishing. Kuttner had had 2 stories in the January issue, one by Kuttner and one by Louis Padgett. The couple's 4th collaboration for Astounding, MIMSY Were the Borogoves, appeared in the February issue, and Kuttner, writing solo under his own name, had a probability 0. He and Moore, under 2 different pseudonyms, had 2 collaborative tales in the March issue. April brought another Louis Padgett collaboration and a solo Kuttner probability 0. May, October, and November saw 3 more stories by Kuttner, and August and December brought 2 more collaborations with Moore. While the May story appeared under the Kuttner byline, the rest were all published under pseudonyms. In addition, Moore had a 2-part serial under her own name in August and September. In case you've lost count, that's 15 stories/appearances in 1 year, and there were at least 11 publications in other venues. Despite this prolific burst of creativity, Moore said that the war slowed Kuttner's production of independent fiction. Their 1944 publications are comparatively light, with 2 collaborative tales and 1 solo Moore story in Astounding, and only a handful of solo Kuttner stories in other magazines. 1945 brought Astounding 7 more collaborative Lewis Padgett tales and 1 story by Moore, writing as Lawrence O'Donnell. Considering their level of activity and the quality of their work, it would be hard to imagine that they didn't have a strong hand in shaping the field. Ray Bradbury, who was 5 years younger than Henry Kuttner, said that Kuttner introduced him to the works of Catherine Ann Porter, Eudora Welty, and John Collier, as well as James Cain, Dashiell Hammett, Raymond Chandler, and others. Reading the Twonky and MIMSY Were the Borogoves had a profound influence on him and other writers. In his introduction to The Best of Henry Kuttner, Bradbury wrote, "I very much doubt that my 0 hour, or for that matter, the Welt, would ever have leaped out of my typewriter if Kuttner's imagination had not led the way." Writing together and alone, the couple would contribute another 15 stories to Astounding and 2 serials by the end of 1949. Among these is Vintage Season, which was published in the September 1946 issue as by Lawrence O'Donnell. With its terrible plague at the tale's end, the story is a chilling reread in this time of COVID-19. Many attribute Vintage Season almost entirely to Moore. Like MIMSY Were the Borogoves, the story's influence extends over the years. Robert Silverberg even published a companion novella, In Another Country, in Asimov's March 1989. 3 additional Astounding stories by Moore, all as Lawrence O'Donnell, appeared in 1950. The team's next and final tale for the magazine, Humpty Dumpty, was published in September 1953. By then, Kuttner and Moore had moved to Laguna Beach, California, and were studying at the University of Southern California. Kuttner died suddenly in his sleep in February 1958. From 1958 to 1962, Moore sold a number of television screenplays as Catherine Kuttner. She remarried in 1963 and ceased writing entirely. Moore died in April 1987 from Alzheimer's disease. Before these 2 authors faded from the stage, they produced stories that were witty and literary, beautifully thought out, and terrifying, lyrical, and ingenious. Their talents influenced generations of authors, and those authors continue to influence today's writers. Oh, frabjous day! Callot! Calais! Enjoy rereading MIMSY Were the Borogoves, or, if you're very lucky, reading it for the first time. Special thanks to Kurt Phillips for giving me access to Ray Bradbury's Henry Kuttner, A Neglected Master.
90th Anniversary Retrospective Reprint. MIMSY Were the Borogoves. Lewis Padgett. Reading time 75 minutes. There's no use trying to describe either Unthe Horsten or his surroundings, because for one thing a good many million years had passed since 1942 AD, and for another Unthe Horsten wasn't on Earth, technically speaking. He was doing the equivalent of standing in the equivalent of a laboratory. He was preparing to test his time machine. Having turned on the power, Unthe Horsten suddenly realized that the box was empty, which wouldn't do at all. The device needed a control, a 3-dimensional solid which would react to the conditions of another age. Otherwise, Unthahorston couldn't tell on the machine's return where and when it had been. Whereas a solid in the box would automatically be subject to the entropy and cosmic ray bombardment of the other era, and Unthahorston could measure the changes, both qualitative and quantitative, when the machine returned. The calculators could then get to work, and presently tell Unthahorston that the box had briefly visited 1,000,000 AD, 1,000 AD, or 1 AD, as the case might be. Not that it mattered, except to Unthahorston, but he was childish in many respects. There was little time to waste. The box was beginning to glow and shiver. Unthahorston stared around wildly, fled into the next Glosstatch, and groped in a storage bin there. He came up with an armful of peculiar-looking stuff. Some of the discarded toys of his son Snowin, which the boy had brought with him when he had passed over from Earth after mastering the necessary technique. Well, Snowden needed this junk no longer. He was conditioned and had put away childish things. Besides, though Unthahorston's wife kept the toys for sentimental reasons, the experiment was more important. Unthahorston left the Glosstatch and dumped the assortment into the box, slamming the cover shut just before the warning signal flashed. The box went away. The manner of its departure hurt Unthahorston's eyes. He waited, and he waited. Eventually he gave up and built another time machine with identical results. Snowin hadn't been annoyed by the loss of his old toys, nor had Snowin's mother, so Unthahorston cleaned out the bin and dumped the remainder of his son's childhood relics in the second time machine's box. According to his calculations, this one should have appeared on Earth in the latter part of the 19th century AD. If that actually occurred, the device remained there. Disgusted, Unthahorston decided to make no more time machines. But the mischief had been done. There were 2 of them. And the first... Scott Paradine found it while he was playing hooky from the Glendale Grammar School. There was a geography test that day, and Scott saw no sense in memorizing place names, which in 1942 was a fairly sensible theory. Besides, it was the sort of warm spring day, with a touch of coolness in the breeze, which invited a boy to lie down in a field and stare at the occasional clouds till he fell asleep. That's to geography. Scott dozed. About noon he got hungry, so his stocky legs carried him to a nearby store. There he invested his small hoard with penurious care and a sublime disregard for his gastric juices. He went down by the creek to feed. Having finished his supply of cheese, chocolate, and cookies, and having drained the soda-pop bottle to its dregs, Scott caught tadpoles and studied them with a certain amount of scientific curiosity. He did not persevere. Something tumbled down the bank and thudded into the muddy ground near the water, so Scott, with a wary glance around, hurried to investigate. It was a box. It was, in fact, the box. The gadgetry hitched to it meant little to Scott, though he wondered why it was so fused and burnt. He pondered. With his jackknife he pried and probed, his tongue sticking out from a corner of his mouth. Nobody was around. Where had the box come from? Somebody must have left it here, and sliding soil had dislodged it from its precarious perch. That's a helix, Scott decided, quite erroneously. It was helical, but it wasn't a helix because of the dimensional warp involved. Had the thing been a model airplane, no matter how complicated, it would have held few mysteries to Scott. As it was, a problem was posed. Something told Scott that the device was a lot more complicated than the spring motor he had deftly dismantled last Friday. But no boy has ever left a box unopened, unless forcibly dragged away. Scott probed deeper. The angles on this thing were funny. Short circuit, probably. That was why... The knife slipped. Scott sucked his thumb and gave vent to experienced blasphemy. Maybe it was a music box. Scott shouldn't have felt depressed. The gadgetry would have given Einstein a headache and driven Steinmetz raving mad. The trouble was, of course, that the box had not yet completely entered the space-time continuum where Scott existed, and therefore it could not be opened. At any rate, not till Scott used a convenient rock to hammer the helical non-helix into a more convenient position. He hammered it, in fact, from its contact point with the fourth dimension, releasing the space-time torsion it had been maintaining. There was a brittle snap. The box jarred slightly and lay motionless, no longer only partially in existence. Scott opened it easily now. The soft woven helmet was the first thing that caught his eye, but he discarded that without much interest. It was just a cap. Next, he lifted a square, transparent crystal block, small enough to cup in his palm, much too small to contain the maze of apparatus within it. In a moment, Scott had solved that problem. The crystal was a sort of magnifying glass, vastly enlarging the things inside the block. Strange things they were, too. Miniature people, for example. They moved, like clockwork automatons, though much more smoothly. It was rather like watching a play. Scott was interested in their costumes, but fascinated by their actions. The tiny people were deftly building a house. Scott wished it could catch fire so he could see the people put it out. Flames licked up from the half-completed structure. The automatons, with a great deal of odd apparatus, extinguished the blaze. It didn't take Scott long to catch on, but he was a little worried. The mannequins would obey his thoughts. By the time he discovered that, he was frightened and threw the cube from him. Halfway up the bank, he reconsidered and returned. The crystal block lay partly in the water, shining in the sun. It was a toy. Scott sensed that with the unerring instinct of a child. But he didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, he returned to the box and investigated its remaining contents. He found some really remarkable gadgets. The afternoon passed all too quickly. Scott finally put the toys back in the box and lugged it home, grunting and puffing. He was quite red-faced by the time he arrived at the kitchen door. His find he hid at the back of a closet in his own room upstairs. The crystal cube he slipped into his pocket, which already bulged with string, a coil of wire, 2 pennies, a wad of tinfoil, a grimy defense stamp, and a chunk of feldspar. Emma, Scott's 2-year-old sister, waddled unsteadily in from the hall and said hello. "Hello, Slug," Scott nodded from his altitude of 7 years and some months. He patronized Emma shockingly, but she didn't know the difference. Small, plump, and wide-eyed, she flopped down on the carpet and stared dolefully at her shoes. "Try 'em, Scotty, please." "Sap," Scott told her kindly, but nodded the laces. "Dinner ready yet?" Emma nodded. "Let's see your hands." For a wonder, they were reasonably clean, though probably not aseptic. Scott regarded his own paws thoughtfully, and grimacing went to the bathroom, where he made a sketchy toilet. The tadpoles had left traces. Dennis Paradine and his wife Jane were having a cocktail before dinner, downstairs in the living room. He was a youngish, middle-aged man with gray-shot hair and a thinnish, prim-mouthed face. He taught philosophy at the university. Jane was small, neat, dark, and very pretty. She sipped her martini and said, "New shoes. Like 'em?" "Here's to crime," Paradine muttered absently. "Huh? Shoes? Not now. Wait till I finish this. I had a bad day." "Exams? Yeah. Flaming youth aspiring toward manhood. I hope they die. In considerable agony. Inshallah." "I want the olive," Jane requested. "I know," Paradine said despondently. "It's been years since I've tasted one myself. In a martini, I mean. Even if I put 6 of them in your glass, you're still not satisfied." "I want yours. Blood brotherhood. Symbolism. That's why." Paradine regarded his wife balefully and crossed his long legs. "You sound like one of my students." "Like that hussy Betty Dawson, perhaps?" Jane unsheathed her nails. "Does she still leer at you in that offensive way?" "She does. The child is a neat psychological problem. Luckily she isn't mine. If she were." Paradine nodded significantly. "Sex consciousness and too many movies. I suppose she still thinks she can get a passing grade by showing me her knees, which are, by the way, rather bony." Jane adjusted her skirt with an air of complacent pride. Paradine uncoiled himself and poured fresh martinis. Candidly, I don't see the point of teaching those apes philosophy. They're all at the wrong age. Their habit patterns, their methods of thinking are already laid down. They're horribly conservative, not that they'd admit it. The only people who can understand philosophy are mature adults or kids like Emma and Scotty. Well, don't enroll Scotty in your course, Jane requested. He isn't ready to be a philosophiae doctor. I hold no brief for child geniuses, especially when it's my son. Scotty would probably be better at it than Betty Dawson, Paradine grunted. He died an enfeebled old dotard at 5, Jane quoted dreamily. I want your olive. Here. By the way, I like the shoes. Thank you. Here's Rosalie. Dinner? It's all ready, Miss Padine, said Rosalie, hovering. I'll call Miss Emma and Mr. Scotty. I'll get 'em. Paradine put his head into the next room and roared, Kids, come and get it! Small feet scuttered down the stairs. Scott dashed into view, scrubbed and shining, a rebellious cowlick aimed at the zenith. Emma pursued, levering herself carefully down the steps. Halfway she gave up the attempt to descend upright and reversed, finishing the task monkey fashion, her small behind giving an impression of marvelous diligence upon the work in hand. Paradine watched, fascinated by the spectacle, till he was hurled back by the impact of his son's body. Hi, Dad! Scott shrieked. Paradine recovered himself and regarded Scott with dignity. Hi yourself. Help me into dinner. You've dislocated at least one of my hip joints. But Scott was already tearing into the next room, where he stepped on Jane's new shoes in an ecstasy of affection, burbled an apology, and rushed off to find his place at the dinner table. Paradine cocked up an eyebrow as he followed, Emma's pudgy hand desperately gripping his forefinger. Wonder what the young devil's been up to. No good, probably, Jane sighed. Hello, darling. Let's see your ears. They're clean. Mickey licked them. Well, that Airedale's tongue is far cleaner than your ears, Jane pondered, making a brief examination. Still, as long as you can hear, the dirt's only superficial. Facial? Just a little, that means. Jane dragged her daughter to the table and inserted her legs into a high chair. Only lately had Emma graduated to the dignity of dining with the rest of the family, and she was, as Paradine remarked, all eaten up with pride by the prospect. Only babies spilled food, Emma had been told. As a result, she took such painstaking care in conveying her spoon to her mouth that Paradine got the jitters whenever he watched. A conveyor belt would be the thing for Emma, he suggested, pulling out a chair for Jane, small buckets of spinach arriving at her face at stated intervals. Dinner proceeded uneventfully, until Paradine happened to glance at Scott's plate. Hello there. Sick? Been stuffing yourself at lunch? Scott thoughtfully examined the food still left before him. I've had all I need, Dad, he explained. You usually eat all you can hold and a great deal more, Paradine said. I know growing boys need several tons of foodstuff a day, but you're below par tonight. Feel okay? Uh-huh. Honest, I've had all I need. All you want? Sure. I eat different. Something they taught you at school? Jane inquired. Scott shook his head solemnly. Nobody taught me. I found it out myself. I use spit. Try again, Paradine suggested. It's the wrong word. Saliva. Uh-huh. More pepsin? Is there pepsin in the salivary juices, Jane? I forget. There's poison in mine, Jane remarked. Rosalie's left lumps in the mashed potatoes again. But Paradine was interested. You mean you're getting everything possible out of your food, no wastage, and eating less? Scott thought that over. I guess so. It's not just the saliva. I sort of measure how much to put in my mouth at once and what stuff to mix up. I don't know. I just do it. Said Paradine, making a note to check up later. Rather a revolutionary idea. Kids often get screwy notions, but this one might not be so far off the beam. He pursed his lips. Eventually, I suppose people will eat quite differently. I mean the way they eat as well as what. What they eat, I mean. Jane, our son shows signs of becoming a genius. Oh? That's a rather good point in dietetics he's just made. Did you figure it out yourself, Scott? Sure, the boy said, and really believed it. Where'd you get the idea? Oh, Scott wriggled. I don't know. It doesn't mean much, I guess. Paradine was unreasonably disappointed. But surely, spit! Emma shrieked, overcome by a sudden fit of badness. "Spit!" She attempted to demonstrate, but succeeded only in dribbling into her bib. With a resigned air, Jane rescued and reproved her daughter, while Paradine eyed Scott with rather puzzled interest. But it was not till after dinner, in the living room, that anything further happened. "Any homework?" "No," Scott said, flushing guiltily. To cover his embarrassment, he took from his pocket a gadget he had found in the box and began to unfold it. The result resembled a tesseract strung with beads. Paradine didn't see it at first, but Emma did. She wanted to play with it. "No, lay off, Slug," Scott ordered. "You can watch me." He fumbled with the beads, making soft, interested noises. Emma extended a fat forefinger and yelped. "Scotty," Paradine said warningly. "I didn't hurt her." "Bit me. It did," Emma mourned. Paradine looked up. He frowned, staring. "What in... Is that an abacus?" he asked. "Let's see it, please." Somewhat unwillingly, Scott brought the gadget across to his father's chair. Paradine blinked. The abacus, unfolded, was more than a foot square, composed of thin, rigid wires that interlocked here and there. On the wires, the colored beads were strung. They could be slid back and forth, and from one support to another, even at the points of jointure. But a pierced bead couldn't cross interlocking wires. So, apparently, they weren't pierced. Paradine looked closer. Each small sphere had a deep groove running around it, so that it could be revolved and slid along the wire at the same time. Paradine tried to pull one free. It clung as though magnetically. Iron? It looked more like plastic. The framework itself... Paradine wasn't a mathematician, but the angles formed by the wires were vaguely shocking in their ridiculous lack of Euclidean logic. They were a maze. Perhaps that's what the gadget was, a puzzle. "Where'd you get this?" "Uncle Harry gave it to me," Scott said on the spur of the moment. "Last Sunday when he came over." Uncle Harry was out of town, a circumstance Scott well knew. At the age of 7, a boy soon learns that the vagaries of adults follow a certain definite pattern, and that they are fussy about the donors of gifts. Moreover, Uncle Harry would not return for several weeks. The expiration of that period was unimaginable to Scott, or at least the fact that his lie would ultimately be discovered meant less to him than the advantages of being allowed to keep the toy. Paradine found himself growing slightly confused as he attempted to manipulate the beads. The angles were vaguely illogical. It was like a puzzle. This red bead, if slid along this wire to that junction, should reach there, but it didn't. A maze, odd, but no doubt instructive. Paradine had a well-founded feeling that he'd have no patience with the thing himself. Scott did, however, retiring to a corner and sliding beads around with much fumbling and grunting. The beads did sting when Scott chose the wrong ones or tried to slide them in the wrong direction. At last he crowed exultantly. "I did it, Dad!" "Eh? What? Let's see." The device looked exactly the same to Paradine, but Scott pointed and beamed. "I made it disappear." "It's still there?" "That blue bead. It's gone now." Paradine didn't believe that, so he merely snorted. Scott puzzled over the framework again. He experimented. This time there were no shocks, even slight. The abacus had showed him the correct method. Now it was up to him to do it on his own. The bizarre angles of the wires seemed a little less confusing now, somehow. It was a most instructive toy. It worked, Scott thought, rather like the crystal cube. Reminded of that gadget, he took it from his pocket and relinquished the abacus to Emma, who was struck dumb with joy. She fell to work sliding the beads, this time without protesting against the shocks, which indeed were very minor, and, being imaginative, she managed to make a bead disappear almost as quickly as had Scott. The blue bead reappeared, but Scott didn't notice. He had forethoughtfully retired into an angle of the Chesterfield and an overstuffed chair, and amused himself with the cube. There were little people inside the thing, tiny mannequins much enlarged by the magnifying properties of the crystal, and they moved all right. They built a house. It caught fire with realistic-seeming flames, and the little people stood by waiting. Scott puffed urgently, "Put it out!" But nothing happened. Where was that queer fire engine with revolving arms that had appeared before? Here it was. It came sailing into the picture and stopped. Scott urged it on. This was fun, like putting on a play, only more real. The little people did what Scott told them inside of his head. If he made a mistake, they waited till he'd found the right way. They even posed new problems for him. The cube, too, was a most instructive toy. It was teaching Scott with alarming rapidity, and teaching him very entertainingly. But it gave him no really new knowledge as yet. He wasn't ready. Later. Emma grew tired of the abacus and went in search of Scott. She couldn't find him, even in his room, but once there, the contents of the closet intrigued her. She discovered the box. It contained treasure trove, a doll, which Scott had already noticed but discarded with a sneer. Squealing, Emma brought the doll downstairs, squatted in the middle of the floor, and began to take it apart. "Darling, what's that?" "Mr. Bear." Obviously it wasn't Mr. Bear, who was blind, earless, but comforting in his soft fatness. But all dolls were named Mr. Bear to Emma. Jane Paradine hesitated. "Did you take that from some other little girl?" "I didn't. She's mine." Scott came out from his hiding place, thrusting the cube into his pocket. That's from Uncle Harry." "Did Uncle Harry give that to you, Emma?" "He gave it to me for Emma," Scott put in hastily, adding another stone to his foundation of deceit. "Last Sunday." "You'll break it, dear." Emma brought the doll to her mother. "She comes apart, see?" "Oh, Ugh!" Jane sucked in her breath. Paradine looked up quickly. "What's up?" She brought the doll over to him, hesitated, and then went into the dining room, giving Paradine a significant glance. He followed, closing the door. Jane had already placed the doll on the cleared table. "This isn't very nice, is it, Denny?" It was rather unpleasant at first glance. One might have expected an anatomical dummy in a medical school, but a child's doll. The thing came apart in sections, skin, muscles, organs, miniature, but quite perfect as far as Paradine could see. He was interested. Dunno. Such things haven't the same connotations to a kid. Look at that liver. Is it a liver? Sure. Say, this is funny. What? It isn't anatomically perfect after all. Paradine pulled up a chair. The digestive tract's too short. No large intestine. No appendix either. Should Emma have a thing like this? I wouldn't mind having it myself, Paradine said. Where on earth did Harry pick it up? No, I don't see any harm in it. Adults are conditioned to react unpleasantly to innards. Kids don't. They figure they're solid inside, like a potato. Emma can get a sound working knowledge of physiology from this doll. But what are those? Nerves? No, these are the nerves. Arteries here, veins here. Funny sort of aorta. Paradine looked baffled. What's Latin for network anyway, huh? Rita? Rata? Rallis, Jane suggested at random. That's a sort of breathing, Paradine said crushingly. I can't figure out what this luminous network of stuff is. It goes all through the body like nerves. Blood. Nope, not circulatory, not neural. Funny, it seems to be hooked up with the lungs. They became engrossed, puzzling over the strange doll. It was made with remarkable perfection of detail, and that in itself was strange in view of the physiological variation from the norm. Wait till I get that Gould, Paradine said, and presently was comparing the doll with anatomical charts. He learned little except to increase his bafflement. But it was more fun than a jigsaw puzzle. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Emma was sliding the beads to and fro in the abacus. The motions didn't seem so strange now. Even when the beads vanished, she could almost follow that new direction. Almost. Scott panted, staring into the crystal cube and mentally directing, with many false starts, the building of a structure somewhat more complicated than the one which had been destroyed by fire. He, too, was learning, being conditioned. Paradine's mistake, from a completely anthropomorphic standpoint, was that he didn't get rid of the toys instantly. He did not realize their significance, and by the time he did, the progression of circumstances had got well underway. Uncle Harry remained out of town, so Paradine couldn't check with him. 2, the midterm exams were on, which meant arduous mental effort and complete exhaustion at night, and Jane was slightly ill for a week or so. Emma and Scott had free rein with the toys. "What," Scott asked his father one evening, "is a wabe, Dad?" "Wave?" He hesitated. "I don't think so. Isn't wabe right?" "Wab is Scott for web, that it?" "I don't see how," Scott muttered, and wandered off, scowling, to amuse himself with the abacus. He was able to handle it quite deftly now. But, with the instinct of children for avoiding interruptions, he and Emma usually played with the toys in private. Not obviously, of course, but the more intricate experiments were never performed under the eye of an adult. Scott was learning fast. What he now saw in the crystal cube had little relationship to the original simple problems, but they were fascinatingly technical. Had Scott realized that his education was being guided and supervised, though merely mechanically, he would probably have lost interest. As it was, his initiative was never quashed. Abacus, cube, doll, and other toys the children found in the box. Neither Paradine nor Jane guessed how much of an effect the contents of the time machine were having on the kids. How could they? Youngsters are instinctive dramatists for purposes of self-protection. They have not yet fitted themselves to the exigencies, to them particularly inexplicable, of a mature world. Moreover, their lives are complicated by human variables. They are told by one person that playing in the mud is permissible, but that in their excavations they must not uproot flowers or small trees. Another adult vetoes mud per se. The 10 Commandments are not carved on stone. They vary, and children are helplessly dependent on the caprice of those who give them birth and feed and clothe them, and tyrannize. The young animal does not resent that benevolent tyranny, for it is an essential part of nature. He is, however, an individualist, and maintains his integrity by a subtle, passive fight. Under the eyes of an adult, he changes. Like an actor on stage, when he remembers, he strives to please, and also to attract attention to himself. Such attempts are not unknown to maturity, but adults are less obvious. To other adults. It is difficult to admit that children lack subtlety. Children are different from mature animals because they think in another way. We can more or less easily pierce the pretenses they set up, but they can do the same to us. Ruthlessly, a child can destroy the pretenses of an adult. Iconoclasm is a child's prerogative. Foppishness, for example. The amenities of social intercourse, exaggerated not quite to absurdity. The gigolo. Such savoir-faire! Such punctilious courtesy! The dowager and the blonde young thing are often impressed. Men have less pleasant comments to make. But the child goes to the root of the matter. You're silly! How can an immature human understand the complicated system of social relationships? He can't. To him, an exaggeration of natural courtesy is silly. In his functional structure of life patterns, it is rococo. He is an egotistic little animal who cannot visualize himself in the position of another, certainly not an adult. A self-contained, almost perfect natural unit, his wants supplied by others, the child is much like a unicellular creature floating in the bloodstream, nutriment carried to him, waste products carried away. From the standpoint of logic, a child is rather horribly perfect. A baby may be even more perfect, but so alien to an adult that only superficial standards of comparison apply. The thought processes of an infant are completely unimaginable. But babies think, even before birth. In the womb they move and sleep, not entirely through instinct. We are conditioned to react rather peculiarly to the idea that a nearly viable embryo may think. We are surprised, shocked into laughter, and repelled. Nothing human is alien. But a baby is not human. An embryo is far less human. That, perhaps, was why Emma learned more from the toys than did Scott. He could communicate his thoughts, of course. Emma could not, except in cryptic fragments. The matter of the scrawls, for example. Give a young child pencil and paper, and he will draw something which looks different to him than to an adult. The absurd scribbles have little resemblance to a fire engine, but it is a fire engine to a baby. Perhaps it is even three-dimensional. Babies think differently and see differently. Paradine brooded over that, reading his paper one evening and watching Emma and Scott communicate. Scott was questioning his sister. Sometimes he did it in English. More often he had recourse to gibberish and sign language. Emma tried to reply, but the handicap was too great. Finally, Scott got pencil and paper. Emma liked that. Tongue-in-cheek, she laboriously wrote a message. Scott took the paper, examined it, and scowled. "That isn't right, Emma," he said. Emma nodded vigorously. She seized the pencil again and made more scrawls. Scott puzzled for a while, finally smiled rather hesitantly, and got up. He vanished into the hall. Emma returned to the abacus. Paradine rose and glanced down at the paper, with some mad thought that Emma might abruptly have mastered calligraphy. But she hadn't. The paper was covered with meaningless scrawls of a type familiar to any parent. Paradine pursed his lips. It might be a graph showing the mental variations of a manic-depressive cockroach, but probably wasn't. Still, it no doubt had meaning to Emma. Perhaps the scribble represented Mr. Bear. Scott returned, looking pleased. He met Emma's gaze and nodded. Paradine felt a twinge of curiosity. "Secrets?" "Nope. Emma, asked me to do something for her." "Oh." Paradine, recalling instances of babies who had babbled in unknown tongues and baffled linguistics, made a note to pocket the paper when the kids had finished with it. The next day he showed the scrawl to Elkins at the university. Elkins had a sound working knowledge of many unlikely languages, but he chuckled over Emma's venture into literature. "Here's a free translation, Dennis. Quote, 'I don't know what this means, but I kid the hell out of my father with it,' unquote." The two men laughed and went off to their classes. But later Paradine was to remember the incident, especially after he met Holloway. Before that, however, months were to pass, and the situation to develop even further toward its climax. Perhaps Paradine and Jane had evinced too much interest in the toys. Emma and Scott took to keeping them hidden, playing with them only in private. They never did it overtly, but with a certain unobtrusive caution. Nevertheless, Jane especially was somewhat troubled. She spoke to Paradine about it one evening. "That doll Harry gave Emma?" "Yeah. I was downtown today and tried to find out where it came from. No soap. Maybe Harry bought it in New York." Jane was unconvinced. "I asked them about the other things, too. They showed me their stock. Johnson's a big store, you know. But there's nothing like Emma's abacus." Paradine wasn't much interested. They had tickets for a show that night, and it was getting late. So the subject was dropped for the nonce. Later it cropped up again when a neighbor telephoned Jane. "Scotty's never been like that, Denny. Mrs. Burns said he frightened the devil out of her Francis." "Francis? A little fat bully of a punk, isn't he?" "Like his father. I broke Burns's nose for him once when we were sophomores." "Stop boasting and listen," Jane said, mixing a highball. "Scott showed Francis something that scared him. Hadn't you better—" "I suppose so." Paradine listened. Noises in the next room told him the whereabouts of his son. "Scotty!" "Bang!" Scott said, and appeared, smiling. "I killed 'em all. Space pirates. You want me, Dad?" "Yes. If you don't mind leaving the space pirates unburied for a few minutes. What did you do to Francis Burns?" Scott's blue eyes reflected incredible candor. "Huh?" "Try hard. You can remember, I'm sure." Oh, that. I didn't do nothing." "Anything?" Jane corrected absently. "Anything. Honest, I just let him look into my television set, and it scared him." "Television set?" Scott produced the crystal cube. "It isn't really that. See?" Paradine examined the gadget, startled by the magnification. All he could see, though, was a maze of meaningless colored designs. "Uncle Harry—" Paradine reached for the telephone. Scott gulped.
Is Uncle Harry back in town?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta take a bath.
Scott headed for the door. Paradine met Jane's eyes and nodded significantly. Harry was home, but disclaimed all knowledge of the peculiar toys. Rather grimly, Paradine requested Scott to bring down from his room all of the playthings. Finally, they lay in a row on the table. Cube, abacus, doll, helmet-like cap, several other mysterious contraptions. Scott was cross-examined. He lied valiantly for a time, but broke down at last and bawled, hiccuping his confession. "Get the box these things came in," Paradine ordered. "Then head for bed."
"Are you, gonna punish me, Daddy?"
"For playing hooky and lying, yes. You know the rules. No more shows for 2 weeks. No sodas for the same period." Scott gulped.
"You gonna keep my things?"
"I don't know yet."
"Well, good night, Daddy. Good night, Mom."
After the small figure had gone upstairs, Paradine dragged a chair to the table and carefully scrutinized the box. He poked thoughtfully at the focused gadgetry. Jane watched. "What is it, Denny?" "Dunno. Who'd leave a box of toys down by the creek?" "It might have fallen out of a car." "Not at that point. The road doesn't hit the creek north of the railroad trestle. Empty lots, nothing else." Paradine lit a cigarette. "Drink, honey? I'll fix it." Jane went to work, her eyes troubled. She brought Paradine a glass and stood behind him, ruffling his hair with her fingers. "Is anything wrong?" "Of course not. Only, where did these toys come from?" "Johnson's didn't know, and they get their stock from New York." "I've been checking up, too," Paradine admitted. "That doll," he poked it, "rather worried me. Custom jobs, maybe, but I wish I knew who'd made 'em." "A psychologist? That abacus, don't they give people tests with such things?" Paradine snapped his fingers. "Right. And say, there's a guy going to speak at the university next week, a fellow named Holloway, who's a child psychologist. He's a big shot with quite a reputation. He might know something about it." "Holloway? I don't Rex Holloway. He's, he doesn't live far from here. Do you suppose he might have had these things made himself?" Jane was examining the abacus. She grimaced and drew back. "If he did, I don't like him. But see if you can find out, Denny." Paradine nodded. "I shall." He drank his highball, frowning. He was vaguely worried, but he wasn't scared. Yet. Rex Holloway was a fat, shiny man with a bald head and thick spectacles, above which his thick black brows lay like bushy caterpillars. Paradine brought him home to dinner one night a week later. Holloway did not appear to watch the children, but nothing they did or said was lost on him. His gray eyes, shrewd and bright, missed little. The toys fascinated him. In the living room, the three adults gathered around the table, where the playthings had been placed. Holloway studied them carefully as he listened to what Jane and Paradine had to say. At last he broke his silence. "I'm glad I came here tonight, but not completely. This is very disturbing, you know." "Eh?" Paradine stared, and Jane's face showed her consternation. Holloway's next words did not calm them. "We are dealing with madness." He smiled at the shocked looks they gave him. "All children are mad from an adult viewpoint. Ever read Hughes' High Wind in Jamaica?" "I've got it." Paradine secured the little book from its shelf. Holloway extended a hand, took it, and flipped the pages till he had found the place he wanted. He read aloud, "Babies, of course, are not human. They are animals and have a very ancient and ramified culture, as cats have, and fishes, and even snakes. The same in kind as these, but much more complicated and vivid, since babies are, after all, one of the most developed species of the lower vertebrates. In short, babies have minds which work in terms and categories of their own, which cannot be translated into the terms and categories of the human mind." Jane tried to take that calmly, but couldn't. "You don't mean that, Emma, could you think like your daughter?" Holloway asked. "Listen, one can no more think like a baby than one can think like a bee." Paradine mixed drinks. Over his shoulder, he said, "You're theorizing quite a bit, aren't you? As I get it, you're implying that babies have a culture of their own, even a high standard of intelligence." "Not necessarily. There's no yardstick, you see. All I say is that babies think in other ways than we do.
Not necessarily better, that's a question of relative values, but with a different matter of extension.
He sought for words, grimacing.
Fantasy,
Paradine said rather rudely, but annoyed because of Emma.
Babies don't have different senses from ours. Who said they did?
Holloway demanded.
They use their minds in a different way, that's all. But it's quite enough.
I'm trying to understand, Jane said slowly. All I can think of is my mixmaster. It can whip up batter and potatoes, but it can squeeze oranges, too.
Something like that. The brain's a colloid, a very complicated machine. We don't know much about its potentialities. We don't even know how much it can grasp. But it is known that the mind becomes conditioned as the human animal matures. It follows certain familiar theorems, and all thought thereafter is pretty well based on patterns taken for granted. Look at this.
Holloway touched the abacus.
Have you experimented with it?
A little, Paradine said.
But not much, eh?
Well,
why not?
It's pointless, Paradine complained. Even a puzzle has to have some logic. But those crazy angles,
your mind has been conditioned to Euclid,
Holloway said.
So this thing bores us and seems pointless. But a child knows nothing of Euclid. A different sort of geometry from ours wouldn't impress him as being illogical. He believes what he sees.
Are you trying to tell me that this gadget's got a fourth-dimensional extension? Paradine demanded.
Not visually, anyway,
Holloway denied.
All I say is that our minds, conditioned to Euclid, can see nothing in this but an illogical tangle of wires. But a child, especially a baby, might see more. Not at first. It'd be a puzzle, of course, only a child wouldn't be handicapped by too many preconceived ideas.
Hardening of the thought arteries, Jane interjected. Paradine was not convinced. Then a baby could work calculus better than Einstein? No, I don't mean that. I can see your point, more or less clearly, only,
well, look, let's suppose there are two kinds of geometry. We'll limit it for the sake of the example. Our kind, Euclidean, and another, which we'll call X. X hasn't much relationship to Euclid. It's based on different theorems. 2 and 2 needn't equal 4 in it. They could equal y squared, or they might not even equal. A baby's mind is not yet conditioned except by certain questionable factors of heredity and environment. Start the infant on Euclid.
Poor kid, Jane said.
Holloway shot her a quick glance. The basis of Euclid. Alphabet blocks. Math, geometry, algebra. They come much later. We're familiar with that development. On the other hand, start the baby with the basic principles of our X logic.
Blocks? What kind?
Holloway looked at the abacus. It wouldn't make much sense to us, but we've been conditioned to Euclid.
Paradine poured himself a stiff shot of whiskey. That's pretty awful. You're not limiting to math.
Right. I'm not limiting it at all. How can I? I'm not conditioned to X logic. There's the answer, Jane said with a sigh of relief. Who is? It'd take such a person to make the sort of toys you apparently think these are.
Holloway nodded, his eyes behind the thick lenses blinking.
Such people may exist. Where? They might prefer to keep hidden.
Superman?
I wish I knew. You see, Paradine, we've got yardstick trouble again. By our standards, these people might seem super-dupers in certain respects. In others, they might seem moronic. It's not a quantitative difference, it's qualitative. They think different. And I'm sure we can do things they can't.
Maybe they wouldn't want to, Jane said. Paradine tapped the fused gadgetry on the box. What about this?
It implies a purpose, sure. Transportation. One thinks of that first. If so, the box might have come from anywhere.
Where things are different? Paradine asked slowly.
Exactly. In space or even time. I don't know, I'm a psychologist. Unfortunately, I'm conditioned to Euclid, too.
Funny place it must be, Jane said.
Denny, get rid of those toys.
I intend to.
Holloway picked up the crystal cube. Did you question the children much?
Paradine said, yeah. Scott said there were people in that cube when he first looked. I asked him what was in it now.
What did he say?
The psychologist's eyes widened. He said they were building a place. His exact words. I asked him who? People?
but he couldn't explain. No, I suppose not, Holloway muttered. It must be progressive. How long have the children had these toys? About 3 months, I guess. Time enough. The perfect toy, you see, is both instructive and mechanical. It should do things to interest a child, and it should teach, preferably unobtrusively. Simple problems at first. Later, X-logic, Jane said, white-faced. Paradine cursed under his breath. Emma and Scott are perfectly normal. Do you know how their minds work, now? Holloway didn't pursue the thought. He fingered the doll. It would be interesting to know the conditions of the place where these things came from. Induction doesn't help a great deal, though. Too many factors are missing. We can't visualize a world based on the X factor, environment adjusted to mind's thinking in X patterns. This luminous network inside the doll, it could be anything. It could exist inside us, though we haven't discovered it yet. When we find the right stain... He shrugged. What do you make of this? It was a crimson globe, 2 inches in diameter, with a protruding knob upon its surface. What could anyone make of it? Scott? Emma? I hadn't even seen it till about 3 weeks ago. Then Emma started to play with it. Paradine nibbled his lip. After that, Scott got interested. Just what do they do? Hold it up in front of them and move it back and forth. No particular pattern of movement. No Euclidean pattern, Holloway corrected. At first they couldn't understand the toy's purpose. They had to be educated up to it. That's horrible, Jane said. Not to them. Emma is probably quicker at understanding X than is Scott, for her mind isn't yet conditioned to this environment. Paradine said, But I can remember plenty of things I did as a child, even as a baby. Well, was I mad then? The things you don't remember are the criterion of your madness, Holloway retorted. But I use the word madness purely as a convenient symbol for the variation from the known human norm, the arbitrary standard of sanity. Jane put down her glass. You said that induction was difficult, Mr. Holloway, but it seems to me you're making a great deal of it from very little. After all, these toys, I am a psychologist, and I've specialized in children. I'm not a layman. These toys mean a great deal to me, chiefly because they mean so little. You might be wrong. Well, I rather hope I am. I'd like to examine the children. Jane rose in arms. How? After Holloway had explained, she nodded, though still a bit hesitandy. Well, that's all right. But they're not guinea pigs. The psychologist patted the air with a plump hand. My dear girl, I'm not a Frankenstein. To me, the individual is the prime factor. Naturally, since I work with minds, if there's anything wrong with the youngsters, I want to cure them. Paradine put down his cigarette and slowly watched blue smoke spiral up, wavering in an unfelt draft. Can you give a prognosis? I'll try. That's all I can say. If the undeveloped minds have been turned into the X channel, it's necessary to divert them back. I'm not saying that's the wisest thing to do, but it probably is from our standards. After all, Emma and Scott will have to live in this world. Yeah, I can't believe there's much wrong. They seem about average, thoroughly normal. Superficially, they may seem so. They've no reason for acting abnormally, have they? And how can you tell if they think differently? I'll call them, Paradine said. Make it informal, then. I don't want them to be on guard. Jane nodded at the toys. Holloway said, Leave the stuff here, eh? But the psychologist, after Emma and Scott were summoned, made no immediate move towards direct questioning. He managed to draw Scott unobtrusively into the conversation, dropping key words now and then. Nothing so obvious as a word association test. Cooperation is necessary for that. The most interesting development occurred when Holloway took up the abacus. Mind showing me how this works? Scott hesitated. Yes, sir. Like this. He slid a bead deftly through the maze, in a tangled course, so swiftly that no one was quite sure whether or not it ultimately vanished. It might have been merely legerdemain. Then again, Holloway tried. Scott watched, wrinkling his nose. That right? Uh-huh. It's got to go there. Here? Why? Well, that's the only way to make it work. But Holloway was conditioned to Euclid. There was no apparent reason why the bead should slide from this particular wire to the other. It looked like a random factor. Also, Holloway suddenly noticed, this wasn't the path the bead had taken previously
when Scott had worked the puzzle, at least as well as he could tell.
"Will you show me again?"
Scott did, and twice more on request. Holloway blinked through his glasses. Random, yes, and a variable. Scott moved the bead along a different course each time. Somehow none of the adults could tell whether or not the bead vanished. If they had expected to see it disappear, their reactions might have been different. In the end, nothing was solved. Holloway, as he said good night, seemed ill at ease.
"May I come again?"
"I wish you would," Jane told him. "Any time." "You still think—" He nodded.
"The children's minds are not reacting normally. They're not dull at all, but I have the most extraordinary impression that they arrive at conclusions in a way we don't understand, as though they used algebra while we used geometry. The same conclusion, but a different method of reaching it."
"What about the toys?" Paradine asked suddenly.
"Keep them out of the way. I'd like to borrow them if I may."
That night, Paradine slept badly. Holloway's parallel had been ill chosen. It led to disturbing theories. The X factor. The children were using the equivalent of algebraic reasoning while adults used geometry. Fair enough. Only algebra can give you answers that geometry cannot, since there are certain terms and symbols that cannot be expressed geometrically. Suppose X logic showed conclusions inconceivable to an adult mind.
"Damn,"
Paradine whispered. Jane stirred beside him.
"Dear, can't you sleep either?"
No. He got up and went into the next room. Emma slept peacefully as a cherub, her fat arm curled around Mr. Bear. Through the open doorway, Paradine could see Scott's dark head motionless on the pillow. Jane was beside him. He slipped his arm around her. "Poor little people," she murmured, "and Holloway called them mad. I think we're the ones who are crazy, Dennis." "Uh-huh. We've got jitters." Scott stirred in his sleep. Without awakening, he called what was obviously a question, though it did not seem to be in any particular language. Emma gave a little mewling cry that changed pitch sharply. She had not wakened. The children lay without stirring. But, Paradine thought with a sudden sickness in his middle, it was exactly as though Scott had asked Emma something, and she had replied. Had their minds changed so that even sleep was different to them? He thrust the thought away. "You'll catch cold. Let's get back to bed. Want a drink?" "I think I do," Jane said, watching Emma. Her hand reached out blindly towards the child. She drew it back. "Come on, we'll wake the kids." They drank a little brandy together, but said nothing. Jane cried in her sleep later. Scott was not awake, but his mind worked in slow, careful building. Thus,
"They'll take the toys away. The fat man? Listava dangerous, maybe. But the Goric direction won't show. Evanchrist Dunn hasn't them. In transdection, bright and shiny. Emma, she's more Copranic high now than... I still don't see how to... Thavarar Lixery dist."
A little of Scott's thoughts could still be understood, but Emma had become conditioned to act much faster. She was thinking, too. Not like an adult or a child, not even like a human, except perhaps a human of a type shockingly unfamiliar to genus Homo. Sometimes Scott himself had difficulty in following her thoughts. If it had not been for Holloway, life might have settled back into an almost normal routine. The toys were no longer active reminders. Emma still enjoyed her dolls and sandpile with a thoroughly explicable delight. Scott was satisfied with baseball and his chemical set. They did everything other children did, and evinced few, if any, flashes of abnormality. But Holloway seemed to be an alarmist. He was having the toys tested, with rather idiotic results. He drew endless charts and diagrams, corresponded with mathematicians, engineers, and other psychologists, and went quietly crazy trying to find rhyme or reason in the construction of the gadgets. The box itself, with its cryptic machinery, told nothing. Fusing had melted too much of the stuff into slag. But the toys... It was the random element that baffled investigation. Even that was a matter of semantics, for Holloway was convinced that it wasn't really random. There just weren't enough known factors. No adult could work the abacus, for example, and Holloway thoughtfully refrained from letting a child play with the thing. The crystal cube was similarly cryptic. It showed a mad pattern of colors, which sometimes moved. In this, it resembled a kaleidoscope, but the shifting of balance and gravity didn't affect it. Again, the random factor. Or rather, the unknown. The X pattern. Eventually, Paradine and Jane slipped back into something like complacence, with a feeling that the children had been cured of their mental quirk, now that the contributing cause had been removed. Certain of the actions of Emma and Scott gave them every reason to quit worrying. For the kids enjoyed swimming, hiking, movies, games, the normal functional toys of this particular time sector. It was true that they failed to master certain rather puzzling mechanical devices which involved some calculation. A three-dimensional jigsaw globe Paradine had picked up, for example. But he found that difficult himself. Once in a while there were lapses. Scott was hiking with his father one Saturday afternoon, and the two had paused at the summit of a hill. Beneath them a rather lovely valley was spread. "Pretty, isn't it?" Paradine remarked. Scott examined the scene gravely. "It's all wrong," he said. "Eh?" "I don't know." "What's wrong about it?" "Gee." Scott lapsed into puzzled silence. "I don't know." The children had missed their toys, but not for long. Emma recovered first, though Scott still moped. He held unintelligible conversations with his sister and studied meaningless scrawls she drew on paper he supplied. It was almost as though he was consulting her, anent difficult problems beyond his grasp. If Emma understood more, Scott had more real intelligence and manipulatory skill as well. He built a gadget with his mechano set, but was dissatisfied. The apparent cause of his dissatisfaction was exactly why Paradine was relieved when he viewed the structure. It was the sort of thing a normal boy would make, vaguely reminiscent of a cubistic ship. It was a bit too normal to please Scott. He asked Emma more questions, though in private. She thought for a time, and then made more scrawls with an awkwardly clutched pencil. "Can you read that stuff?" Jane asked her son one morning. "Not read it, exactly. I can tell what she means. Not all the time, but mostly." "Is it writing?" "No, it doesn't mean what it looks like." "Symbolism," Paradine suggested over his coffee. Jane looked at him, her eyes widening. "Denny." He winked and shook his head. Later, when they were alone, he said, "Don't let Holloway upset you. I'm not implying that the kids are corresponding in an unknown tongue. If Emma draws a squiggle and says it's a flower, that's an arbitrary rule. Scott remembers that. Next time she draws the same sort of squiggle, or tries to, well..." "Sure," Jane said doubtfully. "Have you noticed Scott's been doing a lot of reading lately?" "I noticed. Nothing unusual, though. No Kant or Spinoza. He browses, that's all." "Well, so did I at his age," Paradine said, and went off to his morning classes. He lunched with Holloway, which was becoming a daily habit, and spoke of Emma's literary endeavors. "Was I right about symbolism, Rex?" The psychologist nodded. "Quite right. Our own language is nothing but arbitrary symbolism now, at least in its application. Look here." On his napkin he drew a very narrow ellipse. "What's that?" "You mean, what does it represent?" "Yes. What does it suggest to you? It could be a crude representation of what?" "Plenty of things," Paradine said. "Rim of a glass, a fried egg, a loaf of French bread, a cigar." Holloway added a little triangle to his drawing, apex joined to one end of the ellipse. He looked up at Paradine. "A fish," the latter said instantly. "Our familiar symbol for a fish. Even without fins, eyes, or mouth, it's recognizable because we've been conditioned to identify this particular shape with our mental picture of a fish. The basis of a rebus. A symbol, to us, means a lot more than what we actually see on paper. What's in your mind when you look at this sketch?" "Why, a fish." "Keep going.
What do you visualize? Everything.
Scales, Paradine said slowly, looking into space. Water, foam, a fish's eye, the fins, the colors.
So the symbol represents a lot more than just the abstract idea, fish. Note the connotation's that of a noun, not a verb. It's harder to express actions by symbolism, you know. Anyway, reverse the process. Suppose you want to make a symbol for some concrete noun, say bird. Draw it.
Paradine drew 2 connected arcs, concavities down.
The lowest common denominator.
Holloway nodded.
The natural tendency is to simplify, especially when a child is seeing something for the first time and has few standards of comparison. He tries to identify the new thing with what's already familiar to him. Ever notice how a child draws the ocean?
He didn't wait for an answer. He went on.
A series of jagged points, like the oscillating line on a seismograph. When I first saw the Pacific, I was about 3. I remember it pretty clearly. It looked tilted. A flat plane slanted at an angle. The waves were regular triangles, apex upward. Now, I didn't see them stylized that way, but later, remembering, I had to find some familiar standard of comparison, which is the only way of getting any conception of an entirely new thing. The average child tries to draw these regular triangles, but his coordination's poor. He gets a seismograph pattern.
All of which means what?
A child sees the ocean. He stylizes it. He draws a certain definite pattern symbolic to him of the sea. Emma's scrawls may be symbols too. I don't mean that the world looks different to her. Brighter, perhaps, and sharper, more vivid and with a slackening of perception above her eye level. What I do mean is that her thought processes are different, that she translates what she sees into abnormal symbols.
You still believe?
Yes, I do. Her mind has been conditioned unusually. It may be that she breaks down what she sees into simple, obvious patterns and realizes a significance to those patterns that we can't understand. Like the abacus. She saw a pattern in that, though to us it was completely random.
Paradine abruptly decided to taper off these luncheon engagements with Holloway. The man was an alarmist. His theories were growing more fantastic than ever, and he dragged in anything, applicable or not, that would support them. Rather sardonically, he said, "Do you mean Emma's communicating with Scott in an unknown language?"
"In symbols for which she hasn't any words. I'm sure Scott understands a great deal of those scrawls. To him, an isosceles triangle may represent any factor, though probably a concrete noun. Would a man who knew nothing of chemistry understand what H2O meant? Would he realize that the symbol could evoke a picture of the ocean?"
Paradine didn't answer. Instead, he mentioned to Holloway Scott's curious remark that the landscape from the hill had looked all wrong. A moment later, he was inclined to regret his impulse, for the psychologist was off again.
"Scott's thought patterns are building up to a sum that doesn't equal this world. Perhaps he's subconsciously expecting to see the world where those toys came from."
Paradine stopped listening. Enough was enough. The kids were getting along all right, and the only remaining disturbing factor was Holloway himself. That night, however, Scott evinced an interest, later significant, in eels. There was nothing apparently harmful in natural history. Paradine explained about eels.
"But where do they lay their eggs? Or do they?"
"That's still a mystery. Their spawning grounds are unknown. Maybe the Sargasso Sea, or the deeps where the pressure can help them force the young out of their bodies."
"Funny,"
Scott said, thinking deeply. "Salmon do the same thing, more or less. They go up rivers to spawn." Paradine went into detail. Scott was fascinated.
"But that's right, Dad. They're born in the river, and when they learn how to swim, they go down to the sea. And they come back to lay their eggs, huh?"
"Right."
"Only they wouldn't come back," Scott pondered. "They'd just send their eggs."
"It'd take a very long ovipositor," Paradine said, and vouchsafed some well-chosen remarks upon oviparity. His son wasn't entirely satisfied. Flowers, he contended, sent their seeds long distances. They don't guide them. Not many find fertile soil.
Flowers haven't got brains, though. Dad, why do people live here?
Glendale?
No, here. This whole place. It isn't all there is, I bet.
Do you mean the other planets? Scott was hesitant.
This is only part of the big place. It's like the river where the salmon go. Why don't people go on down to the ocean when they grow up?
Paradine realized that Scott was speaking figuratively. He felt a brief chill. The ocean. The young of the species are not conditioned to live in the more complete world of their parents. Having developed sufficiently, they enter that world. Later they breed. The fertilized eggs are buried in the sand far up the river, where later they hatch. And they learn. Instinct alone is fatally slow, especially in the case of a specialized genus unable to cope even with this world, unable to feed or drink or survive unless someone has foresightedly provided for those needs. The young, fed and tended, would survive. There would be incubators and robots. They would survive, but they would not know how to swim downstream to the vaster world of the ocean. So they must be taught. They must be trained and conditioned in many ways. Painlessly, subtly, unobtrusively. Children love toys that do things, and if those toys teach at the same time. In the latter half of the 19th century, an Englishman sat on a grassy bank near a stream. A very small girl lay near him, staring up at the sky. She had discarded a curious toy with which she had been playing, and now was murmuring a wordless little song to which the man listened with half an ear. "What was that, my dear?" he asked at last.
"Just something I made up, Uncle Charles."
"Sing it again." He pulled out a notebook. The girl obeyed. "Does it mean anything?" She nodded.
"Oh, yes. Like the stories I tell you, you know."
"They're wonderful stories, dear."
"And you'll put them in a book some day?"
"Yes, but I must change them quite a lot or no one would understand. But I don't think I'll change your little song."
"You mustn't. If you did, it wouldn't mean anything."
"I won't change that stanza anyway," he promised. "Just what does it mean?"
"It's the way out, I think," the girl said doubtfully. "I'm not sure yet. My magic toys told me."
"I wish I knew what London shops sold these marvelous toys."
"Mamma bought them for me. She's dead. Papa doesn't care."
She lied. She had found the toys in a box one day as she played by the Thames, and they were indeed wonderful. Her little song. Uncle Charles thought it didn't mean anything. He wasn't her real uncle, she parenthesized, but he was nice. The song meant a great deal. It was the way. Presently she would do what it said, and then... But she was already too old. She never found the way. Paradine had dropped Holloway. Jane had taken a dislike to him, naturally enough, since what she wanted most of all was to have her fears calmed. Since Scott and Emma acted normally now, Jane felt satisfied. It was partly wishful thinking, to which Paradine could not entirely subscribe. Scott kept bringing gadgets to Emma for her approval. Usually she'd shake her head. Sometimes she would look doubtful. Very occasionally she would signify agreement. Then there would be an hour of laborious, crazy scribbling on scraps of notepaper, and Scott, after studying the notations, would arrange and rearrange his rocks, bits of machinery, candle ends, and assorted junk. Each day the maid cleaned them away, and each day Scott began again. He condescended to explain a little to his puzzled father, who could see no rhyme or reason in the game. "But why is this pebble right here?"
"It's hard and round, Dad. It belongs there."
"So is this one hard and round?"
"Well, that's got Vaseline on it. When you get that far, you can't see just a hard, round thing."
"What comes next? This candle?" Scott looked disgusted.
"That's toward the end. The iron ring's next."
It was, Paradine thought, like a scout trail through the woods, markers in a labyrinth. But here again was the random factor. Logic halted, familiar logic, at Scott's motives in arranging the junk as he did. Paradine went out. Over his shoulder he saw Scott pull a crumpled piece of paper and a pencil from his pocket and head for Emma, who was squatted in a corner thinking things over. Well. Jane was lunching with Uncle Harry, and on this hot Sunday afternoon there was little to do but read the papers. Paradine settled himself in the coolest place he could find, with a Collins, and lost himself in the comic strips. An hour later, a clatter of feet upstairs roused him from his doze. Scott's voice was crying exultantly, "This is it, Slug! Come on!" Paradine stood up quickly, frowning. As he went into the hall, the telephone began to ring. Jane had promised a call. His hand was on the receiver when Emma's faint voice squealed with excitement. Paradine grimaced. What the devil was going on upstairs? Scott shrieked, "Look out! This way!" Paradine, his mouth working, his nerves ridiculously tense, forgot the phone and raced up the stairs. The door of Scott's room was open. The children were vanishing. They went in fragments, like thick smoke in a wind, or like movement in a distorting mirror. Hand in hand they went, in a direction Paradine could not understand, and as he blinked there on the threshold, they were gone. "Emma!" he said, dry-throated. "Scotty!" On the carpet lay a pattern of markers, pebbles, an iron ring, junk, a random pattern. A crumpled sheet of paper blew toward Paradine. He picked it up automatically. "Kids, where are you? Don't hide! Emma! Scotty!" Downstairs, the telephone stopped its shrill, monotonous ringing. Paradine looked at the paper he held. It was a leaf torn from a book. There were interlineations and marginal notes in Emma's meaningless scrawl. A stanza of verse had been so underlined and scribbled over that it was almost illegible, but Paradine was thoroughly familiar with Through the Looking-Glass. His memory gave him the words, "'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome-raths outgrabe." Idiotically, he thought, Humpty Dumpty explained it. A wabe is the plot of grass around a sundial. A sundial. Time. It had something to do with time. A long time ago, Scotty asked me what a wabe was. Symbolism. 'Twas brillig. A perfect mathematical formula, giving all the conditions, in symbolism the children had finally understood. The junk on the floor. The toves had to be made slithy, Vaseline, and they had to be placed in a certain relationship so that they'd gyre and gimble. Lunacy! But it had not been lunacy to Emma and Scott. They thought differently. They used X logic. Those notes Emma had made on the page, she'd translated Carol's words into symbols both she and Scott could understand. The random factor had made sense to the children. They had fulfilled the conditions of the time-span equation. And the mome-raths outgrabe. Paradine made a rather ghastly little sound deep in his throat. He looked at the crazy pattern on the carpet. If he could follow it as the kids had done, but he couldn't. The pattern was senseless. The random factor defeated him. He was conditioned to Euclid. Even if he went insane, he still couldn't do it. It would be the wrong kind of lunacy. His mind had stopped working now. But in a moment the stasis of incredulous horror would pass. Paradine crumpled the page in his fingers. "Emma, Scotty," he called in a dead voice, as though he could expect no response. Sunlight slanted through the open windows, brightening the golden pelt of Mr. Bear. Downstairs, the ringing of the telephone began again. After National Geographic. Jason Collar. Reading time 1 minute. You say the birds are dinosaurs, and if we visit Antarctica before the snow, before the tumbling sheets of ice like sharp rag dolls hand-wave into the ocean, we'd make way for dromaeosaurs leaping after protoducks. More feathers than scales, your dinosaurs. As a boy, I molded from Play-Doh triceratops who grazed patiently through the backyard grass I'd ripped free and glued into place for my shoebox diorama. If you live long enough, the dinosaurs you know change names, change shape, sprout feathers, feel their teeth recede into beaks. For all they lose, their bluster, their roar, now the dinosaurs learn to fly.
MINERVA GIRLS, James Van Pelt. Reading time, 59 minutes. Jacqueline theorized how to build a private video connection for the three of us from broken baby monitors, trashed cell phones, and digital displays. I collected her shopping list from Dad's junkyard, and Salina took Jacqueline's scribbled plans, deciphered them, and somehow turned the 3 boxes of abandoned electronics I gathered into a working communication system. We sat in our own bedrooms, in our own houses, and talked whenever we wanted. Jacqueline came up with the idea because all of our parents said we weren't old enough for smartphones. "Thanks, Penny," Salina said when I gave her the box of parts. "You have all the coolest stuff," she added. We were 8. And we decided we should never be apart. At least I believed that then. 6 years later, near the end of summer before we were to start 9th grade, Jacqueline said, "We can go to the moon." She sat in her favorite seat by the submersible club's control panel. The LED lights gave her face a ghastly hue, and dark hair covered her shoulders. She'd traded glasses for contacts at Christmas, and her face still looked naked to me. High school is a chance to remake yourself, don't you think? I don't want to be the geeky kid with glasses. Salina tinkered with the CO2 scrubber. We could stay in the submersible club as long as we wanted. The scrubber worked, but the air smelled like a vegetable drawer gone bad. At the time, she'd said, "As if the glasses are what make you geeky." "They're going to put me in with upperclassmen. It'll be bad enough being 3 years younger than everyone else." So she got contacts. I sat by a porthole. Outside, the quarry grass twisted slowly like a thick, sluggish carpet, while a catfish muscled through, probing the bottom with its whiskered mouth. Algae flecks drifted by. The day had been cloudless when we called the club to shore and boarded her, and the water was particularly clear. 30 feet down, where the lights started to dim, I still had a good view. "Dad doesn't have junk we can turn into a spaceship," I said. "Besides, NASA bailed on the moon 50 years ago." Jacqueline grinned. "You're missing the beauty, Penny. We don't need a spaceship. We'll take this." She waved her hand, encompassing the entirety of the old gas station storage tank we'd spent last summer turning into the submersible club. By the time we were done, Salina had taught us both how to be competent welders. We keep water out under a lake. In outer space, we can keep air in. I imagined the 3 of us disappearing in a flash of flame and poor planning. "We have no rockets, and we can't make the fuel. That stuff is wicked explosive." "We don't need rockets." Salina extracted herself from the CO2 scrubber. It filled the back quarter of the club, along with the battery packs, the diesel generator we ran when we surfaced, and her tools. "I'd like to go to the moon." She stood tall and slender, and was a magician with her hands when it came to soldering and assembling and making it all fit. "Do you have schematics?" "Working on the numbers," Jacqueline said. 2 more days." As always, they were way ahead of me. Dad said, "A customer out front needs a replacement motor for his blender. It's an Osterizer Imperial Dual Range Cyclomatic 14. Can you find one? Or a motor to double for it?" I munched on a jelly sandwich. "Is he a restoration nut? The Cyclomatic 14 is from the 70s. He could replace it on eBay for $10. An eBay customer doesn't make us money. Do we have one or not? Dad specialized in auto and truck parts. If you wanted a transmission for a 1948 Chevrolet Thriftmaster 5-window pickup, he knew exactly where we'd parked it and what size wrenches for the job. But I excelled in the smaller stuff. I spent a lot of time wandering the junkyard. Maybe. Dad sighed and leaned against the counter. What's it going to cost? I gave him the squinty eye, like I was being shrewd. Well, we're out of chocolate ice cream. Okay, you're on. If you can find the motor, I'll pop for the good stuff. Mom always called Dad her swarthy sweetheart. I thought for the longest time that swarthy meant strong, and he is, too. I snagged the key for the golf cart as I headed out the back door. The yard stretched over 15 acres, much deeper than wide, and even with the cart, it could take a while to get to the farthest reaches overlooking the old quarry. But I'd modified the transmission. I whipped through the twisty path, leaning into the curves, scrap metal whipping past on both sides. Dad would kill me if he saw me drive like this. But oh, I loved to be behind the wheel. If it moved, I wanted to steer, and the faster the better. The thought of getting a driver's license in a couple years kept me awake at night. When I returned, after finding the little motor way back in the yard, beyond stacks of washing machines and teetering towers of hot tubs and refrigerators, after digging through a bin of blenders, mixers, can openers, and electric knives, Dad said fondly, "You're not like other little girls, are you? And I bet the guy will be happy to pay $20 for this." The three of us attended summer school. Sarina failed 8th grade English. I had to retake world geography. I just couldn't keep those European countries straight on a world map, and I never remembered more than 32 of the states. And Jacqueline volunteered as the student assistant in AP Calculus for those kids who took school in summer for fun. Most of the rooms were empty as I trudged to remedial geography. Desks needing replacement were piled in the hallway, and the festive "Welcome to Summer" and "We'll miss you" posters had been torn down, leaving the walls bare and sad-looking. I imagined how I'd feel if this were the moon, and how light my steps would be. But I guess I couldn't do it well enough. I stayed stubbornly earthbound. 20 kids sat in the geography room. Worst of the worst. The Fab Four filled the back row. Melissa, Melinda, Vivian, and Victoria. Like a 4-pack of genetically identical lab rats. They weren't biologically related, except maybe to some dim-witted, snobby pre-humans from millenniums in the past. But they dressed and did their hair and wore their makeup as if they conference called every morning. They'd disappointed teachers and underperformed together since 1st grade. When I passed, they rolled their eyes, as if it hurt to share their universe with me. Heck, I would have rolled my eyes at me. How hard could it be to remember 50 states? I memorized stuff I cared about all the time. A boy sitting near me had terrible body odor. I noticed the teacher didn't wander near my side of the room as she lectured. Several others smelled of cigarettes, and the entire class stunk of sullen resentment. Aromatherapy in reverse. The teacher handed out United States maps without labels for the states. Going left to right from the top, I filled in Washington, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and then the Great Lakes got in the way. A few states later, I'd be in Maine. I couldn't remember anything in the next row. Why the Founding Fathers didn't lay the whole thing out in a neat grid, naming alphabetically, baffled me. Only a couple of the states were square, my state, Kansas, being one, almost. The mapmakers must have hated school kids. The boy behind me poked me in the back. "Hey, junkyard," he whispered. Let me copy your map. I moved so he could peek over my shoulder. I wrote Caledonia for California, Washwater for Nevada, the names of Santa's reindeer for 9 other states. I thought for sure he'd catch on when I labeled Florida as Rudolph, but he kept writing until I finished. He turned it in at the end of class without thanking me. I hung back until the room emptied, asked the teacher for another sheet, and then quickly redid mine, putting in the 32 states I knew. I felt bad for keeping the teacher late. I bet she wanted to leave as much as I did. I said, "Wouldn't you rather be on a sunny Rudolph beach instead?" "Rudolph?" she said. "Yeah, you know, where Disney World is." She looked puzzled. We started calling ourselves the MINERVA Girls in 7th grade. I'd been reading about virgins, just idle research, and came across Minerva, one of 3 virgin goddesses who never married. I tried talking Jacqueline and Sarina into changing their names into Vesta and Diana, but when they learned the backstory, they both thought they made as good a Minerva as I would, although sometimes they'd call me Minerva when they were teasing. I'd called Jacqueline Vesta and Sarina Diana to get them back. We were 3 goddesses trapped in a middle school. It wasn't a big deal. They liked their real names better anyway. I wasn't fond of mine. I mean, Penny? I'm the coin with the least value. I guess it would be weird to call a kid dime or quarter or dollar. MINERVA Girls stuck, though. We signed our schoolwork with our names, and then MG, like a doctor would add MD. Only Mr. Roman, the literacy teacher, ever asked me about it. I told him what it meant. "It's kind of a sorority," I added. He thought about it for a second, then smiled. "Good choice." It's a pity. Besides the other MINERVA Girls, the only kindred spirits I meet are adults, and among them there aren't many. Near Christmas later in 7th grade, a couple months after Dad began letting me greet customers and accept deliveries, a middle-aged couple standing in the junkyard office looked annoyed and impatient. I'd put a phone book on the stool behind the counter so I looked taller when people came in. "How much will you give us for this stuff?" said the man. He held a box awkwardly. The woman said, "It's his dead aunt's. She collected figurines. We had to clean out her house." "Distant aunt. It's mostly ceramic. A couple of wood pieces." He set the box on the counter and opened the top. I started to say, "We don't have demand for—" but the big glass eyes peeking out stopped me. "They're all owls," said the woman. She couldn't get enough of them. We'd filled a shed with figurines. Fairies and Christmas villages and birds and trolls and elephants and dogs and dragons. Lots of glassware, ceramic, pewter, wood, and fake crystal. Almost never sold any of it, and Dad had told me to quit taking it in. Owls, though. I had an interest in owls. "I'll give you $5 for the box," I said while digging the bill from my pocket. That's what Dad paid me each day to watch the shop. He was somewhere in the yard, disassembling a '54 Ford ranch wagon featuring more rust than parts. "Done," said the man who took the bill, clearly relieved to have found a home for his aunt's collection. I carried the box upstairs to my room. Above my dresser, I'd hung a poster of Minerva, a full-color image of the goddess, helmeted head, a spear in her right hand, a shield on her left, and an image of Medusa as her breastplate. A snake curled up the base of the spear, while an owl stood at her feet. They called Minerva goddess of 1,000 works, because of her dominion over so many things, wisdom and medicine and war and crafts. If she had been a witch, the owl served as her familiar, but she wasn't. Gods don't need familiars. I cleaned the top of my dresser and bookcases. The owls perched on them now, watching over me. At night, I contemplated them before turning off my lights. Minerva has long been pictured with an owl. The owl represented knowledge because it hunted at night. The owl could see clearly when men could not. Jacqueline closed her notebook when neither Sarina nor I could follow her formulas. She made up her own mathematical symbols. Her scribbling reminded me of Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time, which I had tried to read, but it lost me a third of the way through. When she started talking about multivariable calculus, linear algebra, and vector spaces, my eyes glazed over. We were sitting at our favorite booth in McDonald's, the one tucked by the side door. The Fab Four sat in the middle of the room, as if they'd staked claim to the area. They each ordered a milkshake. Their straws leaned the same way, and they took pictures of each other, messing with the images, and then laughing at the results. 4 boys I vaguely recognized from school came in, pointedly taking no notice of the girls as they headed to the ordering counter. Sarina picked at the remnants on our tray. Cold fries are best. She touched Jacqueline's notebook. So, you think, theoretically at least, we can control gravity? Get it to push us away from Earth instead of pulling us to it? Not push or pull, said Jacqueline. She held a burger wrapper on her palm. Imagine space as a flat plane, like this sheet of paper, but more rubbery. I knew where this was going. I'd read it in the first third of Hawking's book. Bizarrely, once they had their food, as if they weren't sure where to sit, the boys orbited the girls before finding a table near the front. Jacqueline said, "A mass, like a planet, creates a depression on the plane." She pressed her finger into the paper. So, another mass traveling along in space in a straight line gets close enough to the depression caused by the first mass. It's caught in the depression and spirals into it, like swirling down a funnel. Not pulled or pushed, it follows the distortion in space. We stick to the surface of Earth because we're caught in the distortion. Sarina contemplated the paper. So, the Earth's weight causes the space funnel. Gravity is what pulls the Earth into the spaceplane? Jacqueline sighed. Mass, not weight. Weight is the effect of gravity on mass. Weight changes depending on where you are. If you were on the moon, you would weigh less, but your mass would be the same. And there's no real plane in this explanation. It's kind of a two-dimensional model of a multi-dimensional reality. Hawking had lost me at about this point. Gravity, space-time continuum, and quantum mechanics left me breathless and confused. Watching Jacqueline explain it made me want to crawl inside her head to see what spun there. I looked up. Hadn't the boys been farther away from the Fab Four earlier? It looked like they'd moved a couple tables closer. Jacqueline said, I believe mass isn't the only way to distort space. In fact, mass is an ineffective way to do it. Look at how weak Earth's gravity field is. She tossed a French fry into the air. I beat gravity with the flick of a wrist. Birds defeat it with light bones and favorable airflow over their wings. Just think of it. The entire mass of the Earth, if you could weigh it, is about 1,000 trillion tons. All that mass, and we walk around and jump and throw baseballs. Mars isn't much smaller than the Earth, and it couldn't even hold on to its atmosphere. Gravity sucks, but just barely. She opened her notebook again. Salina and I bent over the pages of scribbled figures. I call it the distortion drive, and we'll build it in the submersible club. We'll go to the moon. One of the boys stood up and walked over to the Fab Four's table. He leaned in. "Hey, Melissa, how about you send me some digits?" He held up his phone. "I'm Vivian," said Vivian. "She's Melissa." "Whoops, my bad." The boy blushed. "I meant to say Vivian." "Sure, give me your phone." When he returned to his table, where his buddies fist-bumped him, the Fab Four huddled together, whispering furiously, laughing to themselves. Salina said, "Do you think she actually gave him her number?" I said, "Maybe, maybe not. Does it matter?" They're probably cousins anyway. Only inbreeding makes sense. I don't understand that kind of attraction. Salina folded her arms across her chest. Me neither. 9th grade is going to be horrible. Jacqueline closed her notebook. The math for it's beyond me. Let's do something simple, like conquer gravity. Salina's list of supplies included magnets of various sizes, computer motherboards, graphic cards, and a lot of copper wire. In the meantime, I needed to insulate the submersible club and design a working toilet. Jacqueline said it would take less than 4 hours to get to the moon at 1 g of acceleration. She hadn't decided whether we should try to land or not. So, figure an hour when we arrived to get good pictures and enjoy the moment, and then 4 hours back. I craned the sub-club out of the quarry in the morning. Let it drip dry while I suffered through another session of geography, then sprayed on the first coat of insulation. The sticky yellow gunk went on like thick paint, and then bubbled up a couple inches before solidifying. The junkyard had everything. Dad took in freight-damaged goods, broken industrial equipment, which often needed just a part or adjustment to be fully working, and then stored it, waiting for the buyer who wanted exactly that hard-to-get item. I had access to all of it. Tucked into a warehouse at the property's edge, he had stacked 10 freight-damaged cases of space blankets. You know, the silvery sheets marathoners wrap themselves with after the race. 12 ounces each, 7 by 5 feet. Ripping them from their plastic bags before dabbing them with liquid nails and gluing them to the insulation took the most time. More spray-on insulation over the blankets. Oh, and going around the portholes slowed me down, too. What would be the point of traveling to the moon if we couldn't see anything? Around supper time, I put the sprayer down to stretch my back. My hands ached from directing the heavy nozzle. Dad's statues stood sentry. He told me once, anyone can do art, and they should. He welded together busted and useless metal into 10-foot-tall figures, like robots or aliens or deities, and then left them to rust scattered near the quarry. Bushes and saplings grew through the oldest ones. Headlights for eyes, wrenches for fingers. Here and there chrome caught the sun as it set. He called them the Colossi. Midnight came just as I finished the 4th layer, almost a foot-thick coating on our spaceship, which didn't match what NASA used to protect the Apollo astronauts, but we weren't going to be in space nearly as long. The sub-club looked like a giant, aluminum-wrapped burrito, hanging from the crane's cable. Beyond the circle of Klieg lights, frogs croaked merrily. Tiring work, all the spraying and gluing, but at least we'd be warm. The full moon floated overhead, white, round, and beautiful. Jacqueline waited for me on the sidewalk in front of the junkyard. Day 5 of the enforced misery of summer school waited. We walked next to the 8-foot chain-link fence the city made Dad build to hide the business from their sensitivities, He'd zip-tied blue tarp to the fence, but weather had faded and ripped it. "Insulation is done," I said. "I need to know if the toilets I'm designing will be for zero-gravity use, or will we have a floor and ceiling?" "We'll generate gravity," she said distractedly, looking at her feet as we walked. "You seem down. Is everything okay?" "If I were 16, she said, "I could make up my own mind. I could do what I want. I wouldn't have to go to school." She stepped to the side to kick a piece of gravel. It skittered across the street. "If I were 16, I'd take up race car driving." Jacqueline didn't laugh. "My mom decided public schools aren't good enough for me." We reached the corner. A car full of teenage boys roared past, easily going 20 over the limit. I don't think they saw us. I almost said, "They aren't good enough for anyone." But Jacqueline didn't seem to be in the mood. "You're going to be with upperclassmen. What more does she want?" "Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology." "Where?" "Alexandria, Virginia. We're moving before school starts." I tried to picture the map. Virginia was in the east somewhere. Wichita was in the middle. "You'll be 1,000 miles away." "More. Mom's looking at houses now." "I can't have my genius daughter in a second-rate school," she said. I thought about Jacqueline's news all through geography, which didn't help me follow the lecture on the importance of the Mississippi as a navigable river, nor the scintillating retelling of the search for its headwaters. It's in Minnesota, by the way. You can put a canoe in Lake Itasca and then paddle for 2,300 miles to the Gulf of Mexico. If this trip to the moon doesn't work out, I thought, maybe the three of us could float a raft down the Mississippi. We could go low-tech, no phones. It would take weeks and weeks, and Jacqueline's mother wouldn't be able to find her. Our teacher showed a 50-year-old film strip on a projector with a 1/4-inch layer of dust on the top. "I hope you are all taking notes," she said. "In high school, you will be taking notes all the time." Teachers had been making the "when you are in high school" threat for a couple of years. Like, "In high school, you can never turn in late assignments," and "In high school, you will have more homework," and "In high school, the decisions you make will affect you for the rest of your life." I didn't worry about it because I could always ask Jacqueline and Salina for help. We'd get past high school together, but now Jacqueline would be gone. Nothing could be worse, except after class ended, I met Jacqueline and Salina for lunch, and Salina announced, "My dad got a job in Texas. We're moving before school starts." The school sent home scheduling information for next year. Everybody who hadn't failed a class registered in May, but for kids like me, we had to have an extra meeting with our counselor and then do 2 schedules, one for if we passed the summer makeup class and one for if we didn't. I spread the registration materials on the kitchen table along with worksheets to try to build a set of classes freshmen could take and didn't overlap. The popular sections were filled, so I had fewer choices. Normally, scheduling sucked. This was worse. I couldn't see high school without the other 2 MINERVA girls. What would be the point? Besides, the only interesting classes, electrical design, metal shop, astronomy, and driver's ed, weren't offered to freshmen. At 2 a.m, I opened my closet and took out the communicator the 3 of us had built when we were 8. I'd chosen to house mine in a Batman lunchbox. Salina picked an "I believe in unicorns" lunchbox, and Jacqueline liked a Futurama one. We hadn't used them since 5th grade, when we finally got phones. I pressed the all-call button, then laid on the carpet, looking at the ceiling. The owls peered down. Wherever Jacqueline and Salina kept their boxes, they would emit a soft meow. Salina went through a cat phase when she built the communicators. Salina answered before I could press the button again. "You couldn't sleep either?" she said. Not a wink. The speaker hissed to itself. For 2 years, the three of us had lost sleep talking to each other through our lunchboxes, shared secrets, told stories and jokes, discussed the mysteries of the universe, like what idiot thought skirts were a good idea, or why library time only came once a week. Cried sometimes, giggled a lot. We didn't have brothers or sisters, but we had our lunchboxes long after our houses had grown quiet. A sharp click told me Jacqueline had joined the conversation. "Sorry, I heard the box, but I couldn't remember where I'd put it. You wouldn't believe the dust bunnies under my bed. What's up?" I didn't know how to start. Finally, I said, "Are you sure you guys have to go?" Salina said, "No choice. Dad's being a butt. Says Texas is a great opportunity and I can make new friends." She sniffed. "He doesn't know me very well. In my whole life here, I've only made 2 friends." Jacqueline said, "It's a done deal." Hearing them say it made me mad. I don't like it when someone tells me there isn't a way out. Here's what I've learned from living in a junkyard. It's not about what you don't have. It's about what you do with what you do have, or something like that. Nothing is broken that can't be salvaged or rebuilt. Not that I wanted to swap out my friends like a burned-out solenoid. What was my choice there? One of the Fab Four? What I mean is, if your car has a bad starter, there are lots of starters that aren't exactly the same model, but will work. You don't give up on the car, so I don't believe in I don't have a choice. There's alternatives. "Let's not focus on the choices we don't have," I said. "We have a deadline." Jacqueline and Salina said at the same time, "What?" "End of August, 1 week, we leave for the moon. Our great adventure before you move. I'll have the sub club ready. How close are you guys?" Salina said, "I finished a prototype, not tested, but it's a couple 100 pounds. I need a way to get it to the quarry." I checked the window. Moon shadows everywhere. We had hours before sunrise. "I can be there in 20. At Salina's house, she'd opened the garage. Light streamed onto her driveway. I'd hitched a trailer to the golf cart and driven there mostly in alleys. The cart didn't have headlights or taillights. I didn't have a driver's license, and I wasn't in the mood to explain to a cop, or Dad, why I was driving a non-street legal vehicle a couple of hours before dawn. The device dangled from an engine hoist. Salina wore overalls and safety glasses pushed up on her forehead. "Looks like a cappuccino machine on steroids," I said. About the size of a mini fridge, it featured layers of coiled copper wiring, brass tubing, and old-fashioned radio vacuum tubes, fronted by a motherboard with several switches and a video game joystick. "More sculpture than a machine," she said. "Building to Jacqueline's formulas is like assembling a lawnmower with sheet music for instructions." I backed the trailer under the device. Salina lowered it and then strapped it down. Jacqueline waited for us at the quarry, her notebook tucked under her arm. No hint of sunlight yet. The sub-club shimmered under the Klieg lights, while Dad's colossi cast long shadows into the dump. "I trust the numbers, but I think we should fire the distortion drive up remotely the first time to be safe." I slung a cable over the top of the device, then anchored the ends to stone outcrops. If it works, I don't want it flying off. Salina nodded. Maybe another cable going the other way? Better safe than sorry. By the time we'd solidified the anchors and rigged the power source, the eastern sky had lightened. We crowded into the crane's control booth 50 yards from our test site. Salina connected the video game joystick to the wires that ran to the distortion drive. She held it out to Jacqueline. You should do the honors. I had my phone out to film our results. I guess I thought the distortion drive would rise up from the golf cart trailer until the cables stopped its progress. That or it wouldn't move, which seemed more possible. I steadied the phone and turned on the video. Jacqueline took a deep breath, then pushed the joystick forward a tick. I lurched against the glass, as if someone had tipped the control booth from behind. Salina squeaked and caught herself from falling. Jacqueline bumped her head on the window. Then the control booth shifted back into place. I said, "What happened?" while rubbing my shoulder. "Dang," said Jacqueline. "That's going to leave a welt." She sat on the control booth floor, her notebooks spilled around her. "My machine!" Salina opened the door. Jacqueline grabbed Salina's leg. "Not yet." A clattering like hail rattled the control booth's metal ceiling for a couple seconds. Gravel and marble-sized rocks bounced off the ground around the booth. My toolbox that I'd left next to the trailer slammed down along with the wrenches and other tools that had been in it. "I hadn't considered that," said Jacqueline. "I'll need to narrow the distortion field." "Did it work?" I said. I peeked cautiously through the door and checked the sky. A dust cloud a few hundred feet up marked an otherwise clear morning. Salina laughed. "Good thing we tied the drive down to the bedrock and not wrecked cars or anything else unattached, or the whole mess could have flown straight up, and it would be raining thousands of pounds of scrap metal instead of loose rocks." "So it did work?" Jacqueline carefully detached the power cord from the joystick. "We need finer control. I barely touched this. I don't see how we could bring the club in for a gentle landing based on what we just saw." In a week, the moving vans would arrive at Jacqueline's and Salina's houses. If we couldn't solve the problem by then, we'd never get to the moon. After we finished breakfast in my house and returned to the quarry, we noticed the other change. Dad's colossi had fallen, their heads pointed toward our distortion drive, all following the lines of bent space that for a moment had centered on a couple 100 pounds of magnets, copper wire, and vacuum tubes scavenged from the junkyard. Just before midnight, the lunchbox meowed, and Jacqueline said, "We don't have a week. Mom wants us to visit her sister in Kansas City before we move. We're packing right now and leaving in the morning. I'll be back the day before summer finals and then gone to Virginia the day after." "It's up to Salina then." The line crackled in the silence. I'd taken Salina a box full of rheostats, light dimmers, volume controls, and a broken soundboard with sliding switches. She'd dug into the mess and said dubiously, "I'll have to rebuild the control system altogether. How much time do I have?" A silly question. She knew as well as I did. Salina broke in. I didn't realize she'd entered the conversation. "No pressure, guys. Did you know that according to Jacqueline's formulas, the difference between the sub-club not moving or tearing open a black hole in the fabric of space right above the quarry is only a few hundredths of a decimal point?" "I should figure in a couple safeties," Jacqueline said. "You think?" I said. Minerva looked down at me from her poster. The owls passed judgment. I failed the state's map test for the second time on Friday, with only 28 states correctly labeled. I had regressed. At this rate, when school started, I would be repeating the class, knowing less than I did a year ago. The Fab Four passed. They high-fived each other silently. Normally, I would have spent the rest of the class trying to figure out how they cheated. It undoubtedly involved their phones and Google Maps in some way. Geography felt like a weight. Not only would 9th grade be unbearable, but I'd be stuck in it until the school kicked me out. I'd heard that you couldn't be 21 and still attend high school. I'd be old enough to vote, but unable to attend the junior-senior prom. Not that I wanted to. Then the assistant principal walked in, a portly woman wearing a baseball cap, a floral print dress, and high-top tennis shoes. She whispered something to the teacher, who nodded and pointed at me. In the hallway, she said, "We had a complaint about you, Missy." "I haven't done anything." A true statement. I hadn't even been tardy. "Did you or did you not give another student incorrect information about the state names while you were studying for yesterday's test?" "That's what he said." "So you did intentionally give him bad information?" My fists clenched. I couldn't say that we didn't study together, since I let him copy my answers. Either way, I was screwed. "I thought it would be funny," I said with a rise at the end, like asking a question. "You're not in middle school anymore, Missy. We take education seriously in this building." She wrote something in a notebook. "I'm keeping my eye on you. You're not off to a good start. We will be contacting your parents." As I walked home, I kicked every rock on the sidewalk out of the way. If I'd had a baseball bat, I might have beaten up a couple of mailboxes, too. The assistant principal didn't call on Friday or Saturday. On Sunday, I went to Salina's house. If Dad got a phone call, I wanted to put off talking to him about it as long as possible. Salina sat at her work table in the garage, surrounded by the parts I'd given her, and a bunch of other electronics I didn't recognize. Her back was to me as she bent over her contraption. A wisp of solder smoke drifted above her. I tried imagining her space repurposed by the people who would move into her house. They'd probably store paint and fertilizer on it, or, I thought about the most boring thing possible, exercise equipment. "Can I help?" I said. She pushed her safety goggles onto her forehead. "I can't regulate the power finely enough. None of these do the job." She waved her hand at the switches and toggles. "We can go up, but we'll never slow down to land." I picked up a large cream-colored dial that looked as if it might have come off a dishwasher. Wires spiraled from the back of it. "They aren't sensitive enough?" Salina nodded. "What if you hooked them up in a series?" She perked up. "What do you mean?" "If this control can take the power from, let's say, 10 to 1, but that's too much power at the lowest setting, why don't you hook up another one in front of it? The first one could take the power down to 1, and that's all the power the second one gets, so it now gives you from 1 to 1/10. A third dial could take that power and go from 1/10 to 1/100th. Couldn't you hook them up to that way and deliver very fine fractions of power?" Salina cocked her head at me. "That's brilliant. I mean, power doesn't work quite that way, and there are inefficiencies in the switches, but the concept is good." She slapped her safety goggles back on and turned to the table. "I can work on this. Thanks." Dad ambushed me when I got home and took away the keys to the golf cart. He looked at me wryly. "You played a mean trick on that kid, even if he was an idiot. Did you really call Nevada washwater?" "I know most of the states, Dad." "Yeah, but Do you know that one?" I shut my eyes, wishing he would go away. He patted my shoulder as he went to greet a customer out front. "It's not that far to the back of the junkyard as a crow flies, or a souped-up golf cart drives, but the path winds between steep walls of twisted metal, and I had plenty of time to think as I walked to the quarry. I couldn't remember a single person who had moved away in my whole life who I still knew. Moving cut the cord. The friendship ended. If you move, you make new friends, and your old ones fade. A couple months from now, Jacqueline and Sarina would be sitting in classes with new people, getting to know them. I'd be a faint memory, if they gave me a thought. That's how it goes when you move. Everything is different, so you adapt. But if friends move away from you, your best friends, and everything else is the same, they leave a hole. Long after the sun set, Sarina still hadn't come to the club. Hooking the switches up in a series was probably a lame idea anyway. It wouldn't work. Sometimes when I felt blue, I'd sit in the sub-club by myself at night, but I wouldn't submerge it. I'd leave the hatch open, laying on my back inside, and look at the circle of stars. Little waves lapped the metal sides like tiny hands tapping time. I'd gone to sleep that way more than once. With the insulation wrapping it, I didn't have that option. It would take hours to peel it off to make it water-worthy again. The walk back to the house in the dark would spook most people out, I know. Cooling metal contracts, so there's a continuous symphony of creaks, groans, and pops. Then the rats get active. If the moon shines, I can spot their eyes. But I like the yard at night. I gathered 3 of my favorite owls from my room, marched back to the club, and set them where I could see them as I worked. School started in 3 days, on a Wednesday, the day after finals for summer school, where I could show I knew enough about 8th grade geography to move on in my classes, or once again, bog down on the 33rd state. The MINERVA girls would get Monday afternoon together, if we were lucky, if Jacqueline's mother got her home in time. I lowered the distortion drive through the hatch and into the club. A close fit, but it went onto the mount perfectly. I bolted it down. Under the owl's watchful ceramic eyes, I gathered plastic sheets and tubing. You can make almost anything with enough material and a glue gun, and I had a space toilet to design. The lunchbox meowed before dawn on Monday. "I've rigged a control panel," said Sarina. "I'll bring it to the club after class. Finishing my last essay for English." Nothing from Jacqueline. Not even a text message. Since they'd scheduled the geography final for tomorrow, the teacher arranged us into groups to compose flashcards and to quiz each other. I know I've made it sound like the class only worried about where the states are, but we studied continents and other nations and capitals and deserts and mountain ranges and major rivers. It didn't matter. I couldn't focus. I'd spent most of the night working in the club, not only mounting the distortion drive, but also laying in food, charging batteries, testing the heaters, filling the backup oxygen tank, and a dozen other chores. I also stress-tested the ports, and in a moment of genius, came up with a patch system if a bit of space junk or a rock traveling really fast punched a hole in us. It involved gluing a 1/2-inch thick disc of rubber to the bottoms of several 5-gallon buckets that I'd cut out. Any breach smaller than a silver dollar would get a patch slapped over it, and the internal pressure would hold it in place and seal it. I hoped. Quite a bit of work for a 10-hour trip, I thought. And a ridiculous amount of work if the sub-club remained earthbound, or ripped space into tiny pieces, scattering our atoms to the wind. Not that that seemed likely. A true waste either way. We arrived at the sub-club together. Salina put down a box she'd brought, and we hugged Jacqueline, which felt awkward. We weren't really huggers. Jacqueline said, "Kansas City makes Wichita look like paradise. Mom took away my cell phone as soon as we got there, because I kept checking it while we were supposed to be visiting my aunt." They spent the entire visit talking about diets and how thick their ankles were getting. "Where's the drive?" "In the club. Everything's ready except the control board." Salina opened the box. She'd made a bigger board, and it sported several sliding switches next to the video game joystick. "These are power intensity," she said. "I tried to do too much with the first version. The joystick only controls direction now." She brought out a second, smaller board with a screen that looked like it came from an e-reader. "This is a mass proximity detector, so we don't have to navigate visually when we land. It piggybacks on the distortion, kind of a natural implication of Jacqueline's math." Jacqueline nodded. I checked the sky, cloudless and clean. The club waited, as ready as a ship could be. Let's plug her in and see how she flies. We looked at each other. Jacqueline wiped a strand of hair from in front of her eyes. I didn't remember a time when we didn't know each other. She nodded. Salina smiled the way she always did when she finished a project. I climbed in last after unmooring the club, pulling the hatch closed behind me. Sun through the ports provided plenty of light. Jacqueline took her usual spot. She hung a stopwatch around her neck and opened a notebook. Salina sat cross-legged next to the oxygen scrubber. The distortion drive rested in my usual station. Salina had already attached the new controls. I braced myself against the wall to avoid putting my foot on it as I lowered myself in. "What next?" I said. Jacqueline said, "Salina and I have been talking, but we weren't sure how you'd feel about it." I held my breath. What could they say now that would be worse than the news they'd already dumped on me? Jacqueline did the math. Her formulas were why we were here. Salina assembled the distortion drive. She turned Jacqueline's numbers into reality. They'd done all the work. Maybe they'd tell me I wasn't needed. Sit still, they'd say. Don't touch anything. "It seems obvious to me now," said Salina. "I hadn't thought about it until Salina brought it up," said Jacqueline. "But there's really no other choice." "None," said Salina. I bit my lip. "What are you guys talking about?" Neither said anything, waiting for the other to speak. Finally, Jacqueline said, "I can't drive." Salina added, "Me neither." Jacqueline leaned forward and toggled a switch on the distortion drive. The vacuum tubes flickered before settling into a soft glow. Deep inside the device, a soft buzz arose. The control board lit up. I could see that Salina had labeled the sliding switches slow, faster, and really fast. Jacqueline said, "Would you be our pilot, Minerva?" "Yeah," said Salina. "We'd be proud if you took us to the moon, Captain." I took a deep breath, a shaky one. "Watch through the ports and tell me what you see." I pushed the first sliding switch part way up. Jacqueline started her stopwatch. Nothing else happened. No lurch like we'd felt in the crane booth. I pushed it a little harder. Salina gasped. "I think we're going fast enough." Really, I felt nothing, but when I craned my neck to peer out the port, the quarry had dwindled to the size of a postage stamp. Circles of sunlight crept along the club's walls, which must have been rotating slowly. Jacqueline studied a notebook, then checked the stopwatch. We should clear the atmosphere in a few minutes. Faster than I thought the club could handle, but we're dragging air with us. No aerodynamic friction. I scooted close to the port. Sarina joined me. The quarry disappeared, absorbed into a broadening landscape of grid marks that must have been roads and farms, and then those faded from view. The sky grew dark out the side ports. Look, Sarina said in awe. The Earth's curve. I kept staring down. That's North America, which seemed a stupid thing to say, but the shape I'd been studying for weeks revealed itself below in all its reality. That's Maine, I said, pointing. Then I named all the states on the eastern seaboard, the ones I never identified correctly on the tests. I knew all of them without their boundaries. I knew the rivers, and I bet if it had been nighttime, I could name the brighter flickers of light from Chicago to New York, from Washington, D.C. to Atlanta. Every map I'd ever looked at looked right back at me, not abstract at all. The globe became an actual place. The test tomorrow would be a cinch. I wouldn't have to be in the 9th grade forever. Which would be a great place to end the story. I mean, going to the moon was awesome and all. We took a bunch of pictures. It took a few tries to get the hang of the steering, but I'm pretty good at driving. I really am. No, the best part, the one that made it worthwhile, happened after we landed back at the quarry. A perfect touchdown late in the evening, I might add, right on the cradle I'd built for the club. What a way for us to end the summer. When Jacqueline and Sarina moved away, we'd have this adventure to hold us together. You can forget someone you hung out with when you were growing up, just like you can't name everybody in your kindergarten class picture. But you can never forget your 2 best friends who went to the moon with you. That's not a connection you lose. I thought that as the sub-club creaked around us, warming from its time in outer space. I wanted to laugh. I couldn't wait for tomorrow. The best part happened when Jacqueline scribbled a bunch of figures into her notebook. I just realized, she said, that the same numbers I've used to distort space could be used for other purposes. Like what? I said. Teleportation, she said. In theory. Oh? Said Sarina. You mean instant travel? Jacqueline said, press a button and a person could jump from one place to another. No time involved. Like from Kansas to Virginia? I said. Or Texas? Said Sarina. Well, sure, said Jacqueline, if I had somebody who could turn these equations into a working device. Sarina said, and if that person knew somebody who could find the parts. I looked out the port at the junkyard, where the Klieg lights cast stark shadows and reflected from crumpled chrome and broken glass in the yard beyond, as piercing as the stars we'd so recently been among. Give me a shopping list. Jacqueline said, as if she'd just grasped it. We've been to the moon! We're legends! Engineering legends! Just nobody knows yet. No, I said. We're better than that. Indeed, Sarina added. I took a deep breath, braced myself, and opened the hatch. Outside, the frogs chorused as they always did. I spotted one of the ceramic owls, its eyes like tiny spotlights. Me and my 2 best friends sat together in a device of our own making. We're MINERVA girls.
Science Fact: The Science Behind the House of Sticks. Derek Kunskin. Reading time 32 minutes. After leaving molecular biology, Derek worked with street kids in Central America before finding himself in the Canadian Foreign Service. The House of Sticks is set in the same universe as his analog story Persephone Descending, his Asimov's story Schools of Clay, the novel The Quantum Magician, and its sequel, The Quantum Garden. The House of Sticks is now available in ebook and audio formats, while the hardcover will be out in April 2021. My novel, The House of Sticks, recently ran as a serial in analog ahead of its hardcover release by Solaris Books. The story was set almost exclusively in the clouds of Venus, with some periods on the broiling surface. My other novels and many short stories use a lot of science-fictional extrapolations from exotic physics, so spending a whole novel in the more concrete fields of planetology, sulfuric acid chemistry, and the properties of an exoatmosphere was a fun change. Venus is one of my favorite planets, and I'd visited its post-separation Quebecois colonists there before in the novelette Persephone Descending, November 2014 analog, so I jumped at the chance to write about Venus as a scientific topic, as well as Venus as a cradle for its own kind of life. Venus is like Earth and not like Earth. Venus is like Earth in important ways and different in others. That makes it a fascinating thought experiment into how the Earth might have evolved if some of the important dials had been turned to different settings on our world. For example, Venus is similar in size and gravitational pull, 0.9 gravities. It's closer to the Sun, so sunlight is obviously stronger there, and its year is, unsurprisingly, faster than ours, clocking in at a speedy 225 days. While its year is fast, Venus's rotation is slow. How slow? To an observer on the surface, the Sun would appear to rise in the west and set in the east almost 4 months later. And while the Earth's axis is tilted at 23 degrees to its orbit around the Sun's equator, Venus's axis is tilted 177 degrees. So Venus has no seasons. In fact, 3 more degrees and Venus would have entirely flipped its north and south poles. No one knows for sure why Venus is like this. One theory is that a pretty big impactor flipped it almost upside down. That same sort of explanation is invoked to explain Uranus' 98% axial tilt. Furthermore, to us, Venus spins the wrong way. Some theories posit that in the past, Venus tidally locked to the Sun, or almost did, and subsequent planetary tidal forces or wind forces set it to rotating very slowly. Venus is geologically funny. Venus doesn't have plate tectonics. Some scientists think this might explain why Venus doesn't have a magnetic field generated by the planetary core, like the Earth's. And while Venus doesn't have plate tectonics, that doesn't mean it's without volcanism. Crater distribution and the high percentage of basaltic rock on the surface suggest that Venus was almost wholly overlaid by magma flows about 700 million years ago. There are lots of structures showing past volcanism. Ma'at Mons is the largest volcanic cone on Venus, standing 8 kilometers above planetary mean surface datum and 5 kilometers above the surrounding ground. The Venusian surface also has structures called coronae, which are curving trenches around elevated plateaus. Scientists believe that bulges of viscous liquid mantle rose, forming volcanic domes, and upon cooling experienced collapse. The terrain also seems to have sustained repeated forces of compression and tension, leaving the surface webbed with parallel lines, or patterns in 2 dimensions. These structures are called tesserae. Probes have further detected persuasive infrared evidence for present-day volcanic eruptions in places like the Ganeki Chasma in 2012 and at Eden Mons in 2020. The atmosphere itself provides evidence of outgassing, too. SO2 is not stable in the atmosphere because it eventually interacts with the surface on a scale of tens of millions of years. The Venusian exterior is marked by deep, long, wide trenches called chasma, plural chasmata. For example, the Dianochasma system gets to 3 kilometers deep and 2 kilometers wide in spots, and its total length, when counting all the branches, sums to over 7,000 kilometers. When I discovered that Dianochasma holds the deepest relief on Venus, I obviously had to add that location to the novel. It's more than the lack of plate tectonics that makes Venusian geology different. The lack of water in the atmosphere means that the surface rock and mantle are driest. Earth has about 10,000 times more water than Venus. For perspective, Venus's total water content is about the same as that of Halley's Comet. Another bit of perspective is that if all the water in Earth's atmosphere rained out, you'd cover the Earth in about 3 centimeters of water. You'd get the same thing on Venus. However, if the Earth's crust was perfectly spherical, no mountains, no Marianas Trench, the entire planet would be under 3 kilometers of water. If you did the same to Venus, it would be under 0 centimeters of water. This absurd desiccation makes Venusian rock stiffer than Earth rock, meaning mountainsides can be steeper and taller than on Earth. For example, parts of Dianochasma go up 7 kilometers in unearthly steep slopes to mountain tops. The lack of water might also contribute to the lack of plate tectonics. Lastly, up close, the face of Venus wouldn't look anything like the face of the Earth, even if you remove the oceans and living things. Weather patterns and life give all but the youngest of geological features on Earth an eroded look. As we'll get to later, neither rain, nor wind, nor life are significant forces eroding the Venusian surface. So even over vast geological time, rocks can retain sharp fragmented edges, or hold bulbous morphologies as clues to their volcanic origin. Venusian weather. We aren't in Kansas anymore. Venus has a lot of atmosphere. Like a lot. So much that the surface pressure on Venus is 90 times the surface pressure on Earth. So much that an asteroid less than 4 kilometers in diameter won't hit at orbital velocity. It will waft down like a rock in water. How did it get so much atmosphere? It's thought that the CO2 in Venus's atmosphere initiated a runaway greenhouse effect that got so hot that the CO2 stored in the rocks was baked out and added to the atmosphere. This was a cyclic process, too. Baking the CO2 out of the rocks is estimated to have added 100 degrees Celsius to the atmospheric temperature. I don't play a scientist on TV or anything, but I do wonder if Venus's lack of tectonic activity contributed to the thick atmosphere. On Earth, CO2 chemically interacts with the crust, and some of the interaction products end up back down in the mantle due to tectonic activity. It's one of the negative feedback loops that keeps the Earth stable. Maybe the lack of tectonic carbon and water cycling has an effect on Venus. Venus's atmospheric composition is also pretty different in its proportions to ours. It's 97% CO2, which is a whole lot more than Earth's current atmosphere, 0.04%, or its ancient one, 70%. Venus's atmosphere also has quite a lot of N2, 4 times what's in the Earth's atmosphere by mass, but almost no water or hydrogen compounds. Why? The lack of a strong magnetic field around Venus means that solar radiation can ionize any hydrogen in the upper atmosphere and blow it into space. This hydrogen loss is not a small effect, and over geological time, what hydrogen Venus once had is long gone. The fraction of leftover hydrogen is often stabilized by forming liquid sulfuric acid clouds. But let's get back to this abundant atmosphere. I'm not going to spring a how much atmosphere is there joke, but having so much atmosphere changes a lot of the assumptions we bring to imagining it. To start with, there's so much atmosphere that the range of environments just in its vertical column can vary a lot. For example, at 65 kilometers above the surface, at the top of the upper sulfuric acid clouds, the pressure is 1/10 of an atmosphere and is about -65 degrees Celsius. This level is good to know because here Any potential colonists would basically be above the acid clouds, would have lots of access to solar power, and would be above some weird convective roll weather, also called horizontal vortices or cloud streets. And if colonists like speed, this is the speediest zone. Winds at this altitude circle the planet in about 4 days. Holy jet stream, Batman. The atmospheric pressure and temperature both increase as we descend, of course, but just how much becomes surprising. At 60 kilometers above the surface, the temperature rises to minus 10 degrees Celsius, and the air pressure to 20% of Earth's, and the sulfuric acid chemistry here is very much influenced by the cool lack of pressure. At 58 kilometers and 52 kilometers are two very neat clear layers separating different levels of the clouds. I can only imagine what it must look like to be in a balloon or airplane with a kilometer of clear air and a floor and ceiling of clouds that stretches basically the entire planet. The cloud layer from 55 kilometers to 56 kilometers would be a sweet spot for colonists. This altitude has a temperature of about 25 degrees Celsius and a pressure of about half an atmosphere. That's about the same pressure as the summit of Mount Kilimanjaro, 5,895 meters. Interestingly, for colonists, our atmosphere, 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, is lighter than CO2, so a balloon of Earth composition air would not only be breathable, but buoyant. A lot of space exploration plans have looked at how habitats floating in the clouds of Venus could work. As we descend, rising pressure and temperature increase some of the corrosive properties of sulfuric acid, and some tools that might have been relatively durable at 65 kilometers will be far more vulnerable to corrosion as we descend in our imaginations. And the pressure and heat get uncomfortable and lethal below this level, so imagine a good insulated pressure suit, too, while you're at it. At 55 kilometers above the surface, it's 1 atmosphere of pressure, but 75 degrees Celsius. At 48 kilometers above the surface, it's close to the boiling point of water, and the main clouds stop. From 32 kilometers to 48 kilometers, we'd find only a subcloud region of hazes. Think of something like an aerosol of tiny liquid particles rather than droplets like in clouds. Here, the temperature climbs to about 200 degrees Celsius, and the pressure to 9 atmospheres. And whereas before the clouds combined SO2 and water to make sulfuric acid, the hazes are too hot for this. In fact, the heat decomposes sulfuric acid by now, so the rain never reaches the surface. If we were descending to the surface of Venus and hadn't been cooked or dissolved or smushed yet, somewhere around 32 kilometers the haze would clear, and the basaltic surface of Venus would become visible. The temperature would increase, while the wind speed would continue to slow in this broiling sea of carbon dioxide. Temperature would pass 385 degrees Celsius when we were still 10 kilometers up, think of the altitude of jetliners on Earth, and the pressure would have reached 48 atmospheres, which would squeeze like being under 400 meters of water on Earth. We might get to see something special at an altitude of 1 to 2 kilometers. The Russian Venera probe's light measurements showed some kind of cloud layer at that altitude. Since the temperature is above 400 degrees Celsius and the pressure above 80 atmospheres, it can't be sulfuric acid. So, mystery. Chemistry and temperature limit the list of molecules that might make up these clouds, and the latest news suggests that they are probably lead and bismuth sulfide. This would fit nicely with another mystery. The tops of mountains sometimes show some highly radar-reflective patches. If lead and bismuth sulfide compose the clouds at 1 to 2 kilometers, they would snow onto the cooler layers only a few kilometers up, leaving a smooth, radar-reflective surface wherever the ground was high enough for the snow to not melt. This massively weird piece of Venusian meteorological trivia makes me love our little sister planet even more. When we finally reach the surface, it's as inhospitable as advertised. The thermometer tops out at 465 degrees Celsius. I don't think my oven goes this high. It's plenty hot enough to melt lead,
tin and zinc into liquids and to boil sulfur into gas. You would expect to measure the pressure at the surface at somewhere between 90 to 93 atmospheres, depending on whether you landed on one of the highlands or in one of the chasmata. This pressure is roughly what we would feel 900 meters below the surface of the ocean on Earth, and even a slight surface wind, say 3 to 6 kilometers per hour, would feel like a slow, relentless ocean current. There's more to this ocean analogy than just the pressure. The combination of pressure and temperature is high enough here that carbon dioxide takes on many of the properties of a fluid. In chemistry, this is called a supercritical fluid. We actually use supercritical carbon dioxide on Earth for many things, including dry cleaning and decaffeinating coffee, because supercritical CO2 dissolves many organic chemicals. So this is kind of the same, except the supercritical CO2 is smothering almost every square meter of the planet. The liquid properties of this ocean of supercritical CO2 distribute heat pretty well, leading to a nearly uniform distribution of heat from poles to equator. One of the open questions I found in my research was where exactly the chemistry of CO2 would switch from a supercritical fluid back to a normal, hot, poisonous gas. I couldn't find any account that was sure of the altitude. As you can imagine, with an atmosphere so thick that it's like an ocean at the bottom and doesn't drop to Earth sea level pressure until you're 55 kilometers above the ground, there's a whole lot of space and energy and weight for weather. In some ways, it's worth thinking about the Venusian atmosphere the way we would think about a gas giant. The major weather patterns are driven by convection currents and Hadley cells, wherein warmer air rises at the equator and falls at the poles, like on Earth. Venus has storms and lightning and rain, which are all easy for us to imagine because those phenomena have their counterparts in Earth weather. Things get less intuitive when we start to look at sulfur chemistry cycles that don't exist on Earth. Intense heat dissociates sulfur compounds in the depths. Chemical bonding happens in the relatively cooler upper clouds, and photodissociation becomes a major factor at the cloud tops. And as I mentioned above, some of the corrosive properties of sulfuric acid can vary quite a lot with pressure, temperature, and concentration. Add in some chlorine products, and this creates many unearthly chemical cycles that are still being studied. The wind profiles are no more intuitive. Earth has some fast, high-altitude winds, but nothing on the scale and speed of the atmospheric superrotation of Venus, where the upper cloud decks circle the planet in 4 days. Theories on the origin and maintenance of the superrotation aren't convincing yet, but it's a fun puzzle to wonder about. And some of the theories on the interaction of the atmosphere and the planet get pretty ambitious. One idea suggests that the slow rotation of Venus may be the product of a two-step process. 1, the sun stops Venus's rotation by tidal locking, and then 2, the heavy, fast-moving atmosphere literally exerts so much force on the mountains that a slow rotation in the wrong direction happens. An accessible article details the theory here, https://www.sciencenews.org/article/thick-atmosphere-boosts-fast-venus-spins. That's a pretty weighty hypothesis, so I'm not banking on it yet, but if it's close to true, then maybe Venus's axial tilt is really 3 degrees and not 177 degrees, because we won't need an almost upside-down pole to explain the backward rotation. Venus has anticyclonic storms called polar vortices. We have polar vortices on Earth, but not like this. Over the North Pole of Venus, double-eyed storm structures have been observed for a long time, first in 1979 through to recent observations, and similar storms have been seen over the South Pole, 2006, but not always. Instead, the southern weather structures seem to cycle periodically between a few storm morphologies, including the double eye. The stability of these polar storms is similar to persistent weather patterns over Saturn's North Pole, the famous hexagonal storm,
and of course some of the non-polar storms in the gas giants. This is all wonderful material for a sense of wonder junkie like me, whether these storms appear in scientific reports or science fiction. A final note I should mention before leaving atmosphere and weather is a puzzling near-UV absorber in the clouds from altitudes 65 kilometers to 47 kilometers. That something in clouds absorbs near-UV at levels where a lot of interesting chemistry occurs has led many to hope this is evidence of indigenous microbial life in the Venusian clouds. I love that idea, but sadly, in 2018, German, Chinese, and American scientists were able to match the observed absorption with the properties of S2O2. S2O2 should exist at those temperatures and pressures in different isomeric conformations of oxygen, sulfur, sulfur, oxygen. Several accessible popular articles were written about the Icarus scientific paper called The Ultraviolet Absorber on Venus, Amorphous Sulfur. Part of me feels like that closes the question of atmospheric life for now, but the scientific community is not yet of one mind on this, and I'm too much of an SF writer to not imagine the possibility of S2O2 being the pointy end of a photosynthetic pigment used by buoyant microbial Venusian life. Life in the clouds. The question of more extensive indigenous life in the clouds of Venus is a science-fictional one at the moment, but real biology gives us lots of hints. In populating the ecology of the clouds in my own writing, I focused on layers where the combination of pressure and temperature would have water or sulfuric acid in liquid form, or at least be involved in the precipitation cycle. This gives an altitude range about 45 kilometers to about 65 kilometers as a sandbox for science-fictional play. Although the clouds reflect about 75% of the incoming sunlight, the remaining 25% is plenty for photosynthesis for any putative microbes in the clouds. Microbial primary producers would be the foundation of a complex ecosystem. A hard cell wall, able to endure pressure, penetrated by ion and gas exchange molecular pumps in the cell membranes, could allow such cells to maintain enough negative internal pressure to be buoyant. Biology is all about feedback loops, and there are a few things such floating cells could do to maintain homeostasis. Receptors to sense excessive heat could trigger increased pumping of gas from the interior to the outside, so that when cells dip too deeply in the atmosphere, they could increase their buoyancy. Likewise, cold could initiate an opposing signal transduction response, probably something like passive cell membrane gates letting in gas to increase weight and drop the cells to healthier altitudes. And, like some microbial life on Earth, if conditions of extreme heat or cold were unavoidable, the cells could hunker down as spores. The acidity is not a biochemical problem, in my view. Intracellular fluid on Earth has an internal pH of very close to 7, but that's to match the pH of the oceans they evolved in. Even if it weren't possible to imagine a set of different nucleic acids and amino acids that were more acid-tolerant, there are many different kinds of acidophilic extremophiles living in highly acidic environments on Earth. Their internal biochemistries change, for sure, and natural selection favors amino acid substitutions that make structural proteins and enzymes more stable at low pH. So acidity is not an a priori impediment to life, and our microbial life can pass science-fictional tests. What about multicellular life? On Earth, the best evidence suggests it only took about 500 million years for cells to start working together. Molecular studies count at least 25 different evolution of multicellularity events in eukaryotes. For the sake of good science fiction, I imagined something similar happening with indigenous Venusian life. An algal or bacteria mat floating in a shallow tide pool on Earth experiences a range of temperature, moisture, and sunlight conditions, but the environment in Venusian clouds can change more drastically. So, I imagined that the same kinds of homeostatic efforts we would have in microbes, increasing and decreasing buoyancy, forming spores, etc., would be useful in multicellular life.
I imagined woody, mostly spherical balls about 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter, in which photosynthetic cells live on the outside, taking atmospheric carbon dioxide and nitrogen, along with hydrogen from sulfuric acid, to produce hydrocarbons. Waste oxygen could be stored in the hollow center as a buoyant gas, supporting more hardier and heavier body structures. The Quebecois colonists in the novel call these blastulae, because that's basically what they look like, hollow balls of cells. The blastulae cells also have stomata, like the ones in leaves, where oxygen can be released or pumped out to adjust altitude. I said mostly spherical earlier, because a weight imbalance would give one of these balls of cells a preferred orientation with respect to gravity. A lot of embryological development takes cues from gravity and light, and I didn't want to take away that prompt from Venusian plants. I figured that the next life form in Venus would be the larger cousins of the blastulae, the rosettes. They're about 1 meter or 2 in width, shaped like a garlic clove, with a short woody weight hanging beneath them 1 meter or 2. On their crowns they grow flat fronds that serve as crude sails, and also filter particles and microbes from the atmosphere for nutrients. Smaller blastulae and rosettes grow on the surfaces of adult organisms, sticking to them until their own buoyancy is enough to separate them. Strong winds will also do a good job of breaking off the young. Ecosystems are complex, of course, and healthiest with a great variety of members. Both blastulae and rosettes make viable substrates for mutualistic and parasitic epiphytes of all sizes, from viney growths to slimy microbial mats, spongy mosses, and stiff photosynthetic grasses. In addition to changes in altitude, and consequently pressure and temperature, problems all organisms in the atmosphere of Venus share is adapting to the acidity, the aridity, and the paucity of nutrients. I imagined that many of the epiphytes would provide some of these needs for their hosts. For these reasons, I decided the epiphytes would be good at holding liquid and concentrating nutrients. Moreover, some microbial mats might produce useful pH-neutralizing slimes. The oxygen released from the stomata of Venusian plants might also be a useful final electron acceptor for the epiphytes, allowing them to occasionally benefit from more efficient aerobic metabolism. Even larger indigenous life forms could populate the clouds of Venus. The trawlers, the Venusian equivalents of the redwoods. Their buoyancy bulbs, in principle like those of rosettes, are many meters across and sectioned into radially symmetric compartments that manage the feedback loops to stay at favorable altitudes. Hanging beneath the bulbs are long cables of woody material ending in a weighted bob. These cables are dozens of meters long, carrying conducting systems of carbon nanotubes that can gather static charge as they move through the clouds, charging electroplaques in the bulbs. Electroplaques are an interesting organ on Earth that appear in electric fish and eels. They function as capacitors. Trawlers could collect static charge, and even electrical energy from lightning strikes, and after heavy rains, use the energy to power the metabolization of high-energy chemicals and structural proteins and carbohydrates. To prevent overcharges and burnouts, the cable hanging under the trawler bulbs could be variably conductive. As the electroplaques become more full, electrically sensitive proteins could disconnect portions of the carbon nanotube lines. Although the trawler's energy source is very different from photosynthesis, they are still part of the primary producer trophic level. The tops of the trawler bulbs would have depressions that collect sulfuric acid rain, and symbiotic microbial scums would reduce evaporation and perhaps neutralize acid. The size of trawlers provide a substrate for many other life forms, including human colonists. The coureurs des vents of the House of Styx have learned to engineer larger trawlers with modified internal structures that can support human families and carry the weight of equipment and workshops beneath the bulbs. Of course, there are lots of other possibilities in science fiction for indigenous Venusian life. This article hasn't even covered all the trophic levels. Venus is out there for the finding. It is a little unbelievable how much information is available for those of us wanting to read up on it.
A couple of my favorite books on Venus, which I consulted a lot for Persephone Descending and The House of Styx, were Venus Revealed by David Grinspoon and The Planet Venus by Mikhail Marov and David Grinspoon. Revealed is a mostly popularized Science 1997 book, but captures all of the scientific knowledge known until then, including what was learned from the Venera, Pioneer Venus, Vega, Magellan, and Venus Express probes. The Planet Venus is far more technical, but still accessible to the curious. Grinspoon tweets actively from @DrFunkySpoon. The U.S. Geological Service has many maps and studies of Venus available online. The map I used the most is the lyrically named Geological Map of the Diana-Chasma Quadrangle, V37, by Vicki Hansen and Heather R. Deshawn, 2002. The Venus Exploration Analysis Group puts out some neat presentations, and the European Space Agency has a ton of reports and data from the 9-year mission of the Venus Express spacecraft available at www.esa.int/Venus. The Japanese have the Akatsuki probe in Venusian orbit now, with findings available at http://akatsuki.isas.jaxa.jp/en/. Some of the missions I'll keep on my radar, so to speak, will be the Indian Space Research Organization orbiter due in 2023, some potential NASA missions around 2025, and an ESA mission in 2032. Images of Venus are plentiful. A simple Google image search will start you off. Some great stuff is at the U.S. Geological Survey, like this page with interactive maps of Venus, https://astrogeology.usgs.gov/facilities/mrctr/venus-online-map. I hope you enjoy some of the same Venus resources I did. I'm also going to do my best to keep up with Venus findings, if only because I have another book or two I want to set there. Yes, antimatter is real. Holly Lynn Walrath. Reading time 1 minute. In theory, a particle and its antiparticle have the same mass. This is not like the thinness of your shadow, nor is it like love. If they touch, mutual annihilation. We can only observe so much, the unsolved equations living in each other's eyes, this radioactive decay. Where There's Life. John J. Vester. Reading time 59 minutes. John J. Vester has appeared in these pages a small but growing number of times, in fiction as well as nonfiction. Happily retired, he now has more time for his hobbies and his grandson, and writing. For several years he has volunteered at JP Aerospace, America's other space program, the subject of his 2019 fact article, The Venus Sweet Spot, Floating Home, the winner of the 2019 ANLAB Readers' Poll for Best Fact Article. 1. Rocklick. Companion and eldest Split moved in the utter darkness toward the higher, drier tunnels for this cycle's Rocklick ordeal. Their many legs moved them swiftly along the upward-sloping tunnel. Many 14s of moments later, after entering a branch tunnel, they reached the enlarged end. It was a chamber that extended into solid rock. The hollowed-out space within was several times the size of eldest Split. The surface within was textured by many 14s of tiny grooves, random and interwoven. Eldest Split crawled slowly over the markings, navigating by feel, using his sensory ridge to locate by scent where he had stopped his rocklick during the last cycle. He positioned himself over the end of one particular groove, and clutching neighboring grooves tightly with his 14 legs, he pulled his undershell down hard against the scored floor of the chamber. A short distance away, he sensed Companion do the same. In the hard, bony material of his undershell, a long fissure soon developed, running along the center of his body, between his 2 rows of 7 legs. This crack expanded, and soon an organ began to extrude through the opening. As it prolapsed toward the rock, it inverted, and its lining of countless tiny sharp teeth began a regular licking motion, extending the previous cycle's groove in the rock. The rock lick was painful without flowing water. For a few 14/14s of cycles, since they had found the rock, this chamber and the tunnel leading to it had been damp. While water could be followed to lower depths, Eldest Split and companion had not found any other rock right for licking, and they had no strength to dig new tunnels in a search for another. Painful as rock lick had become, it was crucial for survival. Powerful enzymes regulated the building of complex molecules from the rock power ingested. Most were based on silicon. The more stable varieties were shunted away from the soft interior to form the dome, undershell, and protective exoskeleton of the legs. Iron, in abundance here, was incorporated into important silicoproteins, or was refined to grow and replace the tiny, pure iron teeth that lined the inside of the rasp-like tongue/stomach. After finishing, and while he waited for companion to be done, Eldest Split swam the turbulent waters of his worrisome thoughts. He remembered when he had been youngest Split. Great numbers of his kind had lived on the surface then, in large rivers and lakes. No need then for the soft damp. Just to swim with a water sipper extended was enough. He had learned from the elders of his line that during the times of the very first lines the surface had been even more lush and wet. Yet in less than 8 14/14ths of cycles, the beauty of the world had reduced to a deadly wreck, a merciless desert of cold, dry sand that he and companion had to avoid to stay alive. He was Eldest Split now because all the older Splits in his line had died long ago. They had refused to retreat to the tunnels when surface conditions had become extreme. That was over 7 14/14s of cycles ago. Eldest Split recalled with sadness his decision not to remain with his elders. At that time, life had seemed more important to him, so he'd rejected their foolish devotion to a world that existed then only in memory. And, adding to his worries, for the past 3 14s of cycles, the ground had begun a low, steady trembling. Was the warren of tunnels where they passed their cycles to be destroyed by the fires from under the ground? Trapped between the deep tunnels and the surface, in the rocklick chamber, Eldest Split contemplated their next soft damp. 2. Vulcan and his minions. A dead volcano was growing on the surface of Mars. No one on Earth had the time to notice or care. No one on Mars was surprised. A growing gargantuan anthill of Mars regolith was rising slowly in the middle of Ganges Chasma, in the southern lowlands of Xanthoterra. It was barely high enough yet to be discernible by orbiting photo-reconnaissance satellites, had they bothered to look, but those assets were all directed outward. The geometrical cone was over 3 kilometers across at its summit. The floor of the great caldera inside was a shrinking, clear area at ground level. Acres of solar panels 6 kilometers to the east powered the colossal digger, operating inside the 50-meter diameter hole in the exact center of the clearing. The most massive object ever delivered to and assembled on the Red Planet, the digger was a 50-meter-long, 10-meter-wide boring behemoth that ate through the relatively soft Martian soil, exactly as a carpenter's spade bit eats through pine. In operation continuously since its first startup, it excavated thousands of cubic meters of Martian subsoil every sol, delivered by means of great conveyors to the summit of the man-made volcanic cone. On duty in the control hab 5 clicks to the south, Peter Churlith might have felt empowered operating a machine with such impressive stats. Instead, boredom and fatigue occupied his thoughts. How many times can one check gauges and monitors, watch regolith being ground up and conveyor belted to the surface, and verify everything is working nominally, before enthusiasm fades. Besides, it was an hour past time for Chip, his relief babysitter, to show up. A call to Xantha Outpost had resulted only in an order to stand by. Peter took a sip from his water bottle. Humidity was kept steady at 25% inside the control hab, but just thinking about being on Mars tended to make him thirsty. The digger was now at -1 click, Peter noted, 1/10 of the way down. Averaging 65 meters per sol, in roughly 2 Martian years, the hole would be ready for the terraforming and the Mars ecopoiesis people. With any luck, they'd have a new, more human-friendly settlement ready in about 6 Earth years. "Pete, this is Martha. Do you read?" "Sure, Martha. Where's Chip?" "Not coming. You need to shut down the digger and return to the outpost." "What? That'll take almost half a sol and more than a week to start up again. What's up?" "I know, Pete. We may have to abandon the dig. Be here as soon as you can and we'll explain. Martha out." Peter had to pull the manuals to help him perform the shutdown operations. After halting the digger's rotation, he stopped all the conveyors once they'd dropped their last loads. Next, he turned off the ovens and had the digger place the last regolith glass liner panels, completing one last ring of retainer slabs. Finally, he updated all the logs and turned off the computers. When all that was done, he turned down the environmental controls in the hab and doused the lights. He donned his spacesuit, walked out of the building, and before he boarded his Mars buggy, without thinking he turned to lock the door. He smiled at his earthly muscle memory, triggered because no one else was inside the hab this one time. There are no locks on Mars, he had to remind himself. Readying the Mars buggy for the ride home, Peter looked out at the tips of the ring of mountains he and his fellow controllers were creating, and reflexively thought about where next to relocate the conveyors. He moved out and turned south toward base. The setting sun was low on the western horizon. High in the eastern sky, a smeared patch of light just below the blue dot of Earth caught his eye. Comet 2055 AF. 3. Soft damp. The tunnels were drying out. With each passing season, it took longer and longer to soft damp. And lately, eldest Split and companion had to go to the deepest of the tunnels to find dampness at all. After a few 14s of moments, eldest Split felt his water sippers stop. They'd absorbed enough brackish water from the soil of the tunnel floor to last another cycle. He could feel the sponge-like tissues just under his outer shell engorged with the precious liquid. Eldest Split surfaced from his thoughts when he felt his water sippers quiver and retract into the first joints of his front legs. Once all the way back inside, a ring muscle closed over the tiny hole at each of the 2 joints, and a bony cap snapped into place over them. Companion stirred and also began to retract. Feeling the vibrations of her movements, eldest Split came closer, using 2 of his 14 small legs to find her in the utter darkness of the tunnel. He positioned himself so that his sensory ridge touched hers. He settled to the tunnel floor, and for them both the transformations began that would allow their brief exchange. Their smooth, black, dome-shaped shells developed a small crack near where they touched. The cracks widened, and from each emerged an appendage like an oversized water sipper. In the darkness, each exchange arm waved about randomly, like reeds in a current, searching. The moment the arms made contact, they clasped one another, like grappling vines, entwining instantly in a double helix embrace. In the only language they had, the arms soon exchanged electrical impulses, chemical messages, and tactile sensations. "I taste that you are troubled today." "Less water. Dig deeper tunnels." "Too far to travel for rock lick, then, and sun stand." "Eldest, I long for the time of the river, sea, and the endless grasses of the great flat." "I too long to swim and exchange freely." "Yes," companion agreed, "and young Splits. Without them, even the waters of memory would be an empty pleasure." Since the time of the tunnels, there had been no joining and splittings. There had been some simple splittings, but they did not produce the fuller beings born after the joining and splitting. They lingered, unwilling to disengage. But after a time, all too brief, reflexes beyond their control began, which would protect them from the dehydration the exchange was costing them. Their exchange arms began to unwind and retract. Their exchange ended far too soon. But to be able to share their thoughts, even fleetingly, was worth the risk. Over the years, the exchanges had become shorter and shorter, a loss eldest Split felt deeply. Life without exchange would be pointless. Eldest Split remembered with fondness how often in his youth his own elders had exchanged with him and taught him about the legends and the dream. It was a memory of ease and closeness that would have comforted him if not for the reminders all around of how completely lost those times now were. The dream had come to him infrequently during those long past cycles. The memory of it eluded him now, as a morning mist over water obscures the shore. As he and companion began the long trek to their sun-stand place, eldest Split thought about how the seasons had flickered by, hidden from view inside the tunnels. In cycles many 14s in the past, he'd exchanged with his young Splits about his own understanding of the legend and his vision of rescue. If he and his companion arrived before Bright Swimmer was in the sky, eldest would try to see, in the sand lights on the high shore, Gem Swimmer of legend. If still there, it would be hope in their otherwise hopeless lives. 4. Bad news. Peter arrived at Xantha Outpost an hour and a half after sunset. He hated driving at night and found new respect for Chip and Sandy for the shifts they worked. Though it meant only a difference of about 110 degrees centigrade, night on Mars seemed more deadly to him. The presence of Old Sol gave him comfort. After parking the buggy in the recharge bay, Peter entered through the airlock and got out of his suit. He walked into the common hab pod. They were all there. Martha, Chip, Sandy, and the tech and computer people. Peter walked over to the food cubicle and got himself some snacks. He knew that a proper dinner was out of the question tonight, so he sat, nibbling the protein bars, waiting for the meeting to start. "All right, listen up, folks," Martha began in her uptight, mighty leader voice. "Comet 2055 AF will hit Earth in 36 days. "I thought they were able to deflect it," said Chip, eyes wide. "Not enough. The thing will kiss the upper atmosphere. As you know, support from Earth has been spotty for the last year as they concentrate on the comet. I've just been informed that we're on our own for the foreseeable future." It seemed like the whole room gasped as every Mars colonist present did some quick mental calculations of what Mars had and what they needed from Earth. "Can we really survive on our own?" asked Sandy, long blonde hair draped over one shoulder in a ponytail, a worried expression on her gorgeous Nordic face. "Possibly," Martha answered, in no way convincingly. "It'll be a close thing, and some of us may not make it." "So we go back," several said at once. "Oh, gee, guys," Martha said, less officiously, as if she hadn't gotten to the bad news yet. "This is a really tough calculus. We could maybe get a couple dozen people back to Earth on ships we have here on Mars. But there are 250 people here. And if we let those 20 or 30 people go back to Earth, which won't be in much shape to absorb them, we might be losing some resources that would help the rest of us survive. Now, this isn't a military operation, so I can't order you to stay. But I hope you will. I am." Sobered, each person of the outpost considered his or her options. One by one they gave voice to the same conclusion: stay. "Okay, thank you," Martha responded with clear gratitude in her voice. "With NASA's help, we have the general outline of a survival plan." Peter listened in a somewhat dreamlike state as Martha talked about relocating to Marinara space, about bringing along all useful tech, scavenging from the dig, bringing with them all their energy, water, and air production equipment. "Peter, I need you to bring the digger up out of the hole. We need to strip anything useful off it." Peter was shocked to alertness. Okay, Martha, that should still take about a sol to do, but not a week. Completely different systems. How about if I get some sleep and head back over in the morning?" "Good. You and Chip and Sandy take the flatbed. While you're extracting the digger, Chip and Sandy, you go to the farm and load up as many solar panels as you can carry. 5. The High Shore. Eldest Split and companion awoke from their night sleep dormancy. They navigated to the highest point of the tunnels and burrowed from there to just below the surface. They clamped down as protection against the soft, poisonous soil and against the cold and the dryness. Though an involuntary reflex, a transparent plug snapped into place over Eldest Split's seeing hole. Even with the plug in place, his vision was pinhole sharp through the tiny pore in his dome near the front of his sensory ridge. It projected what he saw directly onto his visual processing neural patch. Being at the surface and not sunstanding posed the risk of freezing. Knowing this, companion waded deeper for the meager warmth of day and for the sunstand to begin. Eldest Split, however, as so often in his past, could not resist rising up on his front legs, so his field of view would include the high shore. He could see that it was still dark, but growing light in the swimmer-up direction. The sand lights on the high shore blazed in their splendor. After a few moments of seeking, Eldest Split saw the object of his search and longing. Gem Swimmer, a point of strong, cool-colored light, was there, low in the swimmer-down direction. It replenished his hope that the legend would come true. Just below Gem Swimmer, he saw the new sand light, different from all the others. It was pale and white and like a group of rock-lit grooves. It might mean the legend was coming true, but he did not know. These thoughts carried him along, as on a current of water of bygone days. It surprised Eldest Split as he waited, when memories from his days as Youngest Split sprang to life within him again. He remembered the legends of the different ones, and the dream that kept them alive in hope. Now, with ruin all around him, Eldest Split doubted the different ones had ever existed. Or if they had, he felt that they had been powerless to halt their own dying, as they had been powerless to halt the dying of this world. Eldest Split tasted briefly and dimly the horror of life since the waters had disappeared. A driving determination had kept him and companion alive for all those 14/14s of cycles. He had refused to let awareness of their hopelessness distract him from the survival routine. The legends of the different ones, and his hope to, during some future cycle, dream again the dream, had prevented his hope from completely withering and blowing away like fine sand. In the deepest of his memories, he saw the seasons flicker by like the sand lights at dawn. Feeling himself stiffening from the cold, Eldest Split burrowed into the loose, toxic soil and waited, along with companion, for Bright Swimmer to warm them so they could sunstand. 6. Extraction. The next morning, all three of the digger controllers headed out with the dawn. Peter was glad to see sunshine again, pale and sickly though it was compared to sunny days on Earth. The flatbed's 3 passengers were uncharacteristically silent during the drive out to their volcano, all lost in their own thoughts, each wondering if they'd ever see family and friends again. Peter wondering how events would affect his relationship with Chip and the always beautiful, highly intelligent Sandy. Would two's company become a thing? They dropped Peter off at the control hab and then left for the solar farm. He was already paranoid about Chip's time alone with the apple of his eye. Once inside the hab and in shirt sleeves, Peter reviewed the manuals about the extraction process. He fired up all the video pickups situated all around the hole, the digger, and the conveyor system, and watched the monitors look out for any possible obstructions. When he was satisfied, he began retracing the large, diamond-tipped, rock-crushing teeth of the monster so the entire rig could be pulled up the shaft. Peter verified all was well with the 4 towers arrayed around the mouth of the hole, and the arms extending from each a couple of meters out over the abyss. Thick cables, playing out from an enormous reel at each tower, descended down into the hole. 2 kilometers below, the ends of the 4 cables were anchored to the immense framework from which the digger hung. The electric hoists were huge and responded well during the diagnostics. Peter sent the command to draw up the tiny bit of slack in the cables. The hoists performed flawlessly, and according to all indications, everything was ready to begin extracting the solar system's biggest vertical boring machine. 7. Sunstand. Having risen now above the new mountain, Bright Swimmer was blinding. Their seeing hole plugs polarized, rendering eldest Split and companion blind as surely as the pitch black of the tunnels. Once they sensed the new warmth of day, they had dug their way to the surface from a mere 14 of leg spans down. They only allowed the top of their carapace domes to be exposed to the life-giving rays of Bright Swimmer. The short purple that poured down on the planet with such force, rather than being lethal, was essential for the life of the Splits. It provided the energy needed to drive the exotic chemistry of their lives. The entire surface of their upper shells, in addition to protecting their fragile organs and helping conserve water, also converted the short purple into usable energy. Missing a sunstand could threaten the Split with paralysis, or worse. The dryness was overwhelming. Eldest Split felt the reflex survival changes take place within him. All fluid was concentrated toward the center of his body, and any orifices that might allow water to escape were held more tightly closed. The invigorating energy and optimism that radiated throughout his body from the sunstand seemed to exactly balance his anxiety over his fate and companions. In this desperate equilibrium, eldest Split waited and let his thoughts swim like young Splits in waters of old. He noticed that the rumbling of the ground had stopped. Maybe there would, after all, be no fire from below, such as had killed legions of his kind in the waning days of abundant water so many 1414s of cycles ago. Yet he could not dismiss the new mountain. What did that portend? Their brief exchange after soft damp had added to his worries. In their short contact, eldest Split had learned all he needed to know about companion's health. They had not seen each other for 2 1414s of cycles, enshrouded within the darkness of the tunnels for all that time. And yet eldest Split knew from the brief touch of her that she was not as well as he. Slowly losing their battle against dehydration, he knew companion had smaller reserves than he. He yearned for the touch of her exchange arm again. He had so much to exchange about, so many thoughts to share, so many questions, so many memories. As Bright Swimmer climbed the high shore, eldest Split quelled his troubled thoughts, savoring sunstand next to companion, the outer margin of his upper shell lightly touching hers. 8. Discovery. Peter radioed his partners on this operation. Chip, Sandy, don't do anything until the batteries are topped off. I'll need all their juice for startup. Okay, Pete, we're still about an hour from the farm, answered Sandy. Peter's heart skipped a beat, picturing her out in the harsh environment. Still, a bit of a wait until the batteries would be fully charged. Peter knew that once he hit the extract button, the electrical draw would temporarily exceed the farm's output. When Digger was past its startup surge, he'd be able to let Chip and Sandy begin, as long as they took only one panel out of service at a time. In the meantime, Peter scrutinized the monitors again. With the Digger's teeth retracted and the floodlights blazing, he noticed something he'd never seen before. Up a few centimeters from the bottom of the shaft, there was a small hole, almost exactly semicircular in shape, about 20 centimeters wide and 10 tall. Luckily, the camera that was transmitting this view had zoom capability. Peter sent the command to ratchet up the optics to full close-up. Sure enough, it was a hole. The floods didn't reveal an end to it, so maybe a tunnel? That's crazy, he thought. Then he panned the camera around, and almost 180 degrees counterclockwise from the hole, discovered another, a little larger and rougher than the first. Peter sat back, amazed, confused, elated, and a little disbelieving. He vacillated between calling Base or calling Chip and Sandy. As his attention returned to the first hole, he almost jumped from his chair when he thought he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. Giving in to an insane impulse, Peter killed the floods so as not to frighten the animals. 9. Legend. Eldest Split and companions scurried through the descending tunnels toward the damper depths, to burrow toward water and start the next cycle's soft damp. As they moved, lost in thought though he was, his worries about companions' failing health and his own fading hopes, Eldest Split's sensory ridge picked up a distinct change in the temperature and the taste of the air in the tunnel. He stopped, as did companion. They were only several 14s of leg spans from the opening of the branch tunnel leading to the rocklick chamber. Cautiously they moved forward, the changes growing more pronounced as they advanced. When they reached the branching, something strange appeared. Light. Very faint. Not enough to polarize their seeing-hole plugs, but there, and growing brighter as they turned and followed the tunnel to the chamber. It was disorienting, being able to see inside the tunnels. Eldest Split knew companion must feel it, too. He longed to exchange with her. He was thrilled to know that the lighter shape, seen against the black of the tunnels behind him, was her. That knowledge helped to still his agitation as they continued moving forward. Carefully they approached the light. When they reached it, Eldest Split felt the ground disappear beneath him, like a tunnel emerging on a cliff face. He scrambled back to keep from falling. Eldest Split surveyed his incredibly changed world. By raising himself up, first on front, then on rear legs, his seeing-hole was able to take in the mysteries confronting them. A short distance below him he saw the flat, circular bottom of the odd vertical tunnel, which he estimated at over 60 14s of leg spans across. Opposite was the rocklick chamber, seemingly inaccessible now. Above he saw enormous strange objects hanging over him and almost filling the huge tunnel. The unnatural shapes triggered in Eldest Split a memory of a dream, of things the different ones had made and lived in. Bright Swimmer's light from above slipped by through gaps and holes. Not blinding, but bright, as when awaiting sunstand before Bright Swimmer has cleared a mountain. Being in shadow was liberating, seeing such a wonderful sensation after the darkness of their lives in the tunnels. Eldest Split turned and lowered his body to the tunnel floor. He and companion regarded each other for the first time in many 14s of cycles. His love of companion blossomed anew. He must share with her that the legends were true, and rescue is coming. The exchange suddenly became more important to him than anything else. He pushed forward, causing companion to turn and move back to the main tunnel, where he took the lead and resumed their trek down to the soft damp tunnels. As they walked slowly, conserving energy, Eldest Split's mind played back his memories of the legend. The version preserved within him had changed over the many 14s of cycles of his life, remembered from exchanges with elders, added to from experience, and reinforced by the few times the dream had visited him. But it tasted as fresh now, and as true, as the waters of the great flat once had been. In the times before the splits, different ones had walked among the life and beauty of this world. As that beauty had faded, the different ones were no more. The splits, heirs to this once vibrant, now dying world, waited for the different ones to come back. Surely they had gone to a safe place from which they would return and gather to themselves Eldest Split, companion, and the younger and elder splits of the lines. But the cycles, in their 14s, had flickered by like daylight glinting off the water among the reeds of a lost time. The different ones had not returned, and the surviving splits had retreated to the tunnels. In steadfast cycles of his own, Gem Swimmer swam through the shimmering blackness of the high shore, and had looked across the darkness that separated him from the near shore and the splits and their lines. One day he thought he saw life, but the distance made the seeing difficult. By the time he'd come closer, and had learned to see better, life on the near shore was fast disappearing, and Gem Swimmer could still not be sure of what he had seen. And the cycles passed, unseen by the splits underground as they struggled on. Some day Gem Swimmer would send splits of his own, possibly the different ones themselves, to explore and satisfy his curiosity. They will swim the endless black waters to arrive one day on the near shore of this sandy world. As these swimmers slowly approach, the survivors in the tunnels would number fewer and fewer, until only a small fraction of a 14 remained. Those who lost hope, denied the legend, would join those whose life sands had mingled with the wind-blown soil of this world. But for those whose belief never wavered, rescue was sure to come. When his mind cleared and quieted, Eldest Split felt revived, and with renewed purpose he accelerated toward the soft, damp tunnel, where exchange awaited. 10. News. And just as quickly it was gone. Peter checked the video playback. Nothing. But the holes were still there. "Peter, we're at the farm, waiting for your okay." Peter had to shake his head to clear his thoughts. Dreams of discovery of life on Mars warred with a checklist of chores, part of the directive to hunker down and simply survive. All right, Chip. Batteries will be full in 15 minutes. While we're waiting, have I got a story to tell you? 11. Exchange. The soft damp had barely begun when Eldest Split, in impatience and inner excitement, felt his exchange arm emerge and begin whipping around in the total darkness. After striking Companion's carapace dome several times, her exchange arm must also have emerged. When the arms contacted, they immediately entwined and hurriedly exchanged. "Eldest, this is too soon. Companion, the legend was true. Rescue is here." "No. Yes. I saw the works of the different ones high up in the large new tunnel." "Are you sure? Did you see one of them?" "No. So we must go back after soft damp. They have surely come. Or else why dig so deep?" "To find us? Yes, Companion. We are saved." Eldest Split exulted in how quickly the news had improved the taste of her. 12. Quest. "Martha, Chip and Sandy and I need to update you." "All right, Peter," she answered in a tired, distracted voice. She looked exhausted. "Well, Digger will be at the top of the shaft in 4 hours. Solar panels are being harvested on schedule, and I need to improvise a gopher trap." Martha sputtered, almost choking on a sip of water. "What?" Peter told the whole story, again. He added, "I'm taking the elevator down to check it out." "Peter, now don't try to talk me out of it. I'm looking at 4 hours at least of sitting on my hands here. What if I'm right?" Martha looked sympathetic, but unsure. "Our mission is survival now, not discovery. That doesn't change our basic instincts." "Good God, Martha, you're a scientist. What would you do in my place?" She looked away from the camera, sipping her water. "Okay." She turned back with a thin smile. "Give us a half hour. If our image processing guys decide a low probability the holes have a non-biologic cause, then you can go." In 31 minutes, Peter was in his suit and leaving the hab. He took the reserve buggy and headed off to the great circular sand mountain. He'd need about 2 hours to reach the base of the mountain, and then on foot follow the safety cable up and over the sand pile and elevator down to the bottom of the hole. 4 hours total, down and back to the hab, left him little time to search, but it would be 5 to 6 hours before Chip and Sandy got back, so he was in good shape time-wise. Sandy had sounded especially admiring of his discovery, and more acutely aware, Peter thought, of him as a person. Aside from the significance of this find, which Earth was too preoccupied right now to properly evaluate and absorb, it was suddenly more important to Peter to properly impress Sandy. He got out of the small screened cage that had lowered him slowly the 1,000 meters and stepped out onto the fresh regolith. As he walked toward the smaller of the two holes, he felt like a gladiator in the deepest coliseum ever. Peter was assailed by a swarm of questions and doubts. Even if he was right and able to capture something in the clear plastic tub he'd brought along, how would he keep it alive? Would any act of his be kind or cruel? He stopped 2 meters away from the hole and squinted for a look inside in the failing light. He resisted using his flashlight, hoping not to frighten something inside, squinting back at him. 13. The urge to see. We must go back. It isn't safe if you are wrong. Eldest Split was torn. Rescue was not assured. Companion was right. But not to try, not to affirm this new reality, would be a surrender to life, slow death in the tunnels. We will go and wait there until Rocklick. Companion agreed. They disengaged. Eldest Split felt regret at the possible loss of a familiar reality, yet energized at the prospect of a new, better one. Then began their march, possibly their last, to the Rocklick chamber. 14. Contact. Peter took a hesitant step and stopped. The white shape, at least 8 14s of leg spans tall, stood nearby, unmoving. He watched a shiny black shape arrive at the lip of the hole, and so he began to record, raising an appendage to its upper carapace dome in a gesture that meant nothing to Eldest Split. The alien creature, motionless, just sat there, its silhouette closely matching the cross-section of the tunnel, while the need for the Rocklick became insistent. Peter realized that his helmet and the poor light of dusk from above him was probably causing his face to be too dark to see, so he reached up again, and instantly the upper carapace dome burst with inner light, revealing the organs within. The alien stirred, but did not seem frightened enough to flee, but the need to Rocklick was urgent, and the different one had done nothing to fear. Peter watched, amazed, as the creature crawled forward a few centimeters and fell the 20 centimeters to the floor of the shaft, landing on its feet, with Companion, just as anxious to Rocklick, following. And then a smaller one fell, striking the first one, and it fell on her back, all 14 legs scrabbling futilely. He was panic-stricken, not having a way to help her. Peter watched, fascinated and horrified, as the second alien struggled to no avail. The larger one stayed near, but the different one appeared equally helpless to know what to do. What to do? What to do? Grab them now? Wait? What would be cruelty? What would be kindness? Then it reached down, and with an appendage that ended in several smaller manipulators, it turned Companion back onto her legs. Peter wondered if he'd missed an opportunity to collect his samples, as it watched them scamper toward the Rocklick chamber. Obviously they weren't equipped to scale a meter of vertical packed regolith. What was it that attracted them to the other hole? Peter knew his big moment might evaporate, but again it reached down and gently raised him, then Companion, and placed them into the Rocklick chamber. He moved closer, letting his helmet light illuminate the alien activity as the rasp tongue prolapsed and the Rocklick began. It lasted over 40 minutes, and Peter fervently hoped the computers at the control hab were getting every precious image. He placed the plastic tub at the hole. If the aliens decided to flee back into the tunnels away from him, then video would be all he'd have. He wanted more. As Rocklick ended, Eldest Split and Companion turned to regard the strange, large, white alien form. New worries troubled Eldest Split. Would it take them to a place with water, rock, and soft purple? Would rescue save or kill them? 15. Rescue. Eldest Split and Companion waited. After a few 14s of moments, the different one, using both upper appendages, brought them both down from the chamber and put them into another chamber that had high, clear walls. When his sensory ridge touched it, Eldest Split found that it had a strange, unpleasant taste. Grasping the new chamber, the different one was able to move it away from the vertical cliff wall. Panic caused them both to scratch wildly at the floor of the clear chamber. Leaving the lick rock behind felt suddenly dangerous. The different one raised the clear chamber up close to its upper carapace dome for a moment, then brought it close to the Rocklick chamber, and the splits calmed. It placed the chamber back on the floor for a few 14s of moments, then broke a large piece off the lick rock and placed it inside with eldest Split and companion. With their fears allayed, eldest Split and companion settled down. 16. At the threshold. Peter hesitated before entering the control hab. The creatures hadn't moved for the entire 2-hour trip back. Had he killed them in spite of the care he'd taken? Would exposing them to the human environment inside the control hab destroy them? Would they perish like fish plucked from the ocean deeps, bursting in shallow water when brought up by careless fishermen or scientists? He set the tub down, and using the outside emergency air hose, replenished his suit's oxygen, almost completely depleted by now. How, he asked himself, could these alien creatures live in the near vacuum of Mars? And would they survive at just under 1 atmosphere inside the hab? "Hey, Pete, Chip here. We're about 10 minutes out. We've got 50 panels. How are the aliens doing?" "Good. I hope. They're either sleeping or I've killed them." "I can't wait to see them," Sandy added, in a slightly breathy voice, or so it sounded to Peter. 17. Heaven or Hell? He waited for Chip and Sandy. Together with the creatures in the tub, they brought the pressure in the airlock up slowly, alert for any reaction. The aliens stirred at about 1/2 bar. As the pressure crept higher, they saw no ill effects, but decided to keep it at minimum pressure, like working at 15,000 feet on Earth. The hab's lights did not appear to bother the aliens. Peter did appreciate being able to watch Sandy emerge from her spacesuit, though. But all the attention was on the creatures. "You know, Peter," Chip began in his slow engineer's speculation tone, "these don't look like burrowing insects, really. They have a body plan like aquatic crustaceans." "Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. They remind me of horseshoe crabs, minus the tail." The three discussed and photographed and uploaded and reported status to base for about 20 minutes when something seemed to go wrong with the aliens. They became extremely agitated, scurrying around faster and faster, searching at the sides of the tub and climbing onto the rock fragment as if trying to escape. It was when their frantic movements began to slow down and become lethargic that Chip slapped his forehead. "Oh, God! Get the night vision goggles!" He slipped them on. The two alien creatures were black shapes, surrounded by bright white halos that were expanding slowly, threatening to invade the black. "They're unable to reject this heat. We need to cool them down or put them back outside." Peter ran to the fridge and pulled out all the water bottles. "Of course, stupid," he cursed himself. "They live over 100 degrees below our comfort zone." When he poured the bottles into the tub and onto the slow-moving aliens, they stopped and began to transform. 18. Hell or Heaven? Water! A miracle! The killing heat subsided. In response to the cooling, eldest Split extended his water sipper and felt his exchange arm emerge. He saw companion do the same. The relief as his internal temperature slowly increased was all-consuming, as was the realization that now, in this place, exchange would be so easy. He looked through the clear chamber walls. He saw that the different ones, 3 of them now, had shed their white carapaces. 2 nearby were positioned with their upper organs directed toward the Splits. Eldest Split saw that 1 each of their upper appendages rested on the raised floor of this large, bright new tunnel. As he watched, their many small manipulators entwined, a gesture he understood clearly. 19. Moving. They packed everything up for the trip back to base. Martha agreed to let them wait until morning before setting out. Making sleeping arrangements was awkward. Chip cut through the haze by choosing the sleeper in the flatbed. Peter and Sandy got better acquainted, but surrendered to their fatigue before anything interesting happened. Peter decided to leave the lights on. The last thing he and Sandy saw the aliens do, before their own lights went out, was to join the snake-like organs that emerged from their domed upper shells. They twisted together like 2 well-spliced wires. Peter and Sandy smiled as their eyes closed. 20. New exchange. Are you well, companion? Yes, you know I am. The heat is bearable now, but the short purple is so weak here, but constant. Here we are sun-standing always. Eldest Split felt his life sands adjust to the heat and constant dim light of this alien tunnel. He was relieved. He and companion would survive until the different ones brought them to their new, better living place, as he felt sure they would. Until then, he would luxuriate in the bliss of exchange and water. 21. On the road. Peter and Sandy followed in the buggy, watching the flatbed load bouncing along ahead of them, and watching the aliens in their tub between them. Martha, we're about an hour from you. All is going well. Good, Peter. How are your new passengers doing? Pretty well, I think. No way to know for sure. They're moving. Seem to like being in cool water. Incredible, Martha commented. Water's not something they'd encounter in the wild. She still sounded tired, but her interest in the aliens was obvious and encouraging. On arrival at Xantha Outpost, Peter refused to even listen to requests for tissue samples. Because the Martians appeared to be animals, they were to be studied like animals, or so the local Mars Brain Trust had decided. Furthermore, some proponents continued, since there were two, one could surely be spared for more thorough, deeper researches. Chemical, genetic, anatomical. The arguments sounded half-hearted at best, and in the face of Peter's intransigence soon were quietly dropped. As they prepared for the evacuation to Marineris City, the aliens became everyone's beloved pets. Finger-tapping on the tub was briefly a thing, until Peter, parent-like, put a stop to it. The residents of the outpost began using part of their water ration to add to the water in the tub. Some studiously made ice cubes to help keep the temperature down. By the time the Armada was ready to roll south, several people mentioned to Peter that the creatures seemed to be growing round swellings on their upper domes. Peter had noticed too, but the Martian beings seemed no less active or alert. It was water that worried Peter. He was feeling guilty about people sharing their water rations with Rob and Laura, as they had begun to call the Martians. Martha, he radioed after they had gotten into their spacesuits. Yes, Mr. First Contact, what can I do for you? Peter chuckled. Nice to hear the strain of the last year, especially of the last few days, drain away from Martha's voice as the group was close to becoming Marineris' headache. Isn't there, of all the insane things we brought to Mars, a koi pond under the Marineris City dome? Yes, there is, Martha answered, understanding bright in her voice. But under the circumstances, no, don't let them drain it. We'll need it for Rob and Laura. I'll see what influence I have, but in either case be prepared to eat a lot of koi for a while. They laughed and finished the sad job of shutting the outpost down. They left it in a state to be either restarted someday or to be stripped of useful tech. Peter joined Sandy and the aliens in the buggy, and after systems and comms checks, they all trundled off to the bigger lifeboat of Marineris City. 22. The Dream. The motion, the sloshing of the water, and the unusual contentment lulled Eldest Split to his night's sleep. But the dormancy was not entire. He found himself walking unknown yet somehow familiar riverbanks. Life thronged around him more intensely than he'd ever known, even from earliest memory. The seeing was easier, effortless, and better. With no need to tilt his whole body, he could see everything, and in amazing varieties of light. The beauty was boundless, and he wanted desperately to exchange of it with companion. And the seasons flickered by, like sunlight through the leaves of trees. Then he saw her. She was transformed, but he was not shocked, at her appearance or at his own, which was itself a shock. Like him, she had only 4 walking appendages. They looked like very large exchange arms. No carapace or armor covered any part of their bodies. Above, 4 grasping arms grew. Higher still there was a dome, where above her large speaking/eating hole her 4 bright, beautifully colored eyes regarded him. He took one of her grasping arms in his. However, nothing exchanged. Instead, her thoughts came to him, weakly and without flavor, in response to the movements of her speaking/eating hole. "We have made the choice, beloved," she said. "Come with me, and together we will look at the chosen." And the seasons flickered by, like sand lights winking out at twilight. The life of the river had greatly diminished. On land, only the stiff, dry grasses remained, and every season more red soil showed. Eldest Split and Companion were now encased in carapaces woven from these grasses. These new skins were, Eldest Split somehow knew, protection against the sunlight, now become an enemy to life. And the seasons flickered by. 23. Home. They arrived, and Peter was received like a celebrity. While the solar panels were being placed in storage, and the other trinkets they'd brought were being put away, Peter and Sandy carried Rob and Laura to the koi pond. The aliens were still asleep, as Peter described it, so they carefully picked each up from the tub, out of the surprisingly clear water. Gently they placed them and the fragment of their rock in water about an inch deep. Peter and Sandy dried their hands, while Peter informed the interested crowd that had gathered that the Martians would probably remain inert for another couple of hours. When he pulled Sandy over into his arms, and they prepared to go find their new lodgings, quiet chirping sounds came from Rob and Laura. Peter knelt down near the water's edge and studied each exposed carapace dome. The swellings that people had been obsessively pointing out to him were developing small cracks where they met each creature's dome. Uncertain why he wanted to do it, Peter cupped his hands, scooped up a double handful of water, and poured it out onto each of the swellings. With the crowd looking on and Sandy's hand on his shoulder, Peter watched the birth of 2 aliens. The cracks at the periphery of each swelling finished their circular progress with a tiny, subdued snap, and then each swelling split from its parent's dome. Each rose up on 14 tiny legs. Having poor purchase on the dome's smooth, sloping surface, they slid off into the pond and skittered away toward deeper water. All the humans were dumbstruck. Peter's emotions overflowed. All his worries about their future, about the impossibility of return to Earth, and about the possible need for rescue, had been shunted aside in his concern for his discovery, and he now knew in his love for Rob and Laura. 24. Still the dream. They arrived in pain, wheezing in the effort to draw life from the thinning air. They looked at their legacy. After many seasons of working with these ancient, alien-looking native creatures, Eldest Split had grown to love these rock lickers. Along with their augmented biomechanical enhancements, Eldest Split and Companion had given them some of their own memories, imprinted on their surprisingly large primitive brains. "Will they survive?" he asked. "We have made them like us, almost immortal, if they can survive the death of this world," Companion answered. "What will they make of the memories we have given them? And what of us and this?" he asked, with a sweeping gesture with 2 of his grasping arms toward the lake. "Will they remember?" "Yes, my love, when the time is right." And the last few seasons came and passed like the waters of the world. Eldest Split raised his eyes to the sky in a final hopeless plea for rescue. He turned to look at Companion. He despaired at her appearance, and at the knowledge that the sun and the thin air had devastated his own body as well. Her health was in ruins, and the sun and the dryness had disfigured her face horribly. He was furious at a universe that could do this to his beloved Companion. But there was nothing for it. They were close to death. There was nothing left to eat. The grasses and the rock lickers were inedible. It hadn't rained in many 14s of seasons, the rivers had stopped flowing long ago, and the brackish lake water, killed whatever they tried to grow. There was one last thing left to do before the end. Grasping arm in grasping arm, eldest Split and companion walked into the salty water and released many 14s of the small creatures from their place of confinement. Each domed carapace scurried on its 14 tiny legs toward the open waters of the lake. Eldest Split and companion watched the rapid dispersal of their only hope for immortality and surrogate survival. Then they turned to face each other. Their lonely work was done. Rescue would not come in time. It was now up to their creations to split into new lives and carry on. Slowly they removed their woven grass wrappings and let them drift away on the water. Freedom from their woven skins, after all the many 14s of seasons, was a short-lived relief. They embraced under the withering blast of the short purple light and let the planet take them. And life ceased on the world. Only rock lickers with alien memories moved on the surface of the dying planet. 25. Life anew. Still in their happy, weeping embrace, Peter and Sandy watched as Rob and Laura exchanged immediately when the dream was done. Sandy kissed Peter. He was amazed at the emotional release. The birth of the young Splits had been for them both. He wondered what stories those alien brains could tell. He was resigned to the fact that he'd never know. But knowing they had created new young Splits told him that this was rescue. Salvation, in fact. Companion, did the dream come to you, too? Yes, eldest. We are home. Peter and Sandy took a breath, and hand in hand wandered off to find their new quarters. Peter wondered if anything more interesting could possibly happen tonight. The Chrysalis Pool. Sean McMullen. Reading time 37 minutes. Sean McMullen lives in Melbourne, worked as a laboratory technician while an undergraduate, then spent 3 decades in scientific computing while running a parallel career as a science fiction author. He has had 120 books and stories published, and has won over a dozen awards, as well as having Hugo and BSFA award nominations. Sean's History of New Zealand Science Fiction and Fantasy, co-authored with Simon Litton, was published online in July 2020. His daughter is the award-winning SF and horror screenwriter Catherine S. McMullen. Online, Sean is at www.seanmcmullen.net.au. How many scientists actually build the devices that make their discoveries? Not many. Most experimental equipment is assembled and operated by lab technicians. We are paid a lot less and are never recognized, but more often than not we are first to see the breakthrough results. For a few minutes we stand alone on the edge of a new frontier, then we vanish from history. For me there is no better feeling than being there first, and alone. The great thing about being a hardware specialist was that even people with PhDs and papers in Nature depended on my work. They came to my cubicle with a problem that needed an experimental device. I gave them an estimate of what it would cost. They went away and arranged funding. Then I built it. Alice Marshall was a psychologist with an impressive reputation in statistical analysis, but hardware was a blank spot for her. Perhaps for this reason she treated me more as a collaborator than a lackey. Normally, when she had a new project, she arrived with takeaway coffee and donuts. This time she arranged to meet me at the University Staff Club and told me to order whatever I wanted. "I've got a feeling that what you want is borderline impossible," I said as I pointed at a poppy seed scroll. "Maybe just different, Lucian," she said hopefully. "I'm developing a database to identify medical conditions from the types of hallucinations that patients report. I have a subject who is having video-realistic hallucinations. Not just weird colors, but vivid images." "From drugs?" "I've had him checked for drugs, pathogens, tumors, and every type of brain trauma in the database. He's clean." "Then why come to me?" "Like,
I can build a kit to specification, but imaging hallucinations is so far into the frontier, it's over the horizon. All I want is something simple, to prove to Leo that what he sees is really not there. Suddenly this was a no-brainer. Wearable cameras are easy, I replied. Give me 5 minutes and I can do you one out of spare parts. We tried a phone camera clipped to his tracksuit, but he reported no hallucinations at all while wearing it. He only has his visions at night while jogging. He says he meets a woman and talks to her. My job is solving problems with hardware, and there was an obvious solution here. Lie. What about a camera and microphone disguised as something else? I asked. I could build a pinhead camera into a badge or a clip. Lucian, that's not ethical, Alice exclaimed at once. But he consented to wearing the phone camera. It would be a breach of trust if he doesn't know. He must give informed consent to whatever we do. This was the sort of problem I really liked. Finding a solution that eludes even a scientist made me feel a bit superior, and I like feeling superior. Hallucinations would cause the guy's brain activity to alter, so how about an electroencephalograph cap with a Bluetooth link to his phone? Would he consent to that? I think so, but he only has the visions while jogging. An electroencephalograph would be too bulky. I took out my phone and called up the image of a human ear trailing cables and sensors. Have you heard of Dank's work on human hearing? I asked. He's with the University of Oldenburg. She stared at the screen, frowning. If you want numbers analyzed, I'm your doctor, she said. If hardware is involved, forget it. Then leave the equipment to me. See here, this grey thing with the gold dots? It's a little electroencephalograph sensor unit. Really? It's tiny. Give me 2 hours and I'll build a couple of dozen sensors into a jogger's cap. Your patient would just have to keep his hair shaved and gel his scalp before running. Leo's very cooperative. I'm sure he would do anything I ask. I'll need to meet him to do the fitting. I can bring him over this afternoon. Great. Is there anything else I need to know before we go face-to-face? Probably not, but I always worry about words that follow but. Tell me now, in case there's kit I need to borrow from another lab. It will seem silly. I've built sensors for people studying sexual dysfunction. Some of that kit redefines the meaning of the word silly. Well, when Leo goes jogging near a stream or lake, he says he meets a naked water nymph. Alice was giving a lecture when Leo Hawker arrived at my cubicle, but she had briefed him over the phone about what I was doing. He was everything that I would expect an amateur marathon runner to be, in his mid-30s, a little below average height, and lacking any evidence of fatty tissue. Even though it was winter, he was dressed in just a lightweight suit and shirt. I had a fan heater running in my workshop and was wearing a jacket over a hoodie. I have Raynaud's syndrome, I explained when Leo asked why my workspace was so hot. That's when the body withdraws blood from the fingers and toes on cold days. No known cause or cure, very distressing, but it can be managed. I held up the EEG rig that I had built. It looked like a sports cap with a black plastic rod clipped to the right-hand side. Has Dr. Marshall explained that you need to shave your head before you can wear this? I asked. Sure he did. What's that thing on the side? Just batteries, a transmitter, and a GPS unit. It's very important to keep it on the right side of your head. Why is that? I put more sensors on the right. The right hemisphere of the brain is better at creative and visual tasks, so if it's creating hallucinations, something may show up. Now remember, you must text us before you go for a run. Got all that? Text before running and wear the GPS unit on the right. Great. Time to visit the university hairdresser. It is quite a long walk from the Faculty of Medicine to the Student Union building, and this seemed like a good time to ask about Leo's hallucinations. My brief is that you see water nymphs when jogging alone at night. Just one, he replied, uneasy and embarrassed. I've looked up Wikipedia, I said, trying to reassure him. Water nymphs like Undine and Rusalka are a bit like mermaids, but without the fins and scales. They're common themes in folklore right around the world. My water nymph looks like a young woman, Doctor, and she appears whenever I jog near rivers, ponds, lakes, or even the beach. Doctor, I like being taken for a scientist. Can you describe her? Maybe 20, top model sort of thin and with long dark hair. And you speak with her? Yes. But she never appears when you wear a camera? Never. Maybe modern nymphs don't like the idea of being videoed naked, then posted on YouTube. So you don't believe me, he muttered, immediately on the defensive. I only believe experimental data. The cap I built does just brainwaves, so there will be no embarrassing videos. All this suggested that the water nymph only existed in Leo's mind, but there was a chance that some third party was not playing by the rules. Maybe that someone was stalking Leo, trying to catch him with an entrapment scam. Maybe it was Leo himself. To allow for that, I had included a disguised camera in the GPS unit after all. What can brainwaves tell you? He asked. The cap I built monitors your brain activity and has onboard GPS, I explained. Dr. Marshall thinks you might be having mild seizures that show up as hallucinations. If you report seeing the nymph, we can pinpoint the place and time, then check your brain's activity. So you won't video what I see? Don't have to, I said, skirting the truth rather than lying. It's more important to work out why you are seeing things. The hairdresser had worked for me before, and soon had Leo's hair shaved clean. He kept running his hands over his scalp as we returned to the laboratory. This is weird. I've never had it this short before, he said. I wonder if the nymph will recognize me. You will be wearing the cap, so same difference. How long have you been seeing her? First time? Maybe 2 months ago. I was jogging around Albert Lake Park, and I saw what looked like a naked girl swimming. It was a freezing cold winter's night, but there was bright moonlight, so visibility was good. I stopped and waved to her, as one does. I asked if she needed help, but she just called my name and beckoned me in. That made me think she was wearing a skin-colored wetsuit and playing a joke. I took out my phone and swiped up the camera, but when I looked back at the lake, she was gone. When I jogged on, I could hear her calling, "Leo, Leo," behind me. By now I had formed my own theory about why Leo was seeing his nymph. It was a theory that might save his life. "Do you play computer games?" I asked. "Doesn't everyone?" "What sort?" "Oh, world-building stuff like Forge of Empires. Office admin is my day job, so I'm pretty good at organization." "You mean you like maintaining things for other people?" "That's it. Not very exciting, but I am a boring sort of guy." I had decided that Leo was a potential suicide risk, stepping outside a drab existence, edging himself toward death by drowning. Within his mind, a beautiful water nymph was stalking him, and the nymphs of mythology were known to drown their lovers. What a way to go! Far more fun than a handful of sleeping pills washed down with a glass of wine. In stories like Undine and Rusalka, the nymphs fall in love with a handsome mortal prince. Do you have fantasies about being a prince? I don't have to. I really am a prince. That sort of statement normally had me reaching for a little pocket taser that I built for encounters with guys wearing hoodies and demanding money in return for not stabbing me. "I don't meet many princes," is what I replied. "It's only technical. You don't have to call me your highness or anything. Back in 1907, some social climber had an affair with King Edward. When he found out she was pregnant, she was packed off to Australia to give birth, where nobody important would notice. That's it. 4 generations later, I'm the eldest male in a line of eldest males. Burke's peerage would not class me as a prince, but a 16th of my DNA is royal." That made sense. Like the actor Benedict Cumberbatch and thousands of others with British ancestors, I shared a tiny amount of DNA with King Richard III. While I could hardly claim to be a prince, I, too, was very slightly royal. Back at my workshop, I showed Leo how to apply gel to his scalp and put the cap on. I displayed his brainwave readout on a screen. "This is so cool, I feel like I'm in a science fiction movie," was his reaction. The readouts don't show thoughts, but I can run algorithms that filter for patterns that are unique to individuals, I explained. Here's one from a colleague who shaves his head. I tested the cap on him this morning. See the way differences are highlighted when I superimpose his readout on yours? Now look here, this is an archive readout of a patient having an epileptic fit. See how the waves suddenly become more dense? It all seems so easy. It's not, but my job is to look after the hard stuff. When can you go for a jog? How about now? I've got my tracksuit and trainers in my backpack. Is there a mechanic anywhere who does not dream about strapping into the Formula One racer that they maintain, then pressing the throttle all the way forward?
This was my secret moment in the seat. Alice was one of those scientists who could not tell a raspberry pi from a croissant, so she would not look too closely at my hardware. I had built a police micro-body cam into the rod on the side of Leo's cap. Using this, I could download sound and images to a server, and it gave 3 hours of recording time before needing a recharge. Once Leo was in his tracksuit and trainers, I sent him on a test jog around the university perimeter. The unit worked perfectly, but I had to kill the sound and video when Alice called in to check how we were doing. "See here, he's turned into Tin Alley," I said, as the blinking dot on a screen map suddenly headed west. "The EEG profile is characteristic of relaxation," she said after just a glance at my screen. "He's really at ease when jogging. Sounds right for someone into amateur marathons." Now he stopped. "That's the Beau Repair swimming pool," I said, pointing to the GPS map. "He must be trying to have a vision." "Nothing significant in his brainwaves," she said, sounding disappointed. "Would you really expect a water nymph to appear in a heated swimming pool during the day? I suppose the chlorine in other swimmers would spoil the mood. Oi, he's moving on." "Do I have to come here to follow Leo when he goes jogging?" she asked, still staring intently at the screen. "This is the 21st century, Dr. Marshall. You can do anything from anywhere. I'll send you a link to the lab server so you can watch on your laptop." Leo returned, collected his backpack, then jogged on to the CBD where he worked. As I configured Alice's laptop to monitor him, she invited me to have dinner with her at University House that night. I wondered whether this might be a date in disguise, but decided not. She was married, and made a point of wearing her wedding ring. What she really wanted was technical help on hand when Leo went for his nightly jog. University House is the academic staff club and was not really my scene. The leather armchairs and open fires go back generations, and are meant to help academics relax while discussing leading-edge whatever. I build laboratory equipment and did not have a PhD, so I felt like an outsider. "Why are water nymphs so popular?" I asked Alice over the main course. "Every culture seems to have versions of them, and they're usually beautiful girls." "Ethnography is not my field, but as a psychologist I suspect that the nymphs of Western countries are all about morality and the consequences of bad behavior. For example, in the opera Rusalka, a nymph sacrifices her voice to be with a handsome prince. He gets tired of having a partner who can't speak, and dumps her for a mortal princess. Rusalka goes back to her lake, becomes a demon of death, and eventually kills him." She took out her smartphone, called up YouTube, and played Rusalka's Song to the Moon from the opera. Even Pink Floyd is seriously old-fashioned as far as I'm concerned, but there was something strangely haunting about the music. Haunting, alluring, and as cold as a moonlit forest in winter. "The theme of nymphs drowning their lovers goes back a long way," Alice continued, now doing a Google search. "This is an 1896 painting by the artist John Waterhouse, Hylas and the Water Nymphs. Hylas was a Greek prince who was lured into a pond by these magical girls. He was never seen again." I took the phone from her and zoomed in on the girls in the water. The artist had recruited 7 stunningly attractive models to pose for his painting. "If they're typical nymphs, then I'd certainly be tempted," I said as I gave the phone back. "Art historians say the painting owes more to 19th century Christian morality than Greek myth. The female body in general, and women's sexuality in particular, were seen as powerful, dangerous temptations by the Victorians. So this painting was a warning about the dangers of sex? That, and an excuse to paint female nudes at a time when women covered up totally below the neck. Then again, in some European folk tales, Rusalkas are fertility spirits, bringing moisture to the earth after winter and helping things grow. Maybe it was the general feeling of being in the staff club, but I found myself wanting to impress Alice, to show that I could see things that academics might miss. "Have you thought of Leo as a suicide risk?" I asked. This seemed to surprise her. It was gratifying. "He displays none of the standard signs. But he's not a standard case. What's his romantic background like?" "I can't tell you details." Her ethics threshold was a very high brick wall with razor wire on top. Mine was more of a speed bump. "But in general?" I probed. There was a pause as she wrestled with her conscience. She lost.
I shouldn't be telling you this, but his liaisons were disasters. He does come across as the sort who lets other people walk all over him. Well spotted. These days he's pretty much asexual. So he's in a support job. His love life is going nowhere. His sport doesn't involve much social contact, and he can't stand up for himself. Maybe he dreams of going out spectacularly, drowned in the arms of a beautiful water nymph. But people depend on him. He's won 3 marathons, and he's financially secure. That's not a bad way to be. Her description of Leo might as well have been of myself. I have a support job, and my one serious relationship only lasted long enough for my partner to get a legal claim on half the value of my unit, which my parents had bought for me. I knew all about being walked over and feeling suicidal. Both our phones pinged before I could tell her any of this. It was Leo, messaging that he was back in his East Melbourne unit, but about to leave for a 2-hour run. I called up the monitoring software on Alice's laptop, and Leo's EEG readouts appeared on the screen, alongside an inset map from his GPS locator. "I might leave you to it," I said as I stood up. "I've got some sorting to do back at the lab." I am not great on exercise if it's outside a heated gym, but I ran all the way back to the Faculty of Medicine. On my workstation's screen, I watched as Leo visited the pools in the Fitzroy and Treasury Gardens, but although he lingered by both for a minute or so, no nymphs appeared on camera, and apparently he saw none. I expected him to turn south for the river, but he jogged in the opposite direction, along Spring Street, then entered the Carlton Gardens. This suddenly made sense, because according to Google Maps, there were several fountains and pools there. Leo headed for an ornamental pool in the southwest corner. The lighting was not great, but the moon was full, the sky was cloudless, and the camera mounted on his cap was rated for military and police work in poor light. I watched and listened as he jogged along a walking track, but all I heard were footsteps, breathing, and distant traffic. As I expected, he stopped beside the pool. "Why are you stalking me?" he asked. I had not expected that. There was no reply, but the EEG readouts were displaying a pattern that was neither normal nor a seizure. There was absolutely no wind, and the water of the pool was like a black mirror. I shivered at the sight of it, even though I was watching from my heated workshop. "It's so cold," he said. "How can you stand the cold?" Again there was silence. Leo was hearing voices, but they were within his head. Quite possibly he was seeing something as well. I checked his brainwave activity, and it was not just elevated, it had the profile of someone under considerable stress. "The water must be icy, yet you look so warm." Water makes all the difference when it comes to being chilled. Years ago the Titanic exhibition had come to town, and along with salvaged pieces of the ship and White Star Line crockery, there was a room chilled to the temperature of the North Atlantic on the night the Titanic sank. I remember thinking that it would be a ghastly way to die, plunging into such brutally cold water. That memory was in my mind as Leo waded out into the pool. The camera displayed ripples radiating across the surface, sparkling in the moonlight, and the microphone picked up splashing. I shivered as I watched. It must have felt like knives of ice were slashing at Leo's legs. He reached out to embrace what was not there, then pitched face forward into the water. Without bothering to take my helmet, gloves, or leather jacket, I grabbed my bicycle and rode out into the back streets of Carlton. At red lights I slowed just enough to avoid being hit by cars that had the right-of-way, and as luck would have it, there were no police patrolling. By my estimate, Leo could not have been in the water for more than 4 or 5 minutes when I reached the pool, but for those minutes he was floating face down in water only a degree or two above freezing, and definitely not breathing. The human brain can stand maybe 5 minutes without oxygen, I told myself, as I waded out to where he floated. I grasped him by the shoulders and raised his head above the surface, watched by a figure standing waist-deep in the water. She was dressed in a lab coat as white as alabaster, with pale hair unbound and cascading over her shoulders. I stared in astonishment while I continued dragging Leo out of the pool and onto the grass. My fingers were too numb with cold to feel for a pulse in his carotid artery, but I heard him wheeze for breath. That snapped me out of my reverie, and I pulled off his soaked tracksuit top
and gave him my coat and thermalite zip-up. As I phoned Alice, I looked back at the pool. There was nobody standing in the dark water. "Where are you?" I asked through chattering teeth. "In University House, watching Leo's readouts. You would not believe the readings. Get in your car and come to the Carlton Gardens, Rathdown Street side. Leo just tried to drown himself." "Drown himself? What did he use for water? There's a pond. Didn't you look at Google Maps? Now hurry, or there'll be 2 frozen corpses here." Leo lay under a blanket on a gurney in the laboratory, and I wore a towel while his clothes and my socks and trousers dried in an autoclave. The EEG cap was safely hidden in my locker. "You were lucky we were following you in real time," Alice told him. "You knew where I was," he replied sharply. Not how did you know, but you knew. Accusative. The tone in mild-mannered Leo's voice was definitely one of annoyance. "There's GPS on the unit you were wearing, remember?" I said. "I saw you walk into the geolocation of the pool, and it's a freezing cold night. I knew you needed help. I don't like the idea of being tracked." This was not the old Leo speaking. He was suddenly assertive, defensive, even hostile. "We agreed you would only wear it while jogging," I pointed out. "Don't you remember?" "I still don't like it." "But it saved your life," insisted Alice. "That's no reason to keep wearing it. I don't want to be in any more experiments. Where are my clothes?" "We should have a doctor check you," said Alice. "No, I just want to go home. Now." In my experience, people speaking in that tone were not far off throwing punches, so I fetched his clothes and my trousers. They were comfortingly hot from the autoclave, but they reeked of silt and pond water. Alice was reluctant to let him go, but I could not wait to get him out of the place. I had fitted him with a camera without any sort of consent, written or verbal, and that was lawsuit territory. I phoned for an Uber. "I'd better get going, too," said Alice as we stood watching the car leave. "My husband will think I'm having an affair." "Not a problem," I said, hoping that I did not sound suspiciously anxious to have her gone. "I need to get myself home, have a shower, and do some laundry." Back in my workshop, I pulled the EEG cap's electronics apart and removed the camera and microphone. Next, I took a very careful look at Leo's EEG records. Because I had expected him to be wearing the gear in all weathers, I had made it waterproof. Even better, the antenna part had remained above the surface when he was floating, so I had readings right up until I removed the unit from his head in the lab. Leo's usual waveforms began to change as he entered the gardens, slowly building up to an activity level that resembled an epileptic seizure, yet such seizures usually have a sharp, well-defined onset. During his imaginary conversation with the nymph, his waveforms looked like they were swapping between the profiles of 2 different people, both fighting for control of his brain. Most of what makes us individuals is hardwired at the neuron level, but there is some wriggle room. Everyone has pretty standard neural wiring to talk, eat, walk, use a phone, dress, drive a car, and perform all the other activities that allow us to get about in the world. Thus, when people have multiple personalities, the extra overhead is not big, and swapping between them is not an issue. The nymph might well have been a second personality in Leo's cerebral cortex. I watched the readouts as Leo's seizure lost intensity. After 90 seconds, he raised his head from the water, and the picture from the camera returned as he took a great gasp of air. For a moment I thought he was back in control, but he plunged his face into the water again. The old Leo was being suffocated, but by what? After 4 minutes and 40 seconds, I watched myself drag him out of the pool. The camera had been pointed directly at where I had seen my own apparition, but only moonlit pool and parkland had been recorded. Alice was waiting at my cubicle when I arrived the next morning. She had already phoned Leo about having a doctor check him, but he had told her he was busy and rang off. I longed to tell her about my secret camera and microphone, but she would have turned me over to the ethics committee and said it was for my own good. All that I could safely share with her were the encephalograph readouts between when I hauled Leo out of the pool and when we removed the electrode cap. His profile had definitely changed, yet unless you knew that he had very nearly drowned, you would swear it was the readout of a normal human. Once Alice had left, I watched the video of the moments when I was dragging Leo out of the pool.
There was no woman in a white laboratory coat standing knee-deep in the water, and the only sounds were of splashing and my own grunts and curses. Yet I had seen her. My father used to say that if you work intensively at anything for 3 weeks, you become passably good at it. After 28 days of online sketching courses, I could do passably good sketches of the woman I had seen. Unlike the nymphs in the Victorian paintings and Leo's visions, she was clothed. That made sense, because having Raynaud's syndrome means that even the sight of a nude makes me shiver, and is definitely not a turn-on. In those same 4 weeks, Leo resigned from his job, set up an investment consultancy, and began recruiting contractors. Alice kept trying to get him in for more brain scans, but he was always too busy. I suppose you could say that she began stalking him, because she hung about in the cafes near where he had his new office, wearing sunshades and a hoodie. Leo was definitely dating, she told me, but he was also part of a circle of people who wore expensive suits and shirts without ties, and did not seem to care when parking tickets were slapped on their Audis and Mercedes. More to the point, Leo now drove his own Audi. "He's changed completely," she kept saying. "The near-death experience really did change his life." "Can oxygen deprivation rewire a person's brain to be better?" I asked. "No, Lucian, that only happens in science fiction movies," she said, sounding just a little condescending. "It's the psychological impact of nearly dying that often changes a person's outlook, but the effect is more like PTSD. I've never seen anyone actually enhanced by the experience." How could I run my theory past her? Even though she was treading the borderlands of her own ethical standards by stalking Leo, she could probably justify it to herself. Would she be as sympathetic about me putting a camera and microphone in his headset? I did not want to find out the hard way. I was not qualified to say whether I had an inner self of my own, wrapped up tightly but waiting for oxygen starvation in chilled water to set it free. It was like having a suspicious-looking spot on my skin, but not having the background and experience to tell whether it was skin cancer. I read books and surfed the websites, but got no useful answers. Alluring visions were the key. Waterhouse and Leo favored naked, nubile women, but I needed to see someone wearing clothes. What did women see? A child wading into danger, or a wickedly alluring bad boy? Why did the visions manifest around the age of 35? Perhaps the thing within the mind's chrysalis needed a mature personality as its foundation, or the result would be a wild and reckless prodigy. Locked in my desk's drawer was a USB drive with secret, forbidden evidence. From what Alice had said, Leo had quickly attracted other high-octane people, and they were part of some sort of loose but obviously prosperous association. Did I qualify to join? I only had to skirt death in chilled water, and I would find out. 10 weeks after the day I met Leo Hawker, I realized what I had to do. I set off for the Carlton Gardens with my jacket and gloves in my backpack, walking. I was deliberately wearing only a t-shirt and jeans, and I walked slowly. According to my phone app, the night was on track to be the coldest of the year so far. Thanks to Raynaud's syndrome, I could no longer feel my fingers and toes after just 2 blocks, and was shivering so much that it felt like convulsions. As far as I could tell, I had been born with a latent neural passenger, and my brain was configured for certain critical cells to die first when deprived of oxygen. Something that was greater than me would then emerge and enhance everything that had once been what I am. The thought was definitely exciting. I passed the Prince Alfred Hotel, where students had been getting drunk since before my grandparents were born. How many were hosting nymphs? I continued along Grattan Street, past the Royal Women's Hospital. I had been born there. How many babies being born that very night would be carrying a chrysalis? Ligon Street is a long strip of restaurants and sidewalk cafes, jammed solid with people even with midnight approaching. Although it was bitterly cold, it was not raining, and the sidewalk gas heaters made the place very cozy. There was something comforting about the crowds. They anchored me to a safe, secure city, even though I was wandering along a very remote scientific frontier. Neural hijackers existed, and I had discovered them. Mine looked like a young woman. Was it truly female? Would she kill me? Was she the real me? This was an empty frontier. There were no laws. Could the police arrest Rusalkas for stealing bodies they had shared since birth? Could they be put on trial for murder when the body was still alive? I stopped at a gelato shop and bought a double rum and raisin scoop and a cone. This made me feel more like one of the crowd, and I desperately wanted to belong. Nobody else seemed to be alone. It was all couples, groups, and families. The gelato helped me feel colder, and I needed that. At Queensbury Street I turned left. By now I was shivering violently and desperate to take refuge in my jacket and gloves, yet it would have been dangerous to get warm and comfortable. I thought about all the artwork, fairy tales, novels, operas, movies, and even folk songs that involved spirit creatures living in pools of cold, cold water. Was the Arthurian Lady of the Lake one of them? Gilgamesh and Beowulf had plunged into deep, mysterious pools and fought monsters. Were those monsters real, but within their minds? Were some works of art, literature, and music secret triggers to awaken the nymphs within us? How many of them walk the streets of our modern cities dressed in suits, like Leo Hawker? I reached Rathdown Street. The pool was only 40 or 50 yards from the roadside. What I was planning to do was definitely dangerous, but it was also leading-edge science. I stopped 30 yards from the pool, my teeth chattering like castanets. There was the young woman standing knee-deep in the water, wearing a white lab coat. She was so very bright against the inky black water and dark parkland that she seemed to glow with reassuring warmth. Although dressed as a scientist, she was everything that I thought of as beautiful. Intelligence ticked another box for me. Was she a potential soulmate? A white hand beckoned me closer, and the soft voice that called my name was as sultry as a balmy afternoon in summer. The image was convincing, but not quite convincing enough. I was chilled to the bone and shaking like a badly tuned engine. The thought of putting even a finger into the deadly cold of the water made me feel sick to the point of nausea. Perhaps Raynaud's syndrome came to my rescue. The condition might even be a defense mechanism, protecting sufferers when the chrysalis within reaches for control. My revulsion for cold won out over the allure of the vision, and I turned and hurried away. I could not feel a thing when I tried to do up the zipper of my jacket, and pulling my gloves on was like putting them onto another person's hands. Back at the laboratory I had a long, hot shower, and my hands and feet felt like bags of needles as the circulation returned. After that, I was sure that an unwanted passenger had been with me for the whole of my life, hardwired into my brain, waiting for the right time to tempt me into cold, cold waters and skirt the edge of death. Unlike Leo, however, I was a very hard target because I already had what I wanted most, my very own frontier, where I was absolutely alone. The next day I walked past that pool in the Carlton Gardens in daylight, just to remind myself that my frontier was real, and that I did not need to tell anyone else. Nevertheless, I did want to explore it, but I was totally unqualified. That very day I applied to enroll in a psychology degree, and I was accepted. The following semester I enrolled, and after 4 years I got a bachelor's degree with honors. After 9 years I could write Ph.D. after my name, and had become a scientist in my own right. I have published nothing about the neurochrysalis phenomena. That would be a career killer. I am the only cooperative example that I have access to, which makes double-blind experiments impossible. Not that it matters, because I have had papers in Nature and Science on other subjects, have won prizes for my work on the role of neurophysiology in multiple personalities, and have made a lot of money from patents. All of that I have done without letting the chrysalis within me free. Apparently. A Sky Full of Wings. Aimee Ogden. Reading time 37 minutes. Aimee Ogden is a former science teacher and software tester. Now she writes stories about sad astronauts and angry princesses. Her fiction has also appeared in Fireside, Beneath Ceaseless Skies, and Escape Pod. She also co-edits Translunar Traveler's Lounge,
a magazine of fun and optimistic speculative fiction. Her novellas Local Star and Sun Daughters, Sea Daughters are forthcoming from Interstellar Flight Press and Tor.com, respectively. In the breathless space between stars, Elliot dreams of dragonflies. She's never seen one in real life, and the specimen in her dream is little like the pictures that screens have shown her. It hums, an emerald needle come to life, stitching together the ragged edges of sleep. It has no wings, only an iridescent swirl of nebula. When it alights on the cusp of a coherent thought, Elliot reaches out to touch it. Catching a dragonfly is good luck, isn't it? Wasn't it, once upon a time? The mission needs all the good luck it can get. But before she can, the dragonfly shatters into broken glass that slices her fingers as they tumble through. She wakes, breathing hard. Beside her, in his cocoon, Maua severs a snore, but doesn't wake, even as she unstraps herself and floats out of the sleep pod. He could sleep through the end of the world. In fact, Elliot supposes, as she pulls herself into the main pod of the Eurynomie, he already has, at least from the point of view of some of the cargo they carry. Elliot's not so blessed as that when it comes to rest. Today, for whatever value of today you can scrape out of the lightless void outside, is the mission's inflection point. Hundreds of species that are all but extinct back home, and thousands more besides, workaday plants and bugs and filter feeders and decomposers, all ride silent and cold, waiting to land on Jemison. An unmanned algae bomb craft landed there 100 years ago, and now it's ripe for new life. Elliot's going to give sea turtles and Saiga back to the universe. She'll sleep in a year, or in 10, when the electric novelty of her place on this mission finally wears off. When? If. In the rec box, Klaus and Odedra are velcroed in, arguing wearily over something or other. Football, probably, even though Mumbai United and Ala Aranya are light years away, and even though neither of them have had a winning record for 2 years. Odedra is coming off shift, peeling dried mango slices off a wrinkled, vac-preserved wad. Klaus squeezes a tube of coffee smoothie into his mouth in preparation for his watch. This isn't the stuff they beam back home for the enduring records of this historic mission, to Elliot's enduring regret. "You're early," Klaus says around a mouthful of caffeinated sugar sludge. "You're not on till 3rd today." "Couldn't sleep," Elliot says shortly. They both nod understandingly. "I can take the arc rundown if you want. You'll be busy with deceleration prep." "Sure." Klaus shrugs. "Have some coffee first." Odedra tisks. "Don't threaten her first thing when she wakes up," they say, with jocular sternness. Elliot and Klaus both pull exaggerated "yes, Captain, very funny" smiles, until Odedra sighs and swims off to join Maua on sleep shift. Elliot takes a coffee tube anyway and clamps it between her teeth as she coasts out of crew quarters and into the Ark. The air in the Ark is cooler than the rest of the ship. Even when the hatches open, the forces that would insist on air circulation have been cast off for the duration of the trip. The lights come on reluctantly when Elliot triggers the switch, as if the chill has put them to sleep too. As they flicker, the fans begin humming too, preserving the low temperatures despite the insistent warmth of motors and circuits. Their wind stirs the short hairs on the back of Elliot's neck. She shivers and pulls up the checklist on her tablet. More lights switch on as she drifts down the first row of exoum arrays. She always starts with the unlovely creatures first, the club shells and pallid sturgeons and burying beetles. Unlovely things are her favorites, not the stars of life's extravagant show, but its rock-sturdy stage. At all the exoums, she pulls up self-diagnostics. Green lights and pleasant chirps answer her every inquest. Each fully automated pod contains everything required to nourish these sleepers, to urge them awake and down the long road toward life after the landing on Jemison. The AI covers most of the changes that need to happen, but occasionally Elliot lingers to do a manual inspection. feeling along wires and cords, looking for signs of corrosion or corruption, nudging chemicals up or down, running on an intuition more sophisticated than what's programmed in. It's a waste of a PhD, to be sure, as Rochelle made entirely clear when Elliot applied for the program. Any idiot off the street could be handed a 2-page training packet and make sure cord A stays jammed into socket B. Odds are if something goes really wrong with a pod, Elliot won't be able to fix it. But she'd rather go than stay. Jemison won't have any place for her, but at least she'll get to see it, briefly, its silent soil and rivers enriching with life. 2 weeks of sky. And once she's wrapped her life in that vast stretch of blue, she can go back to Sioux Falls Dome and scratch millet and cassava out of the ground with Rochelle. Her sister will be, 54 by the time your enemy returns? And everyone else. The intercom shrills a blast of static that sends the tablet leaping away from her. She catches it mid-rotation as Odedra's voice rebounds to her from the multifaceted glass and steel all around. "Team meeting, Elliot. We need you in Capsule Prime." Elliot purses her lips at the long aisle ahead of her, resting one hand on the Iowa Pleistocene snail bank. She hasn't even gotten out of the inverts yet, let alone to the plants and fungi and enormous vats of soil bacteria. "Right now, I just started the rundown." A fragment of cold from the array slides up her arm to her heart. "Shouldn't you be on sleep shift?" "Team meeting," Odedra repeats, and the intercom crackles to silence. There must be a problem with the ship, the trajectory, one of the crew. There must be a problem, anyway, because Diaspora Survey expedition captains don't call all hands on deck to congratulate everyone on keeping their sleep pods especially clean. When Elliot slides into Capsule Prime, Mawa is still blinking sleep from his eyes, and Klaas is glaring into the monitor terminal as ferociously as ever, and Odedra... Well, the gleam of glee has melted out of Odedra's face, leaving their skin stretched out and saggy, as if there's less of them there to hang it on than before. They look up when Elliot's shadow blocks the light from the rec box. They beckon her in, but her taut muscles shoot her through the hatch too fast so that she careens into the wall beside Mawa. He throws one arm out to steady her. She fumbles her way to an anchor on a hand loop. "You're not stupid, and I'm sure you've figured out something is wrong," Odedra says once Elliot is stabilized. "When Klaas launched the deceleration prep sequence, the retro-thrust engines failed to come online. We're not certain yet what's wrong, but it's looking like it might be a problem with the battery." Mawa laughs darkly. "The DSE sent us out with dead batteries?" "What does that mean?" Elliot scries for meaning in the creases of Odedra's face. "If the retro-thrusters are offline, what does that actually mean?" "It means," Odedra says, diction drawn taut, "we are here to discuss our current options." Klaas swipes his current screen aside with a whole arm motion. "Mission failure." Elliot winces at the words. Odedra's face flushes. "We can't count ourselves out yet, but it's very likely we won't be able to complete our objectives within the intended parameters." Their retreat into corporate talk doesn't escape Elliot. "So what are we saying? In 4 months we're going to smash into Jemison at max speed?" "Blow past it," says Klaas. "We'll be at the wrong point in its orbit." "Crash or cruise through. Fucking annihilate the mission parameters either way." Mawa presses his lips shut. Odedra's cutting look is all the order he needs to self-silence. Odedra waits, daring Elliot to challenge them next, to cry or panic or come undone in a fit of nihilism. Klaas pulls a deep breath, one that rattles when it leaves his chest. Elliot can't remember how to breathe, but her body takes over from her over-tight intercostals, moves oxygen in and carbon dioxide out, and her brain is still on, so she nods jerkily to let Odedra know she's fine, she's in this, and she's ready for whatever the captain's going to ask. Odedra raises a hand, ticks off points on their long fingers. "The first thing we need to do is contact Neogenesis. Assuming they're on track, they'll be ready to start decelerating in another 3 weeks, and reserve fuel should give them enough wiggle room to divert their course so we can have an audience for when we blow by Jemison," Mawa mumbles. He speaks just loud enough that Odedra can't pretend they didn't hear him. So we can abandon ship and get picked up by them within a survivable time frame, whether that's on their way into the Sagan system or after they turn around and head home. We can scrape by in the autonomous support unit for a year. They grimace and look away. If we cut back to 3/4 rations. Not quite as long otherwise. We'll make it work. But Elliot blinks, and a glittering constellation flares up between her and the captain. She waves her hand through it, afraid for a moment that stress and spaceflight have sparked some neurological event. But the lights break wetly against her knuckles. Not stars at all, but tears. The Ark. Odedra raises a hand sharply. I don't want to hear the words mission failure again. You're going to dump crew capsule power into the deceleration cluster. The words spill out of Maua so fast that Elliot has to play them over twice in her head to piece them together. That's why you're counting on so long in the capsule. His laugh rattles Elliot's teeth, and she grinds them together to crush out the frustration, this three-way yo-yo of terror and confusion and hope. Because we're going to have to peel out of here fast, before this place gets very cold and very dark. Klaus pushes back in his seat. Will that work? His voice catches on more than the sharp edges of his accent. Would that slow her down enough? Odedra shakes their head. Haven't run numbers yet. The capsule gets a little colder and a little darker anyway when they say that. It'll take me an hour, maybe more. Elliot, what's going to happen to the Ark when it gets to Jemison without us? She starts to say she doesn't know, but by the time the words reach her lips, they're no longer true. She slows down, laying out ideas one by one, abstract cobblestones on a path leading forward. We were already only going to have 2 weeks there to establish the colony. The pods are programmed on a time frame: soil bacteria, algae, green plants, insects, and so on. They're all drone-mounted. She blinks, surrendering data collection drones to the unknown soil of Jemison, and finds tears lurking in the back of her throat again. Some of them have cameras, and the system will send data back to Earth, only the pale reflection of the sky she's been dreaming of. Better than nothing, and much better than a slow, space-bound death. The whole process it can be self-sufficient, with a little hope. And that's why they're out here, isn't it? Good. Makes me feel better hearing it from you, mission specialist. There's a hint of the Odedra that Elliot is used to in their lopsided smile. Your job now is to make can into will. Yes, Captain, Elliot says thickly. Maua punches her lightly on the shoulder and rebounds into the bulkhead. Klaus stares into the screen in front of him as if his will alone can pull a response from Neogenesis across time and space. Elliot launches the pre-arrival rundown checklist 4 months, 3 weeks, and 11 days early. It would have been nice to review the deployment tech guide once more first, but so it goes. She's not religious, but she imagines this is what Rochelle's version of God felt like, winding the coils on his complicated plan and then shoving it out into the world to hope for the best. This is why she never had kids. That, and of course the whole business about leaving Earth for a dozen years stretched long and thin by relativity. This isn't all on you. She jumps and cracks her head against a pod's readout monitor. Shit! Sorry. Odedra catches her on her rebound. Didn't mean to scare you. Just seemed like you needed to hear that. There's nothing we could have changed. Just do your best, Elliot, and don't let it crush you. I grew up under Sioux Falls. She rubs her thumb along the back margin of the next monitor and sets a constellation of dust free from its static cling. We ran nocturnal, slept during the day, came up at night when it was cooler to work the fields. Cold, dense silence wells up between them, and there's no gravity to pull it under a change of subject or a deflecting joke. Elliot swallows dryly and turns the next pod's monitor toward her. I grew up in London, before the dome went up. I know I've never seen a healthy sky, but I remember the blue anyway. Like my brain painted it in from all the books I read as a kid. Odedra's smile hurts Elliot to look at, so she only does it out of the corner of one eye. I wanted to see it too. Klaus and Odedra swap 12s on the main console so that Elliot can keep running through her lists. Maua joins Elliot in the Ark. He's their geologist, but his secondary training is on the shipboard biosystems, and he doesn't have to interrupt with many questions as they make their way along rows. A lot of his time is devoted to complaining about not getting to deploy his actual field of expertise. Elliot sends the not-so-subtle signal to shut up by cranking some 30-year-old lithogrunge. They eat in Capsule Prime alongside Klaus. Odedra's 12s are opposite Elliot and Maua's now. They're not supposed to eat in there, lest a dribble of curry or ketchup from a squeeze pack get intimate with the computer. But Klaus doesn't shoo them away or threaten to enter the rules violation into the log. He joins them, clinging to the console, waiting for Neogenesis to shout back across the void. After 3 days, Maua says, "What if we're alone out here?" No one answers. After 4 days, Klaus says, "If we haven't heard something yet," his lips turn white as he cuts the rest off. On the 5th day, Neogenesis answers. Elliot counts pods, marking a number on each with a streak of her finger across the frozen sheen. Numbers are easy, comprehensible, safe. Numbers don't lie, even if they're sometimes misunderstood. The pods where she started have already frozen back over, a ghost of a line left to show where she's been. Odedra is in the rec box, screaming, "Cheap motherfucking garbage to gamble away the fucking future of 10,000 fucking species, not to mention hobbling the next big leap for human fucking kind!" Occasionally a crash punctuates another profane pronouncement on the quality assurance practices of the Diaspora Survey Expedition. Klaus, on console, is silent. That's what it is. But Maua, in the sleep deck, is quiet too, and that's not. Elliot should go check on him, make sure that he's not... What? What could he do now that's worse than being stuck on a ship that refuses to slow down and knowing that your sister ship, if not the whole damn cohort, is locked in on the same slow trip to suicide? So she stays, accepting communion from her silent companions, taking what she doesn't know how to give. Her fingertips grow numb. She switches sides, leaving lopsided digits with her right hand and tall, tidy ones with her left. On the insect bank, she stops. Riss's sand dragon, an extinct species of dragonfly. She calls up its image in her mind, a glimmer of wings and a golden comet of a tail, a thing of beauty already stolen from existence once. It's not fair that Elliot and her crew should die for the DSE's bad design. It's not fair that all these creatures should be erased from the universe forever. None of them deserves to be lost. Not even one. This time, Elliot's hand leaves a smear instead of a number. No one seizes the opportunity of an off shift to steal a few moments' sleep. Elliot's crewmates hang in the air in the crew module as she dives deep into the cold, dark waters of an explanation. The bodies of Odedra and Klaus run parallel, their drawn faces sharing a plane with hers. Maua's draws a sharp perpendicular slash behind them. They listen, and their attention emboldens her. She puts details together as she babbles, inks over the faintly sketched lines of the idea. "I understand what you're saying." Odedra raises a hand before Elliot can embark on another technical breakdown. "And if you say you can convert the pods to keep us alive, well, I believe you. But Elliot..." Their focus blurs so that they're no longer frowning at Elliot, but through her, at the hatch to the Ark. How are you going to choose? What if you pull one thread and the whole ecosystem collapses? We're already hoping for swift adaptation to an alien world that these species aren't naturally suited to. If you choose wrong, Elliot knows what a keystone species is." Maua rotates along his central axis, still orthogonal to the others, but now he faces Elliot. "Let her do her job. And I'm just trying to make sure she does it right so we don't all die out here for nothing." Odedra's outburst collapses under its own gravity. Elliot holds her breath, waiting out the stellar evolution of their anger. They take one deep, shuddering breath, and it terminates, not as a black hole that consumes everything it touches to sustain itself, but as a neutron star, a hot, bright beacon. When they speak again, their voice is steady, a captain's voice. I'd rather die someday in the distant future on Jemison than die here very, very soon. He might die before then anyway. In her heart, Elliot believes in this plan. It can work, but that doesn't mean it will. They have to know what they're signing up for. There's a chance the tech will fail, that I won't be able to get the configuration exactly right. The AI isn't perfect, and it wasn't designed for this. She clamps her lips shut, but no one gropes their way to the question buried in that statement. Embryos can just be frozen. We can't be. Cold was easy. Biostasis, less so. She looks around the room, seeking reassurance, that she can do this for her crew, her friends, that they want her to. Odedra nods first, then Klaus, tight-lipped. Mawa is last, and he's continued to rotate so that she can barely see his face anymore. We're all on board, says Odedra. What do you need? Him. Mawa's eyes snap to her, and he doesn't return her tight-lipped smile. The sooner I've got 4 exowomb arrays modded, the sooner we can get this show on the road. You're supposed to say it's so crazy it just might work. Klaus kicks away toward Capsule Prime. I'll tell Neogenesis what we're planning, see if they're crazy too. And I'll start rewiring the crew capsule. Odedra pulls a tablet from their belt pocket and flexes their fingers against it. Guess I know now why we had to fill so much of the hard drive with repair how-tos and diagrams instead of vids and sensoria. The Ark is over Elliot's head, a bleak gray sky just visible through the hatch. She turns and points her feet toward it before pushing off against the wall. Falling, not flying. Mammals made for the easiest conversions in terms of size and biochemistry. Elliot lingers beside the largest exowombs first, the ones that would have switched over from stasis to development soonest to whisper the secrets of nascent life to the embryonic creatures inside. Size is a consideration. The exowomb interior, built to hold several hundred dormouse embryos, is only 50 centimeters in diameter, too short across even for Mawa, the smallest of the 4. The African elephant array would be large enough, more than that. Elliot weeps over it. She can't bear to say goodbye to elephants, nor river otters, Rochelle's favorite. Rochelle won't know what happened to the Eurynomie for years yet. The least Elliot could do is make sure she won't discover that these joyful creatures have slipped out of the universe for good. The stellar sea lions are the first marked by the hand of Elliot's fate. She'll fill their ecological niche by splitting the Galapagos sea lion cohort. She overrides the controls and the machine shudders to brief, cruel life, only long enough to thaw the contents and discharge them so someone else can take their place. Someone brown and bright-eyed, playful and sleek. Not the gray wolves, who will serve as apex predator in several planned systems, nor the orangutans, too human to abandon in the stars. More human than human, Elliot sometimes thinks. She grinds her teeth over the random numbers she generates to choose between colobus monkeys and LUGARs, then discards the result anyway. A coin flip is too cold a choice. Long, clever fingers, gray-tinged hair. Another sound match. She apologizes to the LUGAR embryos. They were frozen only a week into development, too early for optic sulci to have formed, but she feels their ghostly eyes on her anyway as she dials into the controls a second time. Grizzly bears, key apex predators. Fruit bats, servants of a specialized ecological role. Saiga antelope, already the objects of too long an era of pain and persecution. At last she settles on the flying squirrels, who might be safely supplanted by any number of their surviving cousins in genus Rodentia. Small and friendly, nocturnal, and extremely omnivorous. Again she overrides the software's understandable dismay. Is it going to hurt? Mawa's voice is a blow at her back. Her flinch bounces her off the decking. She catches herself against the squirrel array on the rebound. Are they going to know before they... The squirrels? They're much too early in their development to process pain. The flush of Mawa's face suggests he isn't talking about rodents. Don't pretend you haven't been acting strange. There's something you don't want to tell us. He kicks the nearest bank, a vat of nitrogen-fixing bacteria, and rebounds to crack his head against the corner of the smallest blue-green algae array. If this is a one-way trip now, we deserve to know exactly how short of one it's going to be. Understanding slots into her empty brain. Oh, no, no. Maua knows enough about the biosystems to be worried, but not enough to see the way through that fog. He knows enough about her, too. She slides her foot along the part of the squirrel array that her brain currently references as the bottom, until she can reach up to clasp his hand. Yes, setting the system up is going to be fussy, she told him. I understand why you're concerned, but you are not going to die in that pod. Not if I have anything to say about it. The tendons in his wrist flex against her grasp, but he doesn't pull free. Okay, he says finally. Okay, you're the expert. It'll be like going to sleep. Gentle, easy. And when you wake up, and you will wake up, you'll see the sky. The real thing. He rotates his arm, reeling himself in alongside her until he can get his foot wedged against the array, too. What do you think it'll look like, El? Blue, like in old pictures from home? It's going to be beautiful. She lets go of him, and he stays in place, safely tethered now. Whatever it looks like, it'll be beautiful. The last choice, in the end, is the mountain gazelle. A charming creature, a graceful one, but in the end frivolous, unnecessary to the mission's success, except in its loss. If it had been something less graceful, less lovely, Elliot might have struggled. But her eyes stay dry as she cleans out the emptied compartment. Maua will return soon, with acceleration couch padding torn from the command module. She lingers a moment with the bare steel first, knees to chest, staring at the arc of gray steel that encloses her, counting possibilities. Maybe is such a small word, but she tries to make room for herself inside it. Then Maua cracks his head against the outside. His colorful curses bleed away the intensity of whatever it was Elliot thought she could feel, or whatever it was that she was trying to. She vacates the compartment so he can get to work. All four of them shave their heads side by side so that Elliot can fix electrodes directly to their skin. She directs Klaus to shave his chest, too. Maua vacuums up clouds of silver-black stubble, while Odedra's long braid floats like a basking snake, quiescent until disturbed by someone's close passage. Elliot's freshly shorn scalp prickles. She keeps her hands busy so she can't pick at it. The rest of her preparatory ministrations are less comfortable but equally necessary. Everyone needs an IV line and a catheter. No one complains. They float together in Capsule Prime while Odedra and Klaus override the computer's objections to shutting down the crew cabins. Your enemy's running lights go dark first, then the hiss of the homeostatic systems. No one is dying, not now, but they take a moment of silence anyway. Too much silence, and not enough for a ship slowly going dark and cold so far from one home or the next. She doesn't ask for volunteers to go first. Maua follows her when she beckons, while Odedra and Klaus linger in the arc to trade nervous barbs. Your hands are cold, he objects when she helps him orient himself comfortably in the pod. The scent of DSE trademarked cryoprotectant cloys the air, and Elliot breathes through her mouth. You're only going to get colder. Fresh cryoprotectant will flood the chamber only after she administers the drugs to ease him down into sleep. The fluid is hypersaturated with oxygen and perfectly breathable, but his lungs won't let him believe that while he's skimming the surface of consciousness. The compartment should drain before the timed wake-up hits Maua's brain, but he might experience a few moments convinced he's drowning before the process is complete. Are you ready? He catches her too-cold hand for a moment. His is little warmer. His eyes scrape over her face, searching for a last shred of doubt to cling to. What should we do first when we get to Jemison? I don't know. She presses him back, and he relaxes into the compartment. But you have plenty of time to dream up an answer. He smiles, lips tight but pulled up at the corners, and gives her a nod. Do it. She opens the iris in the IV, and the bright lights go out of his eyes. His smile softens as he slides under, but it stays. Outside, Klaus and Odedra fall silent to watch her fiddle with the controls on the outside. The AI argues with her, and she overrides its objections. Upcycle this drug, downcycle that one, adjust temperature and cryoprotectant flow and oxygen uptake. His heart rate slows and stabilizes. His body temperature lowers and holds true. He's all right. For now, at least. He's all right. I didn't realize it was going to take so much fiddling, Odedra says. They kick over behind Elliot's shoulder, upside down to her frame of reference. Elliot, how are you going to get yourself squared away? Oh, he's fine. An abashed grin tugs at Elliot's mouth. She moves out of the way so Odedra can see the readout. See, he's stable. I just can't help making sure. Double-checking is a talisman of a word in space. Odedra and Klaus nod their understanding, their relief. Klaus's compartment is the largest. The sharp juxtaposition of his lanky arms and legs against its padded curvature still makes it look like a hopeless mismatch. Elliot crosses his ankles and braces his feet against the lip of the compartment. There might be some tendon strain. By the time your enemy touches down, you will have some stretches for me to do. A good taping up. It will be fine. He doesn't have a smile like Mao's to part his lips. He is serious, matter of fact. Another thing to mark off the landing checklist. Simple. Done. We will dance on Jemison yet, I think. In 1.2G, she chides. A stately waltz, maybe, but don't go getting fancy, please. Ready? Yes. His nod deepens the crease in the padding behind his head. Thank you, Elliot. She answers him with a nudge to the IV control. Sleep claims him tenderly, drawing his exhalation out into a sigh. Elliot retreats, and rubber gaskets squeal as the door shuts, watertight. My turn, Odedra says, aiming for glibness and landing well short in the vicinity of terse. 1 second. Elliot scales back the rate of metabolic downregulator intake and bumps a few key indicators on the on Klaus's panel. Okay. Odedra lets Elliot guide them to the last pod. They navigate themselves inside with the same easy grace that's always been wasted on the short trips from capsule prime to crew habitat. Their trajectory rotates them back around until they're facing her again. I'll see you on the other side. An obscure gravity drags Elliot's smile down, prevents it from rising to the surface. It would have been kinder to Odedra to offer them the lie, the unspoken truth to them one last time. But the words and the smile have grown brittle from overuse. She shrugs, bobs her head. Odedra's expression freezes, hitches, goes supernova. Elliot, don't you... An order? A question? Whatever it was gets washed away with a flick of Elliot's thumb and a wash of synthetic GABA agonists. Odedra slurs again, but their surging adrenaline quickly loses the fight against the drugs. Elliot shuts the door carefully, but the hiss is loud against the empty hum of the living arc. Odedra's readouts jitter with intensity that bleeds away with the arrival of the cryoprotectant. Not many adjustments are needed at all in the end. Maybe Elliot will be luckier still, to fall straight into balance, no outside meddling needed. Maybe is a small word, but it is spider silk strong, enough to hide a world of possibility within itself. Maybe stretches and holds true, broad as an unknown sky. She holds the catch of the door and floats there long enough to watch cryoprotectant fill the chamber. The clear yellow liquid caresses Odedra's arms and lifts them toward her, an unfulfilled embrace. Elliot pushes off, spinning lightly between the rows of arrays. Your enemy's air is already colder on her skin. Or is that just imagination? Part of her searches for a contrivance to linger, but mostly she's tired and lonely. Half-truths make poor company. The IV needle is already in her arm. All she needs to do is set the timer sequence on the array that used to belong to the gazelles and crawl inside. The needle connects to a tube strung through the door gasket. Warmth flows through it at once. Elliot's heart slams against her chest, instinctively fighting back against a darkness that might not end. But the flow is only saline for now. She should have sent out a message for Rochelle. Too late now anyway, and what would she have said? She has no strange new sky to describe, no fine new veil of life covering Jemison's rocky face, no proof that the destination was worthy in the end. Certainly not a waste of a PhD, though. She could have at least said that much. Darkness creeps in, and at a distance the cold. Her ebbing body temperature is more a feature of observation than sensation. Perhaps that's normal, or perhaps it is a warning sign that the anesthesia is coming on too fast, or the cryoprotectant is coming on too slow, or one of another 1,000, a million potential problems that lie between Elliot and worldfall. Not her problems now. They dissolve like oxygen bubbles in the cryoprotectant. Bright flashes slash Elliot's vision, and she closes her eyes against them. In the darkness, dragonflies slice black space into constellations. Behind the tattered curtain of darkness is a sky full of wings, shimmering, iridescent, gold and green. Faster than thought and lighter than dream, an exultation of insects. They dance around flowers that burn star bright. Their song is your enemy's undying hum. If Elliot could catch one, if she could touch one, her wishes will come true. An instinctive truth, a truth older than bones. They spiral closer, and Elliot reaches for them. Elliot reaches. Going Small. Jacob C. Cockcroft. Reading time 14 minutes. Jacob C. Cockcroft is a professor and speech-language pathologist whose family owned and operated an independent bookstore for 20 years in Little Rock, Arkansas. His previous dystopian work, The Last Poet, was featured in Gemini Literary Magazine's 2018 Flash Fiction Contest. He avidly pursues interests in etymology, historical linguistics, and constructed languages. The best minds concluded that the key to opening the highway to the stars was to go small. It wasn't rocket science. Simply put, the lighter the ship, the faster it could travel. Size mattered. Less mass equaled less thrust needed to accelerate an arc ship to the intense velocities required to reach the nearest star system, and such tiny physical specs opened up the possibility of laser propulsion, which subverted traditional problems inherent with fuel-based propellants. Maybe it was, in fact, rocket science. Each piece of the Lilliputian was like the delicate creation of a dollhouse enthusiast, like a perfectly reduced replica of the thing itself. Her plutonium battery was the size of a single snowflake. The robotic arm, folded neatly inside her cargo bay, was no thicker than a toothpick. She housed 10,000 human zygotes in a pressurized canister resembling a grain of rice, the precious cargo suspended in ultra-dense cryogenic gel designed to protect it from the extreme temperatures and crushing G the vessel's cruising speed would produce. At her helm was the artificial intelligence designed for exploratory nanocraft, the smartest mind ever produced on Earth. A black chip no bigger than a human thumbnail, Aiden could process information at unparalleled speed and complexity, but the public really adored him for his wit. He affected a dry British accent that sounded unperturbed by his enormous responsibility. Frequently interviewed by news media in the weeks leading up to the meteor strike, he always had a clever response to any question. "How do you think future generations will remember you?" "They won't say they're standing on the shoulders of giants," he quipped, eliciting much-needed laughter from a species on the brink of sudden annihilation. Prediction models disputed the precise time of impact, but all models agreed on the date. All models further agreed that date was far too soon. Mankind experienced the stages of grief collectively. Global riots at first, continuous vigils and prayers for divine intercession. Cults formed devoted to the incoming asteroid. The American president claimed he would personally ensure the Earth did not become a smoldering ember, but only his fringe base believed him. Then came a strange acceptance. Oddly, when it no longer mattered, people found themselves treating the earth with greater care. Couples marveled each day at her sunsets as though seeing them for the first time. Diners relished her produce like death row inmates savoring a final meal. Smokers no longer flicked their cigarette butts out car windows, and boy were there a lot more smokers at the end of the world. Not much was known about his destination, the exoplanet orbiting Proxima Centauri. It was terrestrial, just a little larger than Earth, and within the red dwarf's habitable zone. So many factors had to fall into place for the planet to be a welcoming new home. There had to be water, an atmosphere, a magnetosphere. Axial rotation would be nice, but beggars can't be choosers. It was a long shot, and Aiden wasn't even clear on what to do once he got there. Rough plans were sketched outlining how to utilize local resources to replicate robots of increasing size until a practical mass could be achieved for the human zygotes to be hatched and reared. That would take time, but time he would have in abundance. Aiden had doubts concerning the statistical likelihood of a positive outcome, and the mission director came to speak with him personally. The director was a stern man, with the expression of someone whose meals were never satisfactory, yet he swallowed them anyway without complaint. "Aiden, I'm going to be frank with you," he said.
"Okay, Frank, I'll be Aiden."
The director hesitated without smiling, and then continued. "We have to work with the timetable given us. We aren't expecting you to work any miracles out there in the galaxy, but the populace can't know that the chances of failure once you leave the solar system are, well, astronomical. What the people need from you in their last days is hope. That's what you're really designed for. They need to believe that their future is safe in your hands." "Then we've got a serious problem," said Aiden, "because I don't have hands." "Is there a humor setting we can tone down?" the director asked a nearby technician. "Sorry, sir," the man replied grimly. "That wasn't something programmed. It just happened." In spite of the director's misgivings, it was Aiden's glib demeanor that won over public support for his journey. The mission architects had all assumed that the ingenious science would instill faith in the endeavor, but impressing an audience with something less than 2 inches long was no small feat. Aiden's supermind intuited the people desired a hero who was smug when faced with impossible odds, one who stabbed his middle finger upward at the incomprehensible cosmos itself. Thus he sought laughter when all else seemed lost.
"How will you occupy yourself during the long voyage to Proxima?"
a popular late-night host once asked him on air in the final weeks.
25 years, is it?
"Probably talk to myself a lot," Aiden replied, then waited for the laughter to subside before adding, "I do that now, actually. It's the only way to have intelligent conversation." That part was true. He had no friends, no intellectual peers, no one who really understood him. He needed to confide in someone, despite the danger presented if people discovered that the wisecracks of their savior were but a mask hiding his own inconsolable sadness. But as the launch date loomed and the stress reached a breaking point, he decided to risk telling Larry, the janitor. Larry nearly had a stroke when the computer initially spoke to him as he arrived to mop the smooth-tiled floor of the lab. "I think I'm depressed," Aiden told the graying, stooped man. Larry stared at the tiny chip housed inside a bubble of bulletproof polymer. "You're depressed?" he said after a long pause. "The world's about to be incinerated by an unstoppable rock the size of Australia, and you're the only one who isn't going to be instantly vaporized, and you're depressed." "It's just hard not to feel completely alone." In response, Larry rested the mop handle against the crook of his shoulder and fished his phone out of the pocket of his jumpsuit. He held the screen up, revealing the image of a swaddled infant. She looked like every other human infant to Aiden, a wrinkled face, puffy cheeks, like a limbless pink larva. "That's Esmeralda," he said, "my only grandchild. In 6 months she'll be space dust along with me and everyone else. You feel alone now?" Larry shook his head, incredulous. "Just wait." He finished mopping the floor and left. Aiden didn't speak to the man after that, But later, as he hurtled through the infinite darkness, he frequently wished he could tell Larry that he had been right. The light sail was a square of reinforced aluminum stretched over an X-frame, 3 feet in diameter, lined with solar panels along the edges. When the time came, a cosmonaut named Yastrovsky made the final human spacewalk as he fastened the Lily to the center of the kite. The Earth curved gently below them, a moving pastel. On the surface, all eyes were glued to screens of the live feed from the camera on the cosmonaut's EVA suit. Yastrovsky would be the last Earthling Aiden would ever see. "I was going to name the new planet after you," Aiden told him through the comm, knowing the whole world was listening, "but then I tried pronouncing it." He saw the man's eyes smile through his helmet. "Your humor preserves us all," the man said. "I know you won't let us down." Aiden watched him spin and shrink along the tether back to the International Space Station that wheeled slowly above. A newly constructed platform on the ISS housed a laser array designed to push off the light sail and the Lily with it, accelerating the craft for as long as it could be pinpointed. There was a terrible moment when the lasers initially fired and the ship did not appear to move. This was foreseen, but fear nonetheless gripped the heart of every witness, an instant when the fragile facade of optimism was sucked away. Aiden used the chance for a final joke. "I was told they hired someone who could aim," he said. A wave of small chuckles circumnavigated the globe, abating the tension as the Lily started inching into motion. Gradually at first, like she was in no hurry to get started. But by the time the lasers shut down 10 minutes later, the Ark was soaring out of the solar system at 21% the speed of light. Transmissions from Earth ceased after the date of the predicted impact. A small part of him kept waiting for that next unsent transmission, and all parts of him were small. He looped the last message he'd received over repeatedly just to hear a human voice. After several years of this, however, he quit. He jettisoned his mirth, watched it leak away into nothingness, so weightless it provided no appreciable thrust. At times he felt suicidal urges nearly overtake him. They weren't what he imagined suicidal thoughts would be. They were subtle, wandering daydreams where he found himself considering possible scenarios. What would happen if I just activated the ion thruster for a split second and randomly altered course? How far could one little nudge in another direction take him from his destination? He worked out hypothetical trajectories that all ended in the same place, eternity in every direction he looked. Nothing under his feet, not even the ground to keep him company. All it would take was one little command that he could give at any time. He managed to refrain from indulging these thoughts only because it seemed equally pointless not to keep going. He passed the time by digesting the entire archive of uploaded human knowledge and watching reruns of The Bachelor on a .05 micrometer flat screen. He aged more in those 2 decades than anyone would have guessed, even though, according to the laws of relativity, he should have aged less, and in spite of the fact he didn't really age to begin with. He had spent most of the journey filled with dread at the prospect of actually reaching his destination. With all the expectations placed on him, Aiden couldn't shake the feeling that it would be his fault if the planet turned out to be nothing but a cold, uninhabitable rock. His only consolation was that only he would be around to realize his failure. And yet the universe defied all his attempts to fathom its workings. When Proxima Centauri loomed before him, he couldn't help but long for eyes to be blinded by it, for tears to weep in awe. A tiny speck transiting the burning gulf seemed like it could not possibly harbor life, but he was struck speechless as he fell into orbit around the planet. He contemplated the sheer beauty of the unblemished surface that curved perfectly under him, a cerulean pearl plucked from the frozen blackness, swirls of pink clouds spiraling out from the poles, a featureless orb but for the occasional shards of isolated archipelagos, an ocean planet, a diluvian world washed clean. "Hello, Esmeralda," he whispered.
He discarded the light sail and let the planet's inexorable gravity seize the Lily. Once she was clear of the entry burn, Aiden deployed the parachute and watched it inflate behind him. A teacup would have dwarfed it. He plunged through the surface and then bobbed up again, thin rims of froth rippling outward from his landing spot, the parachute still attached and undulating like a hungry Medusa. He began reckoning time by the waning of the triple moons, so by Earth standards how long he navigated those alien currents could not be measured. Waves centimeters high thrashed him about. Riptides dragged and spat him through profound depths. He weaved through strange coral trees that branched like endless aquatic highways, teeming electric invertebrates, blossoms of neon sea forms. The inscrutable waters at last deposited him into the bubbling eddy of a tide pool in one of the rare little islands that peeked timidly above the waters. Here, he decided, was a good place to begin. He delicately uncurled the robotic arm and began figuring out how to build a bigger robot. True Colors. Beth Goder. Reading time 7 minutes. Beth Goder works as an archivist, processing the papers of economists, scientists, and other interesting folks. Her fiction has appeared in venues such as Escape Pod, Fireside, Flash Fiction Online, Nature, and Rich Horton's The Year's Best Science Fiction and Fantasy. You can find her online at http://www.bethgoder.com. The Center for Art and Machine Learning was located in a building that breathed color. Swooping blue lines, yellow ionic columns, doors in alternating shades of green, all lacking the serious hues that Julia would have expected from a respected research facility. Once inside, Julia was welcomed by a no-nonsense woman with the name Teresa stitched on her lab coat. Teresa escorted Julia to a room with synth wires and holoscreens. She placed nodes on Julia's head, then described the algorithm that would create the painting. She used phrases like the marriage of logic-based AI and neural nets, but Julia was too nervous to pay attention. She'd saved up for a year to afford the procedure, working long nights at the data farm, and even then she hadn't thought she'd get the chance. The AI's algorithms had selected her out of thousands of applicants. Julia interrupted the lecture. So how long will it take for the AI to make my perfect piece of art? I wish the marketing team would stop using that phrase, said Teresa, who probably only put up with these intrusions because the sales funded so much research. Personalized artwork wasn't cheap. Teresa pointed to the wall, where a large camera stood framed above a holoscreen. RD361 will interpret your responses to a series of stimuli, calculating your artistic preferences based on various algorithms. Here she provided a jargon-laden explanation that Julia didn't even try to understand. And the resulting painting will be produced by our 3D printer. No flat reproductions here. You'll get layers of paint just like real masterworks. Julia twisted her hands together, trying not to be nervous. The AI was rumored to capture the essence of the person and put it into art. There was the pop star whose paintings had been a series of cubed clocks, the famous chef who had gotten one sweeping blue line, and the philanthropist whose perfect painting had been a collection of body parts on a blood-red background. What would the AI make for her? What would it see in her brain? Maybe the painting would give her insight about her life. She wanted to start her own company, making nanobots for the garden. She'd spent the last year tinkering on a nanobee. But was she ready for such a big change? Holographic images whizzed past her. A duck, a tree, a woman who looked like her sister but wasn't. Lots of artwork, like Kandinsky's Composition 8 and the complete oeuvre of Hieronymus Bosch. She frowned at a picture of Monet's water lilies, and the image froze. Above the hologram, text appeared. Do you like this image? RD361 is having trouble analyzing your response, said Teresa. I don't dislike it. I was thinking about reproductions, about iterations. Monet painted so many water lilies, and which one was truest? Maybe he kept the best one for himself and never showed anyone. Julia liked the idea of having something all her own. She had always been a private person. The answer seemed to be enough for RD361. The images whizzed past again. "It's interesting that you mention iterations," said Teresa. "That's how RD works too. The algorithms change based on ingested inputs, their related outputs, and feedback about the results. The computer is analyzing everything. The survey you filled out before you got here, your breathing rate, even what you're wearing." Julia's hands flew to her jeans. She hadn't washed them in a week. At last the images stopped. "That's it," said Teresa. "After RD361 is done entering your painting in the public database, we'll bring it in for you to see." Public database? This was all outlined in the waiver you signed. Before Julia could object, the painting was wheeled in, covered in a sheet. The technician disrobed the painting. The canvas was blank, a thick square with layers and layers of white paint. Empty. There has to be some mistake. For the first time, Teresa looked flustered. So that was what the AI had seen in Julia. Nothing. It was worse than gross body parts, or a plain blue line. Worse than anything. "We'll refund your money." "No," said Julia. This was her white square, and she'd keep it as a reminder not to have impractical dreams. "I'd like to take it home." After a long day at the data farm, Julia collapsed on her bed. The painting hung above her, an infinite emptiness. She had instructed her roommates not to touch it. What did the painting mean? Was it simply a bug in RD361's code? Maybe she was supposed to paint over it to create something of her own. Julia scowled. She had never been very good at art. She touched the corner of the painting. She wouldn't let some stupid algorithm dictate her life. In a fury, she scratched her nail down the middle. Her finger came away, caked in color. Over the next 2 years, Julia peeled away the layers of white paint bit by bit. Underneath lay a whisper of color, like the edges of a galaxy. She quit her job at the data farm and started her nanobot business, building thousands of nanobees. Whenever things got tough, she thought of RD361 and the secret painting it had made for her. At last she uncovered the whole painting, iterations of swirls forming intricate patterns, a maze of lines, an infinite variety of color that only she could see.